Marvel x LOTM, Aemon, I Am the Light of Mutants by Yong Lan de Kong Shang Jia. Chapter 51-93. Then I'll start. After Ratchet finished speaking, his palm, which was half the size of Tony's body, began to rotate counterclockwise. A metal shrapnel appeared in his hand. Success. What a useful little gadget. Tony, who didn't feel any pain, exclaimed. Keep going, take all the shrapnel out at once. Okay. Ratchet continuously rotated his wrist, and pieces of metal shrapnel were extracted by Ratchet from Tony's chest and placed into a glass container. After all this, Ratchet extended his right hand, and a scanner popped out, scanning Tony's chest for a while. Tony, all the shrapnel in your chest has been removed, but you already have mild palladium poisoning. You need to remove the reactor from your chest or reduce its use as soon as possible. While speaking, Ratchet took off the spark gauntlet and handed it to Tony. Tony took it, and the gauntlet quickly transformed in his hand, becoming a watch, which he put back on his wrist. Then let's do it this time. Help me remove the reactor and deal with that big hole. I finally don't have to install a light bulb in my chest. Ratchet picked up the small scalpel with his huge metal hand and slowly approached Tony's palm. This oppressive feeling is really terrible. Wait, did you give me anesthesia? Tony subconsciously complained, then quickly said something he just thought of. Ratchet smiled sheepishly, haha, I forgot. Tony's face was covered in black lines, and he said speechlessly. I'm not like you guys, my body isn't made of metal. If you operate directly without anesthesia, I'll go to heaven. I'll be careful, Ratchet said seriously. In the morning, Peter Parker got up in a hurry. Today was the day Midtown High School visited Osborn's laboratory, and he had been looking forward to it for a long time. After simply eating a piece of toast prepared by Aunt May, Peter Parker put on his backpack, took his camera, and walked out the door. As soon as he stepped out, Peter Parker saw the girl waiting for him at the intersection. The girl had beautiful blonde hair and was full of youthful vigor. She was Peter Parker's childhood sweetheart, Gwen Stacy. When Gwen saw Peter Parker, she raised her right arm and waved to him, saying, Peter, over here. Coming. Peter Parker jogged over to Gwen, scratched his head, and said, Gwen, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting so long. Gwen didn't mind Peter Parker being late and handed him a cup, saying, I knew it would be like this. You must not have eaten breakfast properly. Hee, I brought you hot chocolate. Peter Parker took the chocolate and smiled foolishly. You're still the most thoughtful, Gwen. You still have to take pictures for me, so you can't be out of strength. Let's go. If we miss the school bus, we'll have to take my dad's police car. Gwen pulled Peter Parker by the shoulder and walked towards the school. Inside Osborn's biological laboratory, the Midtown High School team was visiting various experiments under the guidance of a lecturer. They were currently visiting the spider exhibition area, which had various types of spiders from all over the world, as well as genetically modified or radioactive research spiders. Gwen looked at the spiders in the large glass box and curiously asked Peter Parker. Peter, what kind of spiders are these? Peter Parker, holding the camera, put it down and looked at the display case Gwen was pointing to. The largest one is a tarantula. You see its fur is brownish, and its chelicerae are very strong. It's very dangerous, it's a venomous spider. What about this one? Gwen pointed to a spider with a three-color pattern. Peter Parker examined it for a moment and said, this should be a Chinese wolf spider. Its most prominent feature is the color of its hair. You see it has fine hairs of black, white, and yellow. Gwen looked around the display case, trying to find a spider Peter Parker didn't recognize. This one. Peter Parker pushed up his glasses and said, this is the famous Black Widow, highly venomous. It has a red hourglass-shaped marking on its abdomen. The teacher in charge of the explanation looked over and smiled with satisfaction. Parker explained it very well. It seems he's very interested in biology. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer students like Parker who focus on knowledge. My body is relatively weak, so I usually like to read books. Peter Parker scratched his head. After the teacher finished sighing, he led the two to another display case and said with a smile, "You definitely won't recognize the spiders here, Parker." Hearing this, Gwen asked curiously, "Why? Is there anything special about the spiders here?" Peter Parker looked at the spiders inside and shook his head. "I really don't recognize the spiders here. They should be the products of Osborn Corporation's experiments." The teacher smiled. "Very smart, Parker. The spiders here are either genetically modified or have undergone radioactive experiments, and they are very different from their original species. It's normal not to recognize them." Gwen leaned closer and found that the spiders inside were all very beautiful, some even glowing. She turned to Peter Parker and said, "Peter, look how beautiful these spiders are. Come and take some pictures of me with them." "Okay." Peter Parker stepped back a few paces, found a good angle, and said to Gwen, "Gwen, move a little to the right. Like this." Gwen did as she was told. "Bend your body slightly more. Yes, just like that, don't move." After the clicking sounds of the camera, Peter Parker checked the photos he had taken and said with a smile to Gwen, "All right, Gwen, come and take a look." "Oh no." Gwen, who was about to walk over, suddenly covered her neck and cried out. She pulled with her hand and extracted a spider from her neck. Peter Parker quickly walked over and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Gwen? How do you feel?" Gwen handed the dead spider in her hand to Peter Parker, asking somewhat nervously, "I think I was bitten by it, Peter. Is it venomous?" Peter Parker took the dead spider, held it in front of his eyes to look, and then looked at the wound on Gwen's neck, where spider silk was still attached. "This seems to be a modified spider. I don't know if it's venomous. I'll go ask the person in charge, they must know." After speaking, Peter was about to go find a staff member. The teacher from earlier heard the commotion and quickly walked over, asking nervously, "What happened?" These students were brought out by him, and he would be responsible if anything unexpected happened. Peter Parker said, "Sir, Gwen was bitten by a spider." The teacher's voice clearly rose. "Bitten? What kind of spider? Is it venomous?" "I'm not sure, this spider has been experimented on." While speaking, Peter Parker handed the dead spider to the teacher to look at. The teacher was visibly relieved, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Stacy's father was the director of the New York Police Department. He regained his composure and said, "It should be non-venomous. I've looked into it, the experimental spiders Osborn displays here are all non-venomous. They're afraid that if venomous spiders are modified, their venom might become complex, so they don't display those venomous spiders here." After hearing this, Peter Parker also breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "However, Mr. Bell, we should still take Gwen to see a staff member. As you know, experimented spiders might have some unknown dangers." "No problem, that spider isn't poisonous. Just put an ice pack on it. If you're still worried, I can give you a tetanus shot." The medical staff checked the wound on Gwen's neck and gave a reassuring conclusion. Peter Parker and Teacher White both breathed a sigh of relief. Peter Parker said, "Then give her a tetanus shot, just in case." Gwen nodded. At this moment, Peter Parker was very reliable. On the way out of Osborn, Peter Parker saw Gwen constantly spacing out and asked with concern, "Gwen, are you really okay?" Gwen snapped back to reality, a little embarrassed. "I just feel a bit hungry." "Hungry? Then let's go eat burgers. I remember there's a burger joint nearby, even Iron Man likes their cheeseburgers." Peter Parker suggested. "Cheeseburger, sounds good." The hunger in her stomach grew stronger and stronger, and Gwen agreed after a moment of consideration. Buzz buzz buzz. Gwen felt something buzzing in her mind, and a strong sense of unease arose. She instinctively grabbed Peter Parker, who was trying to figure out the direction. With a strong pull, Peter Parker was back by Gwen's side. "Ouch, what are you doing?" Peter Parker stumbled, almost falling into Gwen's arms. Bang! A flowerpot fell from the sky, landing exactly where Peter Parker had just been standing. Peter Parker's eyes widened, and he said thankfully, "Gwen, it's a good thing you pulled me, or else it would have fallen on me." Gwen was also a bit surprised. She hadn't seen the flower pot fall at all, she had just instinctively pulled Peter Parker. But Gwen, you're so strong. I feel like my shoulder is about to fall apart. Ah. Gwen looked at her hands. She hadn't felt like she used too much strength just now. Although Peter Parker was relatively thin and often bullied by the school bully because of it, he had never experienced being pulled over by a girl much smaller than himself like Gwen. He felt that Gwen's strength just now was even greater than that of the school bully, Flash. The two didn't dwell on the matter. After cleaning up the flowerpot shards, Peter Parker led Gwen to the burger joint he remembered. Inside the burger joint, Gwen swallowed the last small piece of cheeseburger in her hand and asked the waiter for 2 more. Peter Parker watched with a twitching eye at the half-eaten burger in his hand, while Gwen had already finished 6 and was about to eat her 7th. Gwen glanced at Peter Parker's face and cautiously asked, "Peter, maybe I should pay. You're spending a bit too much." Peter Parker shook his head, showing a carefree expression, and said, "It's fine, I still have this much money. We agreed that I would treat you to burgers. But Gwen, why is your appetite suddenly so big?" At this moment, Gwen finished another burger. Hearing Peter Parker's words, she said with a slightly flushed face, "I don't know why, I just feel so hungry, and I really want to eat." Could it be because of the fright, causing your appetite to suddenly increase? Peter Parker speculated. "No, how could that be? I was just bitten by a spider, I'm not that timid." Gwen retorted, she was not a coward. "That's very strange then." Peter Parker was still pondering the reason. The next morning, Gwen got out of bed. She stretched, and then heard a rip. Her pajamas were torn by her. Gwen was a bit bewildered. Her pajamas shouldn't be that poor quality, right? Changing out of her pajamas, she went to the mirror to wash up. PFF'd, she squeezed toothpaste onto the mirror. How strange. Then she discovered something even stranger. Huh, how come it seems to have gotten bigger? Gwen pinched the 2 mounds on her chest. They weren't this big before. 5 minutes later, Gwen's bedroom was a mess. The faucet had been pulled off the pipe by her and was now plugged with a towel. The bathroom door had been completely pulled off by her, and the door handle was still in her hand, unable to be pulled off. Her clothes had been torn into several pieces, and it looked like they couldn't be put back together. How could this happen? Have I become a monster? Gwen was a bit flustered. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Not only had her strength increased a lot, but her hands and feet always stuck to things. Now, a piece of bedsheet was stuck to her foot. Suddenly, she thought of something. Could I be a mutant? Is my mutant ability awakening now? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Gwen was very flustered. From a young age, most of the information she had heard about mutants was negative. Although she didn't discriminate against mutants, she was still very scared, afraid of bringing disaster to her family. Peter, yes, Peter is so smart, he can definitely figure out a solution. Gwen gently picked up a piece of clothing and carefully put it on. This time, she didn't tear the clothes. With a strong tug, the handle finally came off her hand. Gwen wanted to go out directly, but she was afraid of scaring her parents. After thinking about it, she turned her gaze towards the window in the bedroom. At the Parker house, Peter Parker was still lying in bed. He had played with Gwen all day yesterday. He didn't know why Gwen had so much stamina. Peter Parker was almost exhausted, but Gwen was still full of energy. After returning home, he lay on the bed and slept until now. "Peter, Peter." A voice seemed to come from the horizon, trying to pull Peter Parker to heaven. He vaguely thought, I think I heard Gwen's voice. Is it just my imagination? Peter, don't sleep, it's me, Gwen, something big has happened. Amidst the thumping sounds, Peter Parker laboriously opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound. At that moment, he became fully awake. A female ghost was clinging to his window, staring intently at him. Ah! Peter Parker instinctively shrieked. The female ghost said, "Calm down, Peter, it's Gwen." Gwen. Peter Parker calmed down. He clearly saw the person outside the window, quickly walked over, opened the window, and said, "Gwen, why are you outside my window? How did you get up so high?" Peter Parker was full of questions. Gwen nimbly flipped over and entered Peter's bedroom from outside the window. She had been here many times and was very familiar with it. She moved a chair and sat in front of Peter, then said with a slightly flushed face, "Peter, although I'm very familiar with your body, you'd better put on some clothes." Peter Parker looked down. He was only wearing underwear. He had been too anxious just now and hadn't had time to put on clothes. He quickly turned around, picked up his clothes from the bedside, and quickly put them on. After getting dressed, Peter Parker continued to ask Gwen, "Gwen, you still haven't said why you appeared outside my window." Well, Gwen was a bit hesitant, not knowing how to start. She deliberated for a while before saying, "Peter, I think I've become a mutant." Peter Parker pinched his chin and shook his head, saying, "A mutant, you? I don't think so." "Why?" Gwen was very puzzled. Peter Parker exaggeratedly said, "I heard mutants have green faces and fangs, looking like monsters." "Gwen, you're still so pretty, not like them at all." Peter Parker calling her pretty made Gwen very happy, but she still said, "Let's get serious. I woke up this morning and found that my body had undergone a huge change. I'm much stronger, and my hands and feet can stick to objects. Have I become a monster?" As she spoke, Gwen demonstrated for Peter. She placed her hand on the table, concentrated, and then lifted it, and the entire table was sucked up by her palm. Peter Parker cooperated. "Wow. Gwen, you're so strong." Gwen rolled her eyes at Peter Parker and said irritably, "Peter, be serious." Peter Parker scratched his head and said, "I just saw you were nervous, so I was trying to lighten the mood. It really is a superpower. Your ability is very much like a spider's." "Gwen, can you shoot webs?" "Peter, I just have superpowers, I haven't turned into a spider demon." After Peter Parker's interruption, Gwen's mood improved significantly, and she was no longer so worried. Peter Parker continued, "Gwen, panicking won't solve the problem, it'll only make things worse. Calm analysis is the correct way to solve problems. I feel like your ability might be related to that spider from yesterday." "Spider? It seems so. Peter, help me check the wound on the back of my neck." Gwen turned her body and swept her golden hair aside so Peter Parker could clearly see her neck. Peter Parker leaned in and found that the wound, which had been very obvious yesterday, was gone today, without even a scar. Peter Parker wondered, how strange. The wound is gone. It's gone, could it be due to my mutation? Gwen guessed. It's possible. Your physical fitness has improved so much, your recovery ability might have also increased. Oh, right, I still have that spider. Let's study it. Peter Parker took a glass bottle from the bookshelf. Inside was the very spider that had bitten Gwen yesterday. Inside the Marvel Clash Company, Leon came down from the training ground and picked up a bottle of water, gulping it down. Colossus also came down and exclaimed, "Leon, you're truly an agent. Your skills are amazing." Putting down the water bottle, Leon said, "Colossus, you're a monster. You've trained with me for so long, and you haven't even broken a sweat. I'm a mutant. My abilities have somewhat enhanced my physical fitness, which you can't compare to. But Leon, your ability is truly amazing. Several times I was clearly about to hit you, but because of various accidents, you managed to dodge. This ability is practically cheating." "Haha, same to you," Leon said modestly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He hadn't even fully utilized his abilities yet. The two left together, planning to rest in the lounge for a while. On the way, Colossus said to Leon, "Leon, at your current level, you'll soon be a full member of our team. I don't think I need any more training. I can take on the role now," Leon said arrogantly, with his hands behind his head. Suddenly, Lion's peripheral vision caught sight of a wall not far away. It seemed to have a mirror on it. He asked Colossus in confusion, "Colossus, was there a mirror there before?" "Mirror." Colossus also noticed something new on the wall not far away. As the two approached, Leon looked at the ancient-looking silver mirror. The patterns on it had an unusual pulling force, and the frame was inlaid with various strange gems. The decorations on both sides of the mirror formed a pair of eyes. This isn't an antique, is it? It looks quite old. Out of curiosity, Leon gently tapped the mirror's surface, which was like a water surface, with the back of his hand. Unexpectedly, the mirror's surface really rippled like water. Fearing he might damage the antique, Leon immediately pulled his hand back. I am a Rhodes, who knows everything. You may ask me a question. Words formed a sentence and appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. So it's a magic mirror toy. I always wanted to play with one of these when I was a kid. Ask a question, let me think. Leon extended a finger, making the classic gesture of getting a bowl of noodles, and said, Aha, I've got it. When did you appear on this wall? A scene appeared on the silver mirror's surface. The perspective was from top to bottom, which gave the person in the scene a strong sense of oppression. He walked along the corridor and arrived at the position where Leon and Colossus were currently standing. Then the perspective lifted, becoming a normal human height perspective, and the person in the scene was fully revealed, a young man wearing a monocle. So that's the mirror's perspective. No wonder it was so strange. Leon said, suddenly enlightened. So Aemon put it here, Colossus whispered. Aemon, who's that? Leon asked, tilting his head. Colossus replied, my brother, and also the owner of this company. Leon, like he had discovered a new continent, winked and said, Colossus, I didn't realize you had connections. Look out for me more in the future. The scene in the mirror hadn't ended yet. A string of numbers appeared in the scene. 8:32 was the time. Is this the time this mirror was placed here? It's quite intelligent. Leon exclaimed. The scene ended, and the mirror returned to its water-like appearance. Then, words appeared on it again. According to the principle of reciprocity, you need to answer a question from me. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. There's a punishment segment too, and it even made the punishment red. That's really interesting. What's the punishment? Will it deduct my salary? Leon didn't take the content on the mirror seriously at all, still chatting and laughing with Colossus. But Colossus didn't think so. From what he knew of Aemon, Leon might be in for trouble. Another line of words appeared on Rhodes's surface. Leon Jones, an accident a year ago led you to encounter SHIELD's ace agent, Black Widow. Attracted by her beauty and skill, you joined S.H.I.E.L.D. So I ask you, have you ever fantasized about being pinned down on a bed and ravaged by Black Widow? After reading the words on the mirror, Lion's eyes widened. How do you know? No, why should I answer such a question? Refusal to answer or lying will result in punishment. Another line of words appeared on Rhodes's surface. No, and I didn't join S.H.I.E.L.D. for any Black Widow. I joined to be a hero. Leon directly denied it, very decisively, and stated that he wasn't attracted to S.H.I.E.L.D. by beauty. I'm sorry, incorrect answer. You lied. This mirror must have an error. How could I be that kind of person? Ha, ha ha. Leon forced a smile. Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck him. Lion's last thought before passing out was, I clearly redistributed my luck with my surroundings, so why was I still struck? Colossus stared in shock at Leon, who was lying on the ground with his hair standing on end, and muttered. Aemon is playing such a big game. He shouldn't be dead, right? He checked Lion's injuries, they were all superficial wounds. He should wake up after a while. This kid has pretty good physique. Picking up Leon, Colossus carried him towards the infirmary. Why was Leon struck by lightning? The entire company was filled with Aemon avatar, and the only few normal people were outside the range of Lion's abilities. He had only experienced the illusion of successfully distributing luck. Next to Rhodes, Amon's figure quickly materialized. He had been observing Rhodes's usage, and it seemed quite good. Rhodes was a gadget Aemon had made during this period. Although the Marvel Universe didn't have a spirit world, it had various dimensions, alternate spaces, and attached planes, some of which were similar to the spirit world, containing and recording all sorts of complex information. If these alternate spaces, which recorded complex information, were seen as databases, then Rhodes could be seen as a processor. He could quickly and accurately find the required parts from a large amount of information, then process and decipher them, presenting the answers. As long as it didn't involve information of too high a level, or information hidden by special methods, Rhodes could find the answer. Answering questions came at no cost, but Aemon believed in the principle of reciprocity. Just answering questions would be too boring, mutual questioning was where the meaning lay. As for what questions Rhodes wanted to ask, Rhodes decided entirely on its own. Rhodes's abilities were mainly in the field of prying into secrets, its offensive methods were not strong. However, its level was not low, possessing a Sequence 3 status, equivalent to a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Seeing Aemon appear, Rhodes's surface began to change rapidly, and a line of words appeared on it again. "Great Master, how was my performance?" "Very good, it's already very similar to what I remember," Aemon commented. Rhodes is honored to satisfy Master. After adjusting Rhodes's position, Aemon left Marvel Clash. Aemon strolled along the streets of New York without a clear destination. He sensed a significant disturbance in destiny in a certain location in New York. He didn't directly pinpoint the source but followed the flow of destiny, slowly approaching it. Destiny is an ethereal thing, difficult for ordinary people to see and even harder to change. Only major events that can overturn the past can stir the ripples of destiny. For example, an entire family being slaughtered, or being drawn into high-level events. The destiny disturbance Aemon sensed this time was enormous. If the destiny ripple caused by an ordinary person's entire family being slaughtered was like dropping an effervescent tablet into a glass of water, this one was like dropping a nuclear bomb into a vast ocean. It wasn't just a matter of the disturbance's magnitude, but also its immense scope of influence. Aemon walked to the front of a coffee shop. The source was inside, so he pushed the door and walked in. "Gwen, I've looked into it. The spider that bit you was a product of radiation mutation. It's completely dead now. However, I'm friends with Harry Osborn, and through Harry, we might be able to find another living spider, then test it on a white mouse to see if it caused your mutation," Peter Parker said to Gwen. Upon hearing this, Gwen thought of Harry. She and Peter Parker grew up together and had met Peter Parker's friend a few times, but they weren't very familiar. She only remembered that this rich second generation had a messy private life and many girlfriends. Looking at Peter Parker's face, Gwen thought to herself, I hope Peter doesn't learn bad habits from his good friend. Seeing Gwen staring blankly at his face, Peter Parker waved his hand in front of her and asked, puzzled. Gwen, are you spacing out? Did you hear what I just said? I'm listening. Didn't you say you were going to find Harry? Gwen snapped back, indicating that she was listening to Peter Parker. Peter Parker nodded and then said, Harry will be back next week. We'll go find him when he returns. I know an abandoned factory where no one is around, we can test your abilities there. You want to test superpowers? You can come to my company, we have specialized equipment there. A shadow fell on Peter Parker's face. He looked up and saw a young man who seemed easy to talk to approaching his and Gwen's table, smiling at them. Peter Parker asked, puzzled. Sir, can I help you? Aemon smiled and said, I heard you talking about superpowers, and out of curiosity, I came over to take a look. Here's my business card. Marvel Clash. You're the boss of that new superhero company. After reading the business card, Peter Parker was very surprised. He had also heard of this company, which had recently become very famous. Aemon continued, could you tell me about your experiences? I'm very curious. Under Amon's extremely high charm and persuasiveness, Peter Parker and Gwen didn't suspect anything and readily agreed. Sure. A good swindler needs the eloquence to persuade others. Sequence 8 of the error pathway is precisely a swindler, and as Aemon, the pinnacle of this pathway, even if he just spoke a very ordinary sentence, others would feel it was very reasonable and then be convinced. Pulling up a chair and sitting down, Aemon listened intently as the two recounted their experiences. Soon, the two finished telling their experiences and conjectures. Aemon nodded and said, "You suspect that spider caused Ms. Stacy's mutation. Can you show it to me?" Peter took a small glass box from his pocket and handed it to Aemon, saying, "It's here, but it's already dead." "It doesn't matter, dead or alive, it's all the same," Aemon said casually. Taking the spider, Aemon glanced at it casually, then returned it to Peter Parker's hand. "What a miraculous spider," Aemon suggested. "Aren't you going to test Miss Stacy's abilities?" "I'll take you to Marvel Clash to test them." Peter Parker and Gwen exchanged glances, and Gwen nodded, saying, "Okay." Aemon took Gwen and Peter to Marvel Clash's testing ground, handed them over to an Aemon avatar to handle, and then went into a room. He opened his right hand, and a faintly glowing spider appeared in his palm. This was the historical projection of that spider. Amon's thought moved, and an Aemon avatar appeared in the room. The Aemon avatar asked, "Main body, you didn't call me here to do some strange experiment, did you? You disguise yourself, then get bitten by this spider, so we can connect to the web and study the so-called spider totem." Spider-Man's power seems to come from technology, a product of genetic mutation, but in reality, Spider-Man is a superhero of the magic side. Spider-Man's power comes from the spider totem, a supernatural deity of faith that seeks suitable hosts across the endless multiverse, bestowing power upon them, most of whom become Spider-Man. Normally, only one Spider-Man appears in a universe, and not everyone bitten by a spider becomes Spider-Man. But Aemon can use the error authority to make the spider totem perceive him as Spider-Man during identification, establishing a connection, and then, based on that connection with the spider totem, peer into its mysteries. The Aemon avatar nodded, its form wriggling, transforming into Gwen Stacy's appearance. Appearance is the easiest to disguise. Then he reached out and snatched a small segment of Gwen Stacy's destiny, which was the most important step. To deceive the spider totem and activate the error ability, many prerequisites are needed. Generating sufficient mystical similarity with Spider-Man is key, and that spider is the most important. The intersection of fate with Gwen Stacy is also very important. The spider in Amon's hand moved, slowly crawling onto the arm of the Aemon avatar, which had taken on Gwen Stacy's appearance. Then, it opened its mouthparts and bit down hard. The moment it bit, the monocle worn over Amon's and the Aemon avatar's right eyes glowed brightly. Error was activated. The Aemon avatar now looked exactly like Gwen Stacy, shared Gwen's fate, and even had Gwen's experience of being bitten by a radioactive spider. Thus, the Aemon avatar and Gwen Stacy were mystically highly similar. The current Aemon could be considered Gwen Stacy. Before the Aemon avatar's eyes, layers upon layers of spider webs seemed to appear. They constantly intertwined, constantly extended, seemingly connecting one world after another. Found it. Amon's lips curved into a smile, and his eyes began to blur and layer. Symbols representing doors emerged from his eyes, recording the information he had observed. Then Aemon kicked the avatar into the observed endless spider web. "Original body, you're so rude." The avatar's voice seemed to still echo in his ears. "Go explore thoroughly for me." After a low chuckle, Aemon mused in his mind. "A very good construction method. Perhaps I can refer to the spider totem to create my own totem. However, to construct my own totem, I still need a cornerstone. Where can I find it?" While Aemon was still thinking about constructing his own totem, in another test site, Gwen suddenly felt very strange. Just now, her spider sense began to warn frantically, then disappeared. At the same time, she felt as if she was disconnected from the entire world, losing all connection with the entire world. However, this feeling only lasted for a very short time and quickly returned to normal. This was the after effect of having part of one's fate stolen. If fate were completely stolen, the person whose fate was stolen would become fated, losing all connection with the real world and slowly dying. Ordinary people actually cannot feel their fate being stolen. They will only find that traces of their past have disappeared, and people they know no longer recognize them. Then the thief who stole your fate will replace you, everyone will see him as you, and then you will die in despair. Gwen's ability to detect the anomaly was largely related to her spider sense. Haha, phew. Gwen took 2 sharp breaths, which made Peter Parker, who was beside her, a little confused. Gwen, what's wrong? Is the test intensity too high? Gwen adjusted her breathing, patted her chest, and said, "No, the intensity is fine. It just felt very strange just now, like I was abandoned by the world." "No problem." Peter looked at the barbell Gwen casually picked up. "This must be hundreds of kilograms. If the equipment here cannot meet your requirements, we also have testing instruments specifically prepared for strength-based superheroes. Please follow me." Klein, who was nearby, said to the two, then led Gwen and Peter Parker to another instrument. Peter Parker instinctively complained when he saw the device in front of him. "Is this the sword in the stone?" In front of them was a huge platform with a giant sword embedded in it, but only the hilt was exposed. The blade was hidden inside the platform, making it look like the legendary sword in the stone. Gwen also asked, "Do I need to stand on it and pull this sword out?" Klein nodded and explained to Gwen, "This is a device used to test pulling force. Its appearance is modeled after the sword in the stone from the legend of King Arthur. You just need to stand on it and pull it upwards. The instrument on the side will record the maximum output value. It can measure pulling forces from 1 ton to 100 tons. I think it's enough to test your strength." 100 tons, isn't that too exaggerated? Peter Parker couldn't imagine what kind of person would have 100 tons of strength. Gwen lightly jumped onto the platform. She rubbed her hands, then gripped the hilt. Before pulling, she even said a silly line. "If I pull it out, does that mean King Arthur was actually a girl?" Peter Parker subconsciously replied, "Then what about Lancelot? Did he love King Arthur but couldn't have her?" Klein also followed up, saying, "Perhaps King Arthur was a big eater, and Great Britain was eaten by her. Your unofficial history is too wild." Without listening to Peter Parker and Klein's conversation anymore, Gwen took a deep breath and pulled upwards with force. The giant sword was slowly lifted a section by her. Peter Parker watched the data on the instrument with twitching eyelids. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons, 7 tons, 9 tons, 14 tons. Are you kidding me? Why is the data so high? Peter Parker rubbed his eyes, looking at the data on the instrument in disbelief. Was this even human? Huh? Gwen grunted, and the platform beneath her feet began to creak softly. The giant sword was pulled out another section. The data on the instrument surged sharply, then quickly fell back, with the peak value remaining at 43 tons. Gwen rotated her arm, jumped off the platform, walked over to Peter Parker, and asked curiously, "How was it?" Peter Parker squeezed Gwen's slender arm and said in surprise, "It's not thick at all. How did you unleash such great power?" Klein walked over and explained, "Your normal strength is 14 tons, and it can reach 43 tons when unleashed. You've just gained your abilities, so there should be significant growth later." Peter Parker swallowed and said, "Gwen, don't hit me like you used to, I'm afraid I'll die by your hands." Gwen crossed her arms and snorted. "HMPH, that depends on your performance." Klein said to the two, "All right, strength testing is done. We should go test speed and reaction ability, then endurance and special abilities." When Aemon returned to the test site, Gwen's various abilities had already been tested. Aemon asked, "It looks like the abilities have been tested. How are the results?" Hearing Amon's question, Peter Parker said, "It's too exaggerated. Her strength reached 43 tons, her reaction speed is 36 times that of an ordinary person, and her single-handed adhesion ability exceeds 10 tons. She's practically Superman." Aemon smiled and asked Gwen, "Excellent data, Ms. Stacy. Are you interested in signing with our company? The compensation is comparable to a top-tier star. Being a superhero. But I'm still a student, and our father might not agree." "No need to worry too much. We also cooperate with the New York Police Department. Your father will agree if we explain the situation. If you're concerned about identity issues causing you trouble, there's no problem with that." Little K, give her a demonstration. Klein, hearing this, pouted and, following the original body's intention, his body suddenly transformed, and another Peter Parker appeared before Gwen. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. What kind of ability is this? It actually became exactly like me, even the temperament is the same. The fake Peter Parker smiled, then changed back into Klein's appearance, and said, "This is an item that every official superhero in Marvel Clash will have. It can make your appearance change into someone whose body shape is not too different from yours, and even your temperament can be imitated. The purpose is to protect the superheroes' identities and prevent their normal lives from being disturbed. There's actually such technology, it's truly amazing," Peter Parker exclaimed. Gwen pondered, "Is that so? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll give you an answer after some time." Aemon smiled, unconcerned. "No problem, we are a legitimate company and won't force anyone. Just tell us when you've made up your mind." After a few words, the two were about to leave. Watching Peter Parker's departing back, Aemon reminded him, "Mr. Parker, I see your recent luck isn't very good. Please be careful and keep the business card I gave you." Peter Parker was stunned, reading fortunes. "Are you a charlatan?" Of course, he didn't say that out loud, it would have been too rude. He nodded and said to Aemon, "Thanks for the reminder, I'll be careful." On the way to the Marvel Clash first floor lobby, Peter Parker saw an antique-looking silver mirror hanging on the corridor wall. "Is this an antique? It's just casually hung in the corridor. They must be really rich." After a sigh of admiration, Peter Parker subconsciously reached out to touch the mirror's surface, wanting to feel the patterns on the antique. The buzzing, unpleasant sensation appeared again. Gwen quickly pinpointed the source, it was that silver mirror. "Wait, Peter." Gwen reached out, wanting to pull back Peter Parker's outstretched hand. Peter Parker's hand was already very close to the mirror's surface. Hearing Gwen call out, he turned his head, and his hand touched the mirror. "Gwen, what did you say?" Seeing Peter Parker touch the silver mirror, Gwen was a bit confused. She didn't know why she had called out to Peter. The silver mirror's surface rippled like water, and pale words appeared on the surface. "I am the all-knowing Rhodes. You may ask me a question." "Oh," sentences appeared on the mirror. Gwen exclaimed, gesturing for Peter Parker to look at the mirror behind him. "Sentences." Peter Parker looked at the pale sentences appearing on the mirror. "Is this an AI?" Peter Parker guessed. A person with a face like charcoal came up to the two, gloating. "Heh, kid, you're in for some fun." Gwen showed displeasure, speaking to the charcoal-faced person with dissatisfaction. "Who are you? Did you just crawl out of a coal pile?" The charcoal-faced person tidied his clothes, smoothed his fluffy hair, and said to Gwen and Peter Parker, "Leon Jones, a provisional superhero. This mirror is very interesting." Peter Parker asked in confusion. "What did you mean just now? What's wrong with this mirror?" Leon shrugged, saying nonchalantly, "Nothing, just ask a question and you'll know." As he spoke, Leon smoothed his hair again, thinking to himself, when will this damned afro finally go down? A guy who pretends to be mysterious. Peter Parker pouted and turned his attention to Rhodes. He thought of a good question. Why did that person named Leon say that? Is there something wrong with you? Rhodes's surface changed rapidly, and an image appeared on Rhodes's surface. A rather handsome young man and a quite robust young man were walking in the corridor. They also stopped in front of Rhodes. The rather handsome young man touched the mirror's surface for a while, just like Peter Parker. Then, he and the robust young man with him started laughing. After that, the rather handsome young man suddenly became agitated, said something to the person beside him, and suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere. The young man fell to the ground. Rhodes even gave him a close-up. The view zoomed in, and the young man's face, charred black by the lightning, appeared in everyone's sight. It was precisely Leon, who had been gloating all along. Lion's face froze once again. He really hadn't expected his image to appear, and such a humiliating scene at that. Lines of sentences appeared on Rhodes's surface again. Leon Jones lied when answering the question. According to the rules, he should be punished. So that's it, no wonder that charcoal-faced guy kept gloating. Gwen muttered, her voice just loud enough for Leon to hear. A faint red showed through Lion's charcoal-like face. He wanted to sneak away while the two weren't paying attention, but he was also very curious about what Rhodes's question for this young man would be, so he held back his shame with strong willpower and stayed. Rhodes's mirror surface changed again, and a line of pale sentences appeared. According to the principle of reciprocity, you need to answer one of my questions. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Is it coming? Peter Parker thought to himself. He had already anticipated what kind of punishment there would be. The charcoal-faced person next to him was proof. Ask away. Peter Parker, have you, because of your beloved gaining superpowers and becoming more outstanding, developed an inferiority complex, feeling that you are unworthy of her? Peter Parker was just stunned for a moment, not overly agitated, but Gwen, beside him, couldn't quite stand still. She looked at Peter Parker with complex eyes. Is Peter self-conscious? Gwen thought distractedly. Peter Parker took a deep breath, looked back at Gwen, and said in a nonchalant tone. Gwen, I'm fine. With such a beautiful and excellent childhood friend, anyone would feel a little inferior. It's normal, you don't need to worry about me. Peter. Gwen's eyes were a little moist. Yes, you are right. Answer correct. The pale words seemed to lose their strength, appearing very weak. Leon, on the side, felt something was very wrong. This is very wrong. Are they showing off their affection? Shouldn't it be humiliating? Why was my question like that? Leon roared in his heart. He felt that the mirror was targeting him. He hadn't dared to face Colossus after he woke up, but now for those two young lovers, it's like this. Are you trying to foster their relationship? Leon had no face to stay there any longer. He slunk away, covering his afro. Peter Parker reached out again, wanting to touch the mirror again. This time, Gwen pulled Peter Parker's hand back, asking in great confusion. Peter, why do you still want to touch that mirror? Didn't you see the consequence for that charcoal-faced guy? He got struck by lightning. It's a magic mirror. Pulled by Gwen, Peter Parker couldn't pull his hand free. 43 tons of strength is truly outrageous. After sighing in his heart, Peter Parker said, I'm thinking that this mirror called Rhodes can even perceive thoughts I've never expressed. Perhaps it can know what gave you your current strength. Maybe it wasn't the spider that gave you the power, but something else. We don't know if it's harmful. If it can tell us, we can eliminate the hidden danger earlier. No, this is too dangerous. If you can't answer the questions it asks, your life will be in danger. If anyone goes, it should be me. Gwen shook her head, her tone resolute. Then forget it, this is too dangerous. Peter Parker no longer insisted, heeding Gwen's words. Leaving Marvel Clash, Gwen checked the time and asked Peter Parker. What are we going to do next? We still have half a day of vacation. Peter Parker smiled mysteriously, took 2 movie tickets out of his pocket, and waved them in front of Gwen, saying, Look what this is. Gwen took a movie ticket and looked closely. It read, Transformer 1, Iron Man. She asked curiously, Where did you get tickets for this movie? I heard the content is based on Iron Man Tony Stark's true story, and Iron Man himself even stars in it. The alien robots inside seem to be real too. Tickets for this movie are very hard to get now. Did Harry give them to you? How could that be? Harry is still abroad, how could he give me movie tickets? I just got these from Marvel Clash. They are giving out free tickets for this movie there. I heard they are the producers of this movie. After a pause, Peter Parker continued. This afternoon we'll go to the movies. Anyway, everything we needed to do is done. The ability testing, which would have taken a long time, was completed early with the help of Marvel Clash's instruments. We won't get the spider for a few more days, so there's no rush. Alright, then let's go to the movies. I'm very interested in the movie's content too. Gwen agreed without hesitation. Dash dash dash. Tony Stark was in his base, researching how to add flight devices to the Autobots to give them flying ability. He found that the Autobots' mobility was too poor, only able to run on the ground, which was a huge disadvantage compared to the Decepticons. Ratchet looked at Tony's furrowed brow and said, "Tony, if you're worried about our mobility, I think I can solve it." Tony retorted, "You can solve it. Ratchet, can you install flight devices on you Autobots? Then why didn't you do it before? Not being able to fly is a major weakness of yours." Ratchet shook his metal head, denying Tony's statement. "Tony, what I'm talking about is different from your method. You're talking about adding flight devices, I'm talking about directly improving mobility." Tony was a bit confused. He asked, "Is there a difference? Do you have a faster way than just flying there directly?" "It's like this." Ratchet came to the control panel, extending an interface from his huge arm and plugging it into the control panel. The screen quickly changed, and a model of a device appeared on it. "What is this?" Tony asked curiously. Ratchet operated it a few times and said, "This is a ground bridge. It's a simplified version of a space bridge, capable of short-distance spatial teleportation." Tony was a bit surprised and asked, "You have spatial teleportation devices? How short is short distance?" Tony thought that the Autobots' and humans' understanding of short distance might be different. "It can only teleport within a planet, not long distances between stars," Ratchet said as a matter of course. "This is short. With this device, we can instantly reach any place on Earth. Why didn't you build this device before?" Ratchet scratched his metal head, helplessly saying, "Tony, building a ground bridge takes time and a lot of basic equipment. When we first arrived on Earth, we immediately started fighting the Decepticons and never had time to build it. And the equipment at the time didn't allow me to build it. Now that things have settled down, I've modified some basic equipment and can proceed with construction." "Then what are you waiting for? Show me the device diagram now, explain the principle to me, and let's start building immediately." Tony couldn't wait to build a spatial teleportation device. At this moment, Jarvis appeared out of thin air again. As data streams converged, Jarvis's body materialized, and he said to Tony, "Sir, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury is here again." Tony frowned, not very pleased, and said, "What does he want?" Tony had a very bad impression of that black man. He claimed to be an organization protecting the world, but when the Decepticons invaded New York, he was nowhere to be seen, only hiding in a safe house. Jarvis said, "Sir, accompanying him is a female agent, the female agent who delivered the fighter jet that day, codenamed Black Widow. She is holding a box, which seems to be for you, sir." "For me? He's not trying to bribe me, is he? He really chose a good method." Tony thought for a moment, then said to Jarvis, "Let them in. I want to see what that bald egg really wants." Jarvis disappeared from his spot, and soon, Jarvis led Nick Fury and Black Widow Natasha through the entrance. As usual, Tony bypassed Nick Fury and said to Black Widow Natasha, "Hey, beautiful, don't follow this bald egg anymore. I'll pay you double. Being an agent has no future." Nick Fury, who had been quite imposing, had his expression freeze from Tony's interruption, but he still acted as if nothing was amiss, cursing internally. "Ill-mannered Stark." Natasha smiled. "Haha, Stark, I'm fine. I see you need an assistant right now. I'm very good at being an assistant, I just don't know if your secretary would agree." Pepper, that is a problem. Tony stroked his chin, feigning serious thought. Nick Fury couldn't hold back any longer. He forced himself to stick to his plan and said, "Tony Stark, the taste of palladium poisoning isn't pleasant, is it? You can't solve the problem yourself, but we at S.H.I.E.L.D. have a solution. That light bulb's energy of yours isn't very environmentally friendly." Nick Fury believed he had grasped Tony Stark's weakness, and he was smug, growing more confident with each word. Tony's expression was very strange. "This bald egg has a spy around me, but this information is too outdated." He thought to himself. He couldn't control his laughter and burst out, "Ha ha ha ha, Bald egg, do you think you've got something on me? Ha 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 ha, you're like a child, showing off a self-proclaimed achievement to your parents. Nick Fury's face grew darker. He asked with a sullen expression. Stark, what do you mean? Tony crossed his left leg over his right, leaning back, not holding back at all. Bald egg, you underestimate the great genius Tony Stark too much. Do you think I wouldn't have thought of such a small problem? It's already solved. Nick Fury's face froze. He said with some disbelief. You solved it. Howard's belongings are still with me. How did you research a new element? Tony's smile faded, his eyes narrowed, and his tone became somewhat unfriendly. Hey, bald egg, why are you bringing up the old man? Stark, your father Howard Stark was one of SHIELD's founders. By that logic, you're half-shield yourself. Fury said unhurriedly. He felt he had seized the initiative again. New element, shield, Tony muttered to himself. He seemed to understand something and scoffed at Fury. He left me clues to the new element, but you guys hid them. Now you want to use it as leverage. You're quite the schemer, egghead, using my father's things against me. Fury wasn't flustered by his thoughts being seen through. He still said unhurriedly, this is a fair trade. As long as you serve as our SHIELD technical consultant and help us establish cooperation channels with the Autobots, I can give you the clues to the new element. Hearing this, Tony sneered. That's a beautiful thought, but I, Tony Stark, won't be taken advantage of. I've already solved the problem. I don't need your SHIELD's so-called help. Go home quickly and dream on while lying in bed. Fury stared at Tony with his single eye for a long moment before looking away. Tony Stark, being stubborn won't help. I'll wait for the day you come looking for me. He didn't believe Tony Stark could independently discover and synthesize a new element. That was something his father, Howard Stark, hadn't even achieved. Fury nodded to Natasha, signaling that it was time to leave. Natasha didn't say anything more, carrying the box and following behind Fury. Goodbye, beautiful. Tony raised his left hand and waved goodbye to Natasha. Natasha was stunned, a little surprised. Would Tony be so polite in saying goodbye? She turned back and also greeted Tony, raising her right hand and waving to him. When she placed her hand back on the box, Natasha felt something strange. The box seemed lighter. She glanced at Tony, who was waving at her, then at Fury, who was walking out with a dark expression. Just as Natasha was about to voice her discovery, the thought suddenly vanished, and even her discovery disappeared, vanishing without any abnormality. Watching the two leave, Tony bounced the notebook and videotape that had appeared in his left hand, laughing, that female agent is very capable. She noticed the anomaly right away. I was almost discovered. Ratchet looked at the items in Tony's hand, curiously asking, Tony, did you steal your father's relics? Tony wasn't very pleased with the word, steal, and said, Ratchet, this isn't stealing. These were originally my things, just temporarily stored by those people. Now I'm just taking them back. When Tony waved goodbye to Natasha just now, he used the Allspark gauntlet, which was disguised as a watch on his left hand, to secretly steal the useful items from the box and also steal Natasha's suspicious thoughts. As for how he distinguished useful items, that's one of the Allspark gauntlet's abilities. It can discern valuable things. Are the secrets of the new element hidden in here? Ratchet, let's put the ground bridge aside for a moment. I think the new element is more important. Come and study it with me. Looking at the notebook and videotape in his hand, Tony said to Ratchet. He felt the new element had an even greater significance. In Harlem, Peter Parker and Gwen were walking down the street, discussing the movie they had just watched. That was so cool. It was more impactful than all the Hollywood blockbusters. Peter Parker excitedly expressed his opinion of the movie. Gwen also agreed. Yeah, the scenes in it didn't look like special effects at all, they looked like real footage. It's said to be based on a true story, seemingly Tony Stark's personal experience, and the Transformers in it are real. By the way, why is the movie called Transformers 1, Iron Man? Did they plan to make it into a series? The two walked along, chatting, when they suddenly noticed some chaos on the street ahead, as if there were military personnel there. Curiously walking closer, they saw that the military had cordoned off the street opposite. Gwen asked a middle-aged man who seemed approachable. "Uncle, what's happening here?" The uncle wasn't impatient and enthusiastically explained to the two. "About 10 minutes ago, the military suddenly arrived and designated the entire block ahead as a military operation zone. I even saw tanks and helicopters arrive here." "Tanks have come. Is something big happening here?" Peter Parker asked in surprise. "Peter, let's get out of here first. I have a bad feeling." Gwen tugged at Peter Parker's sleeve, suggesting they leave. "Leave? All right, it's already surrounded by the military, we probably won't see anything anyway." Peter Parker agreed with Gwen. Gwen turned first, about to leave by another path. Suddenly, her brain began to hum. Gwen understood that this situation meant danger was imminent, her superpower was warning her. She spun around and pounced on Peter Parker, who was following behind, instantly pulling him from his original spot. "Gwen, what's wrong with you now?" Peter Parker hadn't finished asking when half a car wreck crashed into their previous location, still burning. The uncle and some other people who had been watching the commotion at that spot were smashed into many pieces, scattered everywhere. Peter Parker's eyes widened, and he stood frozen, never having seen such a tragic scene. The crowd erupted in screams, scattering in all directions, and the scene became extremely chaotic. Gwen suppressed the churning in her stomach, quickly pulled Peter Parker up, and led him to the corner of the street. Huff, huff, huff. Both of them were breathing heavily, not from exhaustion, but from fright and tension. "What's going on? So many people just died?" Peter still asked in a somewhat panicked voice. Gwen said with some hesitation, "I think I saw a giant, shit yellow monster, and the monster had very prominent bone spikes on its body." "A monster? Is it a mutant?" Peter Parker subconsciously said. "Not sure, but mutants shouldn't be that terrifying, should they?" Gwen didn't think that monster was a mutant. She poked her head out from the street corner, looking towards where the monster had been, and then her pupils suddenly dilated, the monster was charging towards them. Gwen didn't think much, quickly turned around, easily picked up Peter Parker, and with a light jump, landed on the wall. She bounced back and forth between the walls, like a dance, reaching the top of a tall building. Amidst the crashing sounds, the shit yellow monster crashed into the building they had just been leaning against, collapsing it, and then lifted a car belonging to some unfortunate soul, continuously destroying the surrounding buildings. While destroying, the monster kept shouting, "Hulk! Where is Hulk? Is that monster here for revenge?" Peter Parker, still lying in Gwen's arms, couldn't help but complain. This was his habit. When he encountered very tense situations, he couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Not far from here, in the Marvel Clash Tower, Cyclops Scott, who was still handling affairs, received a message. "There's a monster rampaging in Harlem, and the military can't hold it back." Scott quietly repeated the message he received, "Is this our company's first official operation? But since the military is involved, it won't be easy to handle," he thought. The office door was knocked, and Scott opened it to Klein. Klein smiled politely and said, "Captain Scott, I assume you've received the news. There's a monster causing destruction in Harlem, and it's time for your team to deploy. I've already arranged the personnel." "Arranged? That's efficient." Scott followed Klein to the operations hall, where Liana, Phoenix, Colossus, and a dark-faced Leon had already arrived. Scott looked at Leon with some surprise. He had seen this kid before. How did he turn dark, and his hair become an afro? Leon gave an awkward smile. Without paying too much attention to Leon, Scott asked the question he cared about most. "Where's Wolverine?" Liana said, "Uncle Wolf went out in the evening, I think he went to a bar." Influenced by Aemon, Liana had also grown accustomed to calling Logan, Uncle Wolf. "That idler." Scott took the opportunity to badmouth Wolverine. The screen in the hall lit up, showing a yellow-brown monster. Klein explained to them, the monster Abomination, real name Emil Blonsky, mutated into his current form after being injected with an incomplete military super soldier serum and then again with Hulk's serum. His regular strength is above 80 tons, reaching up to 100 tons in burst state. His jumping ability is extremely strong, capable of leaping 2 kilometers in a single jump. His defense is very high, his body can withstand cannon attacks. Perhaps only Wolverine's adamantium claws and Illyana's lightsaber can break through his defense. You need to be aware of this. Where did this information come from? Didn't that monster called Abomination just appear? Phoenix Jean was a little surprised. She wasn't surprised by Abomination's strength, but by Klein's source of intelligence. Klein smiled. Please trust the capabilities of our intelligence department. The group changed into their unified uniforms and were about to depart. Leon, meanwhile, put on a mask. As the mask settled on his face, his skin, charred by lightning, was covered. The mask wiggled, and he returned to his appearance before being struck by lightning. Even his curly hair was restored. This item is really good. Looking at his handsome restored face in the mirror, Leon nodded in satisfaction. Everyone had this item, but the X-Men members had no intention of wearing it. They were not masked superheroes, their identities didn't need to be hidden, and they weren't disfigured, so they didn't need such a thing. A silver jet awaited them. This wasn't the X-Men's jet, but a motorcycle people, part of the fighter jet squadron. His name was Bestowing, and he was a motorcycle people assigned to Marvel Clash for transportation. There were several others with the same mission. Besides Cyclops and his group, there were also several Marvel Clash employees carrying cameras, responsible for documenting the superhero team's actions. Wolverine felt very unlucky. He was just bored and went out to a bar for a drink. As he was drinking, a commotion started outside. Out of curiosity, he went to join the fun. Just as he saw a yellow giant, he was hit by a flying car and embedded in a wall. It took him a lot of effort to pull himself out of the wall. It was also fortunate that his bones were all made of adamantium and he had extremely strong regenerative abilities, otherwise he would have become Wolverine fragments. Tui. Wolverine spat out the wood chips and glass shards from his mouth, shook his body, and walked outside. He was going to teach that yellow-brown monster a good lesson. He saw that the monster hadn't gone far, still smashing cars around and constantly shouting the name Hulk. Wolverine's hands drooped slightly, and adamantium claws popped out from the back of his hands, reflecting sharp white light in the darkness. He flexed his muscles and charged fiercely towards Abomination, like a wolf on the attack. Abomination was still destroying the street. He wanted to use this to draw out Bruce Banner. He wanted to bring out the Hulk within Banner. He didn't believe such a powerful being as Hulk would easily disappear. Oh, my butt! Abomination suddenly cried out in pain. He felt like someone was poking his butt with a finger-thick needle. You damned bug! Abomination turned his head sharply and saw a spiky-haired man clinging to his back, constantly scratching his back with his claws. Wolverine's eyes met Abomination's gaze. His beast intuition sensed something very bad was about to happen. He pushed off with his legs, intending to get away from Abomination first. A large yellow hand grabbed him. Wolverine tried to block with his hands, but the strength of the large hand was beyond his imagination, just like an ordinary person facing a large truck, powerless. He was caught in Abomination's hand. A suffocating sensation came over him. Wolverine felt like he was about to be crushed by the other party, but because his internal bones were all adamantium, he wasn't crushed. His body surface just became bloody and mangled, but it would recover in a few breaths under his self-healing ability. Abomination was very confused. He knew his own grip strength very well. He could crush a car into an iron ball. Yet, he couldn't crush this kid in his hand, just like when he was an ordinary soldier trying to crush a wrench. A hard-to-handle iron lump. Unable to kill Wolverine directly, Abomination raised his right hand, which was gripping Wolverine, and with force, like a javelin, threw Wolverine towards a nearby building, smashing him into the building. Gwen and Peter Parker were still observing the situation below from upstairs when they saw something fly over and smash into the building, causing it to shake. Peter Parker tentatively asked, "Did someone just fly over?" Gwen nodded and said, "It was a man. Let's go check on him. He seems to be a superpower user. He was just fighting the monster below." Gwen's vision after mutation was excellent, and she had seen the scene of Wolverine fighting Abomination. The two arrived at the spot where Wolverine had crashed. The residents of this building had already been evacuated by the military in advance, otherwise, Wolverine's impact would have inevitably caused casualties. The two found Wolverine, embedded in the wall, in the middle of the staircase. Wolverine was currently trying to pull himself out, but Abomination had embedded him very firmly, and he couldn't pull himself out immediately. "Sir, do you need help?" A pleasant female voice came. Wolverine looked over to see a young blonde girl bending down and looking at him. She was the one who had just spoken. "What help can a little girl be? If that kid over there were stronger, he might be useful. Now, both of you, get out of the way, be careful not to get hurt by me." Gwen pouted, ignoring Wolverine's words, and placed her hand on his shoulder. Wolverine was stunned. Just as he was about to say, "What are you doing, little girl?" he felt a huge force come from his shoulder. Accompanied by the sound of the wall crumbling, he was pulled out of the wall by Gwen. Wolverine was somewhat speechless. He really couldn't have imagined that this girl in front of him had such immense strength. The feeling she gave him just now was somewhat similar to that yellow-brown monster. "Who are you people?" Wolverine asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Peter lifted the bag in his hand. These were snacks he and Gwen had bought, and he hadn't lost them in the chaos. "We're just ordinary people passing by here, attacked by the monster, and hid in this building. Then we met you, who was thrown into the building. Look, these are the snacks we bought, but they've all turned into food mush now, all because of that monster. These were all my favorites." A normal person. Wolverine's voice rose, clearly disbelieving that they were normal people. What normal person had such great strength? Boom boom boom. A roaring sound came from outside. The three of them went to the large hole Wolverine had smashed and peered out. "It's the military," Peter Parker exclaimed. Several armored vehicles and a large number of soldiers appeared on the street. Some held rifles, while others carried rocket launchers. With a grab, Abomination caught the incoming shell directly in his hand. Abomination smiled wickedly, smashing the shell against his chest. Fire erupted, but Abomination patted the flames off his body, completely unharmed. "This is outrageous, a rocket launcher can't even hurt him," Peter Parker complained. Wolverine nodded in deep agreement. He knew too well how strong that monster's defense was. His steel claws could only barely break through it. "Oh no, the monster is charging into the crowd," Gwen exclaimed. After tearing apart the military's armored vehicles, Abomination charged towards the bustling Broadway, where the military had not evacuated the crowd in advance. "I'm going to help." Gwen wanted to jump down directly, rush to the crowd, and help evacuate them. "Don't go, it's too dangerous." Gwen turned and looked at Peter Parker, saying, "Peter, I know you're worried about me getting hurt, but you should also know that my father is the New York police director. He taught me from a young age that with great power comes great responsibility. Now that I have superpowers, I shouldn't hide here watching the monster attack citizens. I think I have the ability to stop him." Peter Parker knew Gwen's personality. He understood that anything he said would be useless. So, he nodded and instructed. "Don't confront that monster directly. Just evacuate the crowd. This place is very close to Marvel Clash, so superheroes should be arriving soon. You don't need to do anything more." "All right, Peter, don't be like my mom. I'm still rational and won't confront that monster directly." With that, Gwen ran along the building's wall, leaping towards Abomination and the crowd. Watching Gwen's back disappear, Peter Parker suddenly thought of something and looked at Wolverine, confused. "You seem to be a superhero too, why aren't you going down to stop that monster?" Wolverine said with a weathered expression. "Kid, I can't fly. I'm waiting for the elevator." Wolverine pointed his finger at the still rising elevator. Peter Parker scratched his head. Ah, superheroes have to wait for the elevator too. Damn it. The elevator is stuck on the 9th floor. The impact just now must have caused it to malfunction. Wolverine glanced at Peter Parker and said, "Kid, climb the stairs with me, the elevator is broken." "All right, but this is the 23rd floor." Peter Parker looked at the floor number by the elevator entrance, already mourning for his knees. Gwen continuously leapt between buildings. After a parkour run, she arrived at the area where Abomination was. She first went into a store destroyed by Abomination, found a large mask that could be used as a disguise, and then put on her hoodie. She didn't want the whole world to know she had superpowers. Abomination was indiscriminately destroying things in the crowd. Roadside buildings, moving vehicles, he easily overturned and destroyed them like a child pushing building blocks. Gwen hid in the area behind Abomination, rapidly running and leaping, reaching citizens who were still near Abomination, frozen in panic and unable to evacuate. She grabbed citizens and quickly took them to what Gwen considered a safe place. The passers-by she took away clearly hadn't recovered. They only felt someone grab their shoulder, then a great force, and they were dragged to this spot. "Run forward along the street, it's very dangerous here, get out of here quickly," Gwen said to the passers-by who clearly hadn't recovered. Ignoring the temporarily safe passers-by, Gwen quickly scanned her surroundings. Taking people by hand was too slow. She needed to find a tool. Soon she spotted her target. With a few leaps, she arrived at a glass wall destroyed by Abomination. From it, she found a safety rope used for high-rise window cleaning. As for where the people who were cleaning the windows had gone, Gwen didn't want to know. Grasping both ends of the rope, Gwen pulled hard. It was very sturdy. She tied a block of concrete to the top as a weight, then with a flick of her hand, she threw the rope onto a street light above Abomination's head. With a leap, she swung on the rope and flew over. Gwen was a member of the dance troupe at school, so her body's flexibility and coordination were already strong. After enhancement, they were even stronger, making swinging on a rope feel like instinct. Perhaps I should ask Peter to help me develop a device that can quickly shoot out ropes. With his practical skills, he could definitely do it, Gwen thought while swinging in the air. An electrician-dressed black man was about to be hit by a car swung by Abomination when suddenly a rope wrapped around his waist, pulling him away from under Abomination. Max Dillon felt a dizzying sensation, and by the time he recovered, he had moved from his original position to the other end of the street. He also heard Gwen's warning, "It's dangerous here, get out quickly." She saved me and even told me to be careful. Max watched Gwen's back as she continued to save people, deeply imprinting her in his mind before turning to run to safety. Gwen didn't know she had been seen as a light by someone. She was using the safety rope to pull away passers-by who were about to be attacked by Abomination, one after another. This was not difficult or strenuous for her now, but she was facing a big problem. Using her core strength in the air, Gwen twisted her body, and a flying car brushed past her clothes. Standing on the wall with her body parallel to the ground, Gwen patted her chest, almost getting hit. Abomination's gaze shifted to Gwen, who was standing on the wall, and he said with a ferocious smile, "Little bug, you're the one who's been causing trouble." He bent his legs, lowered his body, and then leapt, charging towards Gwen's location. Gwen's eyes widened, and she muttered in her heart, "Does this monster have springs on his feet? How can he jump so high?" She quickly made a small jump to another wall, dodging Abomination's pounce. Abomination's hands and feet were both embedded in the wall, helping him to secure himself on the building's surface. He looked at Gwen again, exerted force, and pounced towards Gwen's location. Gwen didn't hesitate, quickly running on the building's surface. She didn't believe that on the building wall, this monster could keep up with her running speed. This was her advantage. Thus, a magical scene appeared on the streets of New York, a young girl running on the wall of a high-rise building as if on flat ground, her speed even faster than some people running on the ground. Behind her was a yellowish-brown monster, relentlessly following. This scene is amazing, let's call it Beauty and the Beast. A young man carrying a camera said excitedly. He followed behind Gwen and Abomination with his camera, diligently recording. The terrain didn't affect him at all. He would occasionally disappear and then reappear in another place to keep up with Gwen and Abomination's pace. Is this monster a graduate of a demolition crew? At this rate, he's going to tear down all of Broadway. Gwen thought to herself as she ran along the wall of a building. She had been leading this monster around like a kite for almost half a minute, and 3 buildings had already been demolished. Meanwhile, on the street, Wolverine, who had finally climbed down from the 23rd floor to the road, was sprinting. He finally ran to the building where Gwen and Abomination were, looked up, and saw that the two had already jumped to another building. Shit, can't you guys just fight properly on the ground? Wolverine cursed and continued to run towards the building where the two were. Wolverine, who couldn't fly, could only rely on his 2 big legs to carry his hundreds of pounds of body to chase after 2 guys who could play Tarzan between cities. Gwen thought about luring the monster to an area with fewer buildings first. The loss would be too great if Broadway continued to be smashed by him. Suddenly, a red beam of light descended from the sky, accurately hitting Abomination's chest, knocking Abomination directly off the building and sending him crashing onto the road. Cyclops and the others had arrived. A silver fighter jet hovered in midair. Cyclops Scott stood at the hatch, arms crossed, looking at the scene below. Scott's eyes were connected to an alternate dimension, filled with the red energy he had just fired. As long as he opened his eyes, he could unleash this energy, causing damage. Scott needed the red quartz visor on his head to assist him in using his ability because he had suffered a head injury as a child, which resulted in poor control of his powers. His head could generate a special force field to protect his body, and Beast developed this visor based on the data from this force field. Both had the same energy frequency and could effectively block the emission of energy beams. Scott could adjust the intensity and width of the ability's emission through a knob on the side of the visor. The knocked-down Abomination propped himself up, watching the charred muscles on his chest rapidly heal. He grinned, sprang up, and leapt towards the fighter jet in midair. Colossus looked at the leaping Abomination, his body quickly turning silvery white, and he shouted, "Phoenix, give me some thrust." After saying that, he took a running start and jumped down from the fighter jet, heading straight for Abomination. Phoenix on the fighter jet extended her right hand and pushed Colossus with her telekinesis. As Colossus's body transformed into silvery white metal in midair, his size also began to expand, turning him into a metal giant over 2 meters tall. Of course, compared to Abomination, his size was still much smaller. With the thrust provided by Phoenix, Colossus punched Abomination in the face, much to Abomination's surprise. Of course, as Colossus hit Abomination, Abomination's fist also slammed into Colossus's abdomen. But the metal Colossus transformed into was very unusual. His mutant ability allowed him to swap his atoms with atoms from an alternate dimension. This silvery white metal resembled osmium in appearance and was extremely hard, second only to vibranium and adamantium. And as long as the damage sustained did not exceed 70% of his body, Colossus could slowly recover through steelification, and his strength and mobility would not be affected. Abomination felt as if he had hit a piece of steel, the same feeling he had when he was a normal person hitting steel. He didn't budge Colossus, only producing a metallic clang. Abomination flew backward, crashing onto the ground again. Colossus followed close behind, landing in a standard superhero 3-point pose. The fighter jet landed, and Lyanna stepped out. Looking at Colossus's posture, she couldn't help but say, "Doesn't that hurt your knees?" Colossus turned his head and said, "In this state, it's very difficult for me to get injured, and I don't feel pain." Abomination spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fiercely fixed on Colossus, another metal lump. Abomination, acknowledge your strength. Let me tear you to shreds." Seeing Abomination's ferocious appearance, Lyanna shielded Colossus in front of her before saying, "Go, Colossus, I'll give you good luck." Lyanna sensed the luck nearby. She found a powerful target high in the sky not far away. His luck was higher than average. Good, you're the one. After thinking that, he began to use his ability, transferring a portion of that person's luck from not far away to Colossus in front of him, and also taking a portion of Abomination's luck to weaken this enemy. High in the sky not far away, Banner looked at the destroyed city below. He had already decided to unleash Hulk again to solve all this. He stood at the fighter jet's hatch, turned to face his girlfriend Betty Ross, and smiled. "Betty, wait for me to come back." Then he jumped backward out of the fighter jet. Banner felt the wind rushing past his ears, his heart growing increasingly panicked. "Hulk, come out quickly." Bang! Banner, who was about to hit the ground, was struck by a large truck, bouncing off the ground like a skipping stone and flying a long distance. Then Banner lay on the road like a puddle of mud. The truck driver was a bit confused. "I remember there wasn't a speed bump here. Was it a stray dog? Better get out of here quickly, lest the Animal Protection Association comes looking." So the truck driver immediately turned around and left the scene of the accident. Liana looked at the bloody and mangled Banner, who had been hit and landed at her feet, and scratched her head a bit. Banner was the powerful target she had sensed. Logically, even with a little less luck, he shouldn't have ended up this badly. Did my control decrease? Liana wondered to herself, subtly moving away from Banner on the ground. Abomination slammed his fists into Colossus, but he kept feeling like something wasn't right. The effect shouldn't be like this. He could tell that the silver-white Iron Man opposite him wasn't as strong as him, perhaps only half as strong, yet his attacks had little effect on the guy, unable to even push his body back. Colossus's iron fist smashed into Abomination's head, making stars appear before Abomination's eyes, but Abomination did not suffer any substantial damage. Although Colossus had Liana's luck boost and Abomination had been weakened by Liana, there was still a significant difference in their strength, making it difficult for Colossus to cause substantial damage to Abomination. "Peter, control him." Liana's voice came from behind. Colossus immediately understood, took a punch from Abomination head-on, and used the momentum to grab Abomination's hands, temporarily locking him in place. "Iron Lump, what are you doing?" Abomination roared. "Ugly monster, stop yelling." A spatial rift appeared above Abomination's head. Liana leapt out of it, holding a massive light sword, its tip pointed directly at Abomination's back. Using gravity and the sharpness of the light sword, Liana plunged more than half of the light sword into Abomination's back and then slid it downwards, carving open most of Abomination's back. Abomination immediately let out a pained cry from such a heavy blow, his strength sharply reduced. Colossus immediately seized the opportunity, leaned back to throw Abomination to the ground, quickly rolled over, and pinned Abomination beneath him. "Little snowflake, well done." Colossus praised Liana. Liana walked over, forcefully lifted Abomination's head, and laughed. "This monster isn't very strong either, we easily defeated him." A staff member carrying a camera came up to them and said, "Quick, strike a cool pose. Magic, point your light sword at his head. Colossus, step on his chest. Cyclops and Phoenix, you two stand on either side, and as for Liana, make a peace sign on the side." With a click, a photo of superheroes defeating a terrifying monster was taken. Gwen jumped down from the building and landed in front of them, asking, "Are you all superheroes from Marvel Clash? You're really amazing." Leon felt that the other person was somewhat familiar. After sensing her luck, he said in surprise, "You're the woman I met at the company earlier today." I was recognized that quickly. Gwen was surprised, she hadn't even taken off her mask. Lying nearby, the bloody and battered body of Banner began to transform, his skin turning green and expanding. Leon glanced at Banner on the ground and said in a horrified tone, "Is that person mutating?" Everyone looked towards Banner's location. A large green hand stretched out, followed by a roar like a wild beast, "Hulk." Cyclops Scott stated with certainty, "He must be the Hulk that Klein mentioned." Seeing this, Leon asked curiously, "He's not going to attack us, is he?" "That won't do." Through his previous manipulation of Banner's luck, He had discovered that the other party's state was very unusual, in an extremely delicate condition that could be broken with a little intervention. So he once again sensed Hulk's luck and distributed it. Hulk felt his anger disappearing, and his eyelids felt heavy. He wanted to go back inside Banner and continue sleeping. Banner, wanting to completely eliminate the Hulk within him, had come to New York to meet his online acquaintance, Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue had developed a serum to suppress Hulk's power based on the blood Banner sent him. Banner, determined to destroy Hulk, did not hesitate to inject the serum. This was why Hulk was so weak, his power was suppressed by the serum. Hulk wants to sleep, Hulk said like a child, then his body continuously shrank, returning to Banner's form. At this point, Banner was still unconscious, and his clothes had been reduced to only his boxer briefs from the fall and transformation. These pants are really good quality. When he wakes up, I'm going to ask him where he bought them. Colossus was very interested in Banner's pants. Several accompanying staff members adjusted their monocles. Picking up a large piece of cloth from somewhere, they wrapped up the abomination lying on the ground and also carried the unconscious Banner onto the fighter jet. One of them, who looked like a captain, pinched his monocle and said, "Mission accomplished." Just then, General Ross's armed helicopter descended to the ground. Before Thaddeus Ross could even get out, a woman rushed out ahead of him, running straight towards Banner. Bruce. She was Bruce Banner's girlfriend, Betty Ross, and also General Ross's daughter. "You are from Marvel Clash, aren't you? Abomination and Hulk are military property, you cannot take them." General Ross walked towards them, saying aggressively, "I know you have a cooperation with Congress, but that won't work on me." Staff member Aemon looked at General Ross with interest, asking curiously, "General, what are you saying?" General Ross was stunned. Yes, what was he going to say? He had forgotten what he was going to do, or rather, his thoughts had disappeared, stolen by staff member Aemon. "All right, everyone, let's wrap up. That woman over there, if you're worried about Bruce Banner, come with us. General, we won't bother you with your thoughts. You can think slowly here. If your memory is really bad, then eat more fish." Staff member Aemon arranged, not forgetting to remind General Ross about senile dementia. The group quickly boarded the fighter jet, taking Betty with them. Ross remained in place, thinking, not even having the thought to stop his daughter from leaving. After the fighter jet departed, Wolverine finally arrived, looking at the departing jet and the traces of battle left behind. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I'm too late. Those guys have already finished the fight." Not far away, Peter Parker ran over, panting, leaning on a street light and gasping, "Gwen, where did you go? How come I didn't see her?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled into an alley. "Hey, Gwen, you're here. Are you okay? Was that monster dealt with?" He looked Gwen up and down, asking curiously. Gwen nodded, "Yes, the superheroes from Marvel Clash came. They dealt with the monster called Abomination." Peter Parker said, "That's great. Since the monster is dealt with, let's go back quickly. It's getting late." "Okay." On the way, Gwen said to Peter Parker, "Peter, I remember your chemistry grades are very good. You even got an A in the experiment, didn't you?" Peter Parker asked, somewhat confused, "Yes, why, Gwen? Do you want me to tutor you in chemistry? But I remember your chemistry grades aren't bad either." Gwen explained, "No need for tutoring, I'm very satisfied with my grades. I wanted to ask if you could create a device that can shoot webs. Of course, the webs might need to be thicker. I feel that using webs to assist my abilities would be very convenient." Using webs to assist abilities. Peter Parker rubbed his chin, deep in thought. That's a very good idea, but making real webs is a bit difficult. Gwen was a little disappointed. "Oh, I see." Peter Parker's tone changed, and he smiled. "However, substituting with some other materials is no problem. The strength would even be greater than webs of the same thickness. You know, I'm Professor Connor's intern, and Osborn Corporation is doing research in related fields, so I have some understanding of it." Gwen quickly changed her expression, a smile reappearing on her face. She hugged Peter Parker and said, "I knew there's nothing you can't do, Peter." Feeling the pressure around his neck, Peter Parker felt a bit choked, but he still scratched his head and laughed. "I'm not as amazing as you say, Gwen, haha." As for the mess left by Abomination, it was, of course, handled by the military, which is General Ross. After today, it was uncertain whether he would still be a general. Inside the Marvel Clash Company, Betty watched over Banner's bed. Bruce Banner had not yet woken up. A knock on the door sounded. Betty opened the door. It was Klein. Betty showed a grateful expression and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Moretti, for taking Bruce away from my father. Otherwise, I can't imagine what my father would have done to Bruce." "Ms. Ross, it was just a small favor. We are a superhero company, so it's part of our duty." After some conversation, Klein stated the purpose of his visit. "Ms. Ross, we understand Mr. Banner's situation. Because of the super soldier serum and gamma radiation, a strange personality has appeared within Mr. Banner. Whenever this personality gains the upper hand, Mr. Banner transforms into Hulk, possessing abilities far beyond human. What I want to say is, our company has a way to help him control this power, so he no longer loses control and causes destruction." Betty's eyes widened, and she said happily, "Really? That's wonderful. And there's this too. It can help you gain the same power as Hulk. It has no side effects, and the abilities are completely controllable after use. I think you'll need it." Klein smiled at Betty, while handing her a syringe. "Hulk's strength." Betty took the syringe, asking with some confusion. "Yes, you are an ordinary person, Mr. Banner is a superhuman with powerful strength. You are not in the same world. Even if you are together now, you will separate in the future for various reasons. But with it, it's different. It can help you cross the barrier between you and Mr. Banner. Super strength, super jumping ability, almost invincible defense and recovery. Want to try it? No side effects." Klein's words were like the whispers of a devil. Betty was swayed by her, looking at the syringe in her hand, slowly moving it towards her arm, about to inject it. Klein stopped Betty's movement. "Wait, not here. The commotion will be huge and will disturb Mr. Banner." Betty came back to her senses and realized she was too impulsive. So she followed Klein to a training room. Since it was already early morning, there was no one else in the training room. "Here is fine. This room is specially made to effectively isolate any commotion." Looking at the syringe in her hand, Betty did not suspect Klein was lying to her. Klein was an excellent swindler, and he wasn't lying to Betty either. Betty thought of her father, Bruce Banner, and her own work and research. She loved Banner very much. As for her father, it wasn't as if she couldn't see him again after gaining strength. Being with Banner was more important. Picking up the syringe, Betty gestured a few times then put it down. She turned to Klein and said, "You help me inject it." "Of course, that's what a gentleman should do." Taking the syringe, Klein said very gentlemanly, "Madam, please bear with it, it will hurt a bit." Then Klein plunged the syringe into Betty's outstretched arm. "What's so painful about this? The needle isn't very big, is it?" Betty didn't mind. As an expert in cell biology, she was familiar with needles and wasn't afraid of injections. But as the serum was injected, Betty suddenly felt a sensation different from previous injections. Her cells seemed to be fighting. Her cells were like they were under foreign invasion, each one trembling wildly, seemingly tearing and differentiating. "Ah!" Betty hugged her body and knelt on the ground, her body slowly starting to swell and turn red. However, her body only grew to the size of Colossus, not reaching the size of Hulk. The next morning, in Bruce Banner's room, Banner vaguely opened his eyes and saw a red giant looking at him. He gave a start, did a sit-up, and rolled off the bed. "Hulk, why did you come out and turn red?" He hid his head behind the bed and tremblingly asked the red giant. Betty rolled her eyes and said, "Bruce, I'm Betty." As her voice fell, the red giant's body began to shrink, and her skin color returned to flesh tone, transforming back into Betty Ross's appearance. "Betty, it's really you." Banner peeked his body out from behind the bed and hesitantly asked. How did you become like this? Betty said casually. I also became a giant. Now I'm just like you. My father can't possibly arrest me too, can he? Banner was very smart. He understood that Betty had become a red giant for him. He said with some emotion. You don't have to do this for me. Betty said. I feel pretty good like this. I have immense strength, I won't get tired, and I won't get sick anymore. This way, I can better devote myself to my research. Banner was touched. He looked at Betty affectionately and embraced her. Then they bit each other's mouths, and both their bodies began to change, one turning green, the other turning red, seemingly about to engage in a giant brawl in the room. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came, and a voice simultaneously. I say, you two, this isn't a hotel, and my company can't withstand two giants clapping here. It'll shake my building down. Banner and Betty heard the voice, their bodies stiffened, and their transforming giant bodies stopped. They awkwardly let go of each other. Ahem. Betty coughed, then introduced Banner. Bruce, this is Klein Moretti, the CEO of Marvel Clash. It was his people who took you from my father, and they also defeated Bronski. Mr. Moretti also said he can help you control Hulk. Banner was stunned. Although he had been avoiding the military's capture, he had heard of Marvel Clash, this superhero company. It was understandable that they could subdue Bronski, who had become Abomination, but he didn't believe they could help him control Hulk. Banner had tried many methods, but none worked on Hulk, only managing to temporarily suppress him. Klein seemed to see Banner's suspicion and said with a smile. Mr. Banner, everything has a corresponding solution. Nothing is impossible. You can try it first before drawing conclusions, after all, you have nothing to lose. Banner understood that the other party saw his distrust and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Moretti. Tony, your father was also a genius. We Cybertronians seem to have records of this type of element. It's very similar to the energy of the legendary Tesseract. This energy is very suitable for powering space devices. With it, the construction of the ground bridge can be completed very quickly. Ratchet said to Tony, who was holding a triangular, metal-like thin sheet. Tony was startled, somewhat surprised. Powering space devices. I haven't tested its properties yet. Currently, I only know it can be used in the arc reactor. Also, what is the Tesseract? Yes, the Tesseract is the artifact of the Allfather Odin. He rules the 9 realms, and Earth belongs to Midgard among the 9 realms. It is rumored that Odin travels to different worlds through the Bifrost Bridge, and the Bifrost Bridge was created based on the principle of the Tesseract. Ratchet answered Tony's questions. Sounds very magical. But you said this element can speed up the construction of the ground bridge, so let's start quickly. I'm really looking forward to your ground bridge, Tony said impatiently. Ratchet went to a corner of the laboratory and took out a pile of items, saying to Tony. I've already prepared some basic items, just waiting for the energy device. Now with your new element, it should be done very quickly. Tony nodded, praising, I didn't expect Ratchet, you're quite reliable. At the same time in New Mexico, the weather changed dramatically. In thunder and storm, a hammer, like a meteor, crashed into the desert, and a naked man also fell from the sky, landing on Dr. Jane Foster's car. Inside Tony's base, Optimus Prime stepped onto the entrance, which had been replaced from stairs to a conveyor belt, slowly rising to Tony's laboratory and carefully walking in. Tony, why did he replace the stairs with a conveyor belt? How strange. Optimus Prime was astonished when he saw Tony and Ratchet, and he asked in confusion. What happened to you two? Tony now had huge dark circles under his eyes, and his face was gaunt, making him look like he was on drugs. Ratchet was fine, only his paint job was a bit dull. Optimus Prime, you've come at just the right time. Tony and I have built the ground bridge. Come and try it out, Ratchet greeted Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime was taken aback and asked. Didn't you say it would take some time to build due to energy issues? How is it ready so quickly? Optimus Prime, let me tell you, Tony and his father are both geniuses. His father discovered a new element, and Tony and I, following the clues his father left behind, created it. This element is perfect for spatial devices, which is why the ground bridge was built ahead of schedule. Ratchet explained enthusiastically to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime nodded. That's incredible. This is perfect. Last night, I sensed fluctuations from the Bifrost Bridge opening on Earth, and a powerful energy arriving on Earth. I was originally planning to borrow a plane from Tony, but now I can use the ground bridge directly. Tony, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask. Bifrost Bridge. Is it Odin's? Tony, you know about the Bifrost Bridge. It seems Ratchet told you. Yes, it's the one from Asgard, Optimus Prime confirmed Tony's statement. Tony asked, Optimus Prime, are you going to survey the place where the Bifrost Bridge appeared? I'll come along to see, perhaps I can improve the ground bridge based on the data. Optimus Prime did not refuse Tony's suggestion and nodded. Then Tony, you'll come with me. Ratchet, you stay at the base to control the ground bridge. I remember someone needs to operate it. After speaking, Optimus Prime hesitated again. He asked, however, are you really okay in this state? I think it would be better for you to rest first. At Optimus Prime's reminder, Tony suddenly felt drowsiness wash over him. He thought for a moment, took off the spark watch from his left wrist, handed it to Ratchet, and then said, Ratchet, help me steal my fatigue. Ratchet took the spark, transformed it back into a glove and put it on, then asked hesitantly. Tony, can it even steal fatigue? Of course, I've experimented with it. Not only fatigue, but also abstract things can be stolen, like emotional changes. Optimus Prime listened from the side, completely bewildered. He knew nothing about the spark glove. Ratchet, wearing the red spark glove on his left hand, twisted it counterclockwise. Tony's eyebrows twitched, and then nothing happened. It seems to have failed. As expected, stealing fatigue is too difficult. Ratchet scratched his head. After all, not everyone is as talented as I, Tony Stark. Failure is normal, just try a few more times, Tony said nonchalantly, taking the opportunity to praise himself. Ratchet tried a few more times and finally succeeded on the 5th attempt. Tony's fatigue was stolen. Tony stretched his back and exclaimed, I feel so refreshed. Optimus Prime's mechanical eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, how did you do that? Tony, you look much better, as if your fatigue has vanished. Just a small gadget, but it's really convenient to use. Tony said indifferently. Optimus Prime nodded. Since you've recovered, let's go now. I'll call Bumblebee, he's well suited for reconnaissance missions. In the desert of New Mexico, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had surrounded Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, in 3 layers. Next to Mjolnir, several agents wearing monocles encircled the hammer, discussing amongst themselves. This is the legendary Meow Meow hammer. It doesn't look majestic at all. That bizarro sorcerer, can you pick it up? Asked one of the secret sorcerer, Aemon. The bizarro sorcerer, Aemon, was speechless. You're asking me this? Haven't you seen that the scholar of Yore can't even pick it up? The scholar of Yore, Aemon, retorted. Who said I can't pick it up? It's just that the main body doesn't want to help, saying that if a historical projection picks it up, it doesn't count as me picking it up, so I can't summon the historical projection of the main body. So you still can't pick it up. The mentor of deceit, Aemon, said disdainfully. The scholar of Yore, Aemon, countered. What about you? You can't pick it up either, can you? The mentor of deceit, Aemon, said proudly. Of course I can pick it up, but that would trigger the runes Odin placed on the Meow Meow hammer, and he would notice its anomaly, which would be very troublesome to deal with. Without proof, you say you can pick it up. That's no different from us, you just can't pick it up. We agree. Several black lines appeared on the mentor of deceit, Amon's forehead. He had nothing to say to these clones. He paused, took out a small notebook, and said to the clones. The plan is going smoothly. Optimus Prime is already on his way here, and the clone inside that kid Leon has been notified to bring Leon over. There have been no accidents with Thor either, arranging for them to meet will be no problem. You just arrange it. We are just NPCs following orders. The mentor of deceit, Amon's mouth twitched again. In the wilderness of New Mexico, a blue light bridge appeared out of thin air. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and the Iron Man suit rushed out of it. Bumblebee's door opened, and Leon stepped out. The Iron Man suit's faceplate opened, revealing Tony's mustached face. He looked at Leon, who was looking around, and asked, "I really don't know why you insisted on coming along, kid." As a high-ranking member of Marvel Clash, Tony recognized Leon, the newly emerged superhero. Leon scratched his head. "Isn't it because my ability sensed that something important was going to happen here? Out of curiosity, I came with you." Actually, Leon asked in his mind, "Mr. Star, why are we here anyway? What's so interesting about a desert?" Leon's ability only had a range of a few hundred meters, he couldn't sense anything further. He came with Tony because he listened to Mr. Star, the grandpa inside him. "Something fun is going to happen here. Haven't you always seen yourself as the protagonist? A protagonist should be involved in events like this." Mr. Star's somewhat ethereal voice echoed in Leon's mind. Leon really wanted to complain, "But you still haven't told me what's going to happen here." Tony pouted and didn't ask the kid who always acted like a charlatan anymore. Charlatans were the most annoying. He turned to Optimus Prime and said, "Optimus Prime, is that the energy anomaly you're looking for?" As Tony spoke, he pointed to an area surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D., which had been converted into a temporary base. Optimus Prime looked at the surrounded base, sensed it for a moment, and nodded. "Yes, this is it. There's a strong energy residue here." As the group appeared so conspicuously, the agents and staff inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. base quickly noticed them. In less than a minute, Agent Coulson, whose hairline had receded even further, arrived before them. "Hello, Optimus Prime, Stark, Bumblebee, and Leon." "Leon, what are you doing here?" Agent Coulson greeted them one by one, but when he clearly saw Leon's face, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He hadn't recognized Leon at first because, although Leon's skin color had mostly returned to normal, his hair had changed, becoming much fluffier than before, which prevented Agent Coulson from immediately recognizing him. Leon, who had been mentioned, stepped forward and greeted Agent Coulson, saying, "Hi, Coulson, long time no see. Your hairline seems to have receded again. It must be that black bald egg squeezing you dry again. I told you not to spoil that black bald egg, he'll only exploit you more and more." Agent Coulson quickly coughed and said, "Leon, don't talk nonsense like that, especially in public." Leon said indifferently, "So what? I've already changed jobs. I'm a superhero now, that black bald egg can't control me anymore." Agent Coulson's eyelids twitched, but he said nothing more. He looked at Tony Stark and asked, "Stark, why are you here? This isn't close to New York, is it?" Tony didn't answer Agent Coulson's question, but instead said to himself, "You S.H.I.E.L.D. are very quick to react, you actually got here before us." After speaking, Tony walked towards the interior of the base, ignoring Agent Coulson. Seeing Tony walk into the base, Agent Coulson quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait, Stark, this is our S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Outsiders are not allowed in." Agent Coulson wanted to say more to stop Tony from entering, but then an arm hooked him. Leon leaned in, grinning, and said, "Coulson, we're practically family. It's just entering a base, don't be so rigid." Agent Coulson thought about it and didn't continue to block them. He knew that with Tony's personality, it was impossible for him to listen, and with Optimus Prime and Tony present, taking action was definitely out of the question. Most importantly, he didn't want to clash with Tony and the others. Walking inside the base, Agent Coulson began to explain the situation to them. "Early this morning, we observed an abnormal energy signature near New Mexico. When I arrived here, I found this." As he spoke, Agent Coulson pointed to a large crater in the center of the base. "Oh, you found a meteorite or a satellite?" Tony interjected. Optimus Prime looked at the crater, then said to Tony, Tony, if I'm not mistaken, that's not a meteorite or a satellite. Let's get a closer look. Arriving at the center of the large crater where Mjolnir was located, Tony curiously looked at the hammer and said to Agent Coulson. You're quite cautious. To prevent damage to the site, you actually built a base here. Agent Coulson said somewhat awkwardly. It's not that we wanted to build a base here, it's that we can't move this hammer. Is there an alien virus on it? Or will moving it damage it? Tony became even more curious. Neither. You can try to lift it, Agent Coulson said, patting the handle with a tone that suggested he was watching a show. It doesn't look heavy. Damaging the site isn't my fault. Tony finished speaking, stepped out of his armor, placed his hand on the hammer's handle, and pulled him. He couldn't budge it. Tony subtly released his hand, waved his right hand, and the armor redonned him. The armor's steel hand gripped the hammer's handle. Amidst the creaking and clanging of metal, the hammer remained motionless. Tony, not believing it, activated the thrusters on his armor's arms. Amidst the hum of energy being emitted, the armor made sounds of being overloaded, but the hammer still didn't move an inch. This hammer is strange. It's not connected to something huge underneath, is it? Tony gave up trying and began to study the ground and soil beneath the hammer, trying to find a weakness. Let me try. Leon enthusiastically stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves, and gripped the hammer's handle. So heavy, it's like pulling out a street light, Leon exclaimed in surprise. Then Agent Coulson felt a chill down his spine, as if something bad was about to happen. He looked around, found nothing unusual. That's strange. The last time I felt like this was a few months ago, and after that, I had bad luck for a whole week. It's not going to happen again, is it? Agent Coulson secretly warned himself. Forget it, I can't lift it either. Leon said, then released his hand and stepped away from the hammer. He felt that Agent Coulson's luck wasn't working either, as he still couldn't lift the hammer. Agent Coulson suddenly felt everything return to normal, the feeling of impending disaster on him was gone. He turned to look at Bumblebee, who was standing nearby, very curious, and said, Bumblebee, you try it. Maybe you can lift it. Okay, I'll try. Bumblebee rubbed his hands together like a fly, gripped the hammer's handle, and amidst the mechanical grinding, the ground beneath Bumblebee's feet began to crack, but Mjolnir remained unmoved. Bumblebee gave up. Optimus Prime didn't rush to lift the hammer, but instead observed the patterns on Mjolnir. He explained to everyone. The patterns on the hammer are all runic script, mastered by Odin, the All-Father. Legend has it that Odin, the king of gods, found the well of wisdom. To gain wisdom, he sacrificed one of his eyes, drank the water from the well of wisdom, and hung himself upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights, finally comprehending the power of runes. After saying this, Optimus Prime moved to a different position and continued to observe. There's a phrase here, whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. This seems to be a spell. Tony and Agent Coulson were both very surprised. Tony was fine, he had already learned about Asgard from Optimus Prime. But Agent Coulson had never imagined that figures from mythology were real, and he couldn't comprehend it at first. Agent Coulson asked, somewhat disbelievingly. Are you saying Odin is the Odin from Norse mythology? And is this hammer the weapon of Thor from there? Based on the information here, your understanding is correct, Agent Coulson. Tony interjected. Is that the key? Optimus Prime, did you mean that anyone who can lift this hammer can become Thor? Optimus Prime said, that's what the hammer says, I cannot guarantee it. Tony was a bit curious. This reminds me of King Arthur's sword in the stone. Could this hammer be a similar item, where lifting it not only grants the power of Thor but also makes one the king of Asgard? I am not Odin, I cannot give you an answer. Optimus Prime said. After speaking, he gripped the handle of Mjolnir. His body sank slightly. Having seen Tony and Bumblebee's attempts, Optimus Prime chose to build up strength before lifting the hammer. As Optimus Prime pulled his body upward, the sky instantly darkened, and lightning struck, hitting Mjolnir. Far away in the palace of Asgard, Odin had used too much of his divine power to save Thor and his companions from the frost giants. Coupled with Loki's provocation, his divine power became somewhat uncontrollable, forcing him to enter Odin's league prematurely. The characteristic of the Asgardian is that the older they get, the stronger their divine power becomes. Odin's divine power was too immense, but his body could no longer bear it, so he had to regularly enter Odin's leap to adjust. At this moment, Odin, lying in a deep slumber, suddenly felt his eyelids twitch. He sensed that Mjolnir had been lifted, but not by his son, Thor. Someone on Midgard can actually lift Mjolnir. Although Odin's body was in a deep sleep, his mind was still very active and could sense everything in the outside world. At a hospital not far from the shield base, Thor, who had lost his divine power, completed his discharge procedures with Jane Foster. Following behind Jane Foster, Thor grumbled, "You Earthlings are truly rude, to treat Thor so rudely. What is that small black stick in that woman's hand?" He was referring to the stun gun in Daisy's hand. Last night, Thor had been knocked out by the stun gun in Daisy's hand. Daisy, who was ahead, turned her head and pointed a finger at her own head, gesturing to Jane, as if to say, "Is there something wrong with his head?" Jane nodded slightly. She also felt there was something wrong with Thor's head. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and thunder began to rumble. Thor's body suddenly stiffened, and he looked incredulously into the distance, where a bolt of lightning struck. He sensed that his hammer had been lifted by someone else. No, Mjolnir. Thor suddenly fell to his knees, beginning to wail. "What, meow meow, and are you afraid of thunder?" Daisy asked curiously. No. Thor was in no mood to pay attention to Daisy. He was completely immersed in the sorrow of being abandoned by Mjolnir. Optimus Prime stumbled, bracing himself with an arm on the ground behind him to avoid falling. The weight of this hammer was beyond his imagination, it was too light. He felt this hammer weighed only about 20 kilograms. How could Bumblebee and the others not be able to lift it? Lightning descended from the sky, striking the hammer. "Wow, this hammer is actually a lightning rod." Tony exaggerated. Optimus Prime's body began to glow, with electric light shimmering on him, and slowly, lightning patterns appeared on his metal body. "Heya!" Optimus Prime shouted, raising Mjolnir high and smashing it into the ground. Electric arcs spread in all directions, and a violent impact rushed towards the onlookers. "Oh, shit!" Tony quickly closed the mask of his armor. Fortunately, he had just put his armor back on. Bumblebee quickly turned around, shielding a dazed Leon and Coulson in his arms. All the electronic equipment in the entire shield base was destroyed. Tony controlled his armor to stand up from the ground, saying in an annoyed tone, "Optimus Prime, do you get rid of old friends as soon as you get new power?" How heartless. Bumblebee shook the dirt off himself, putting Leon and Coulson down. Both of them were still a bit dizzy. Optimus Prime said awkwardly, "Sorry, a surge of energy suddenly appeared inside me, and I couldn't help but release it." Tony wasn't too concerned about the impact he had just received, his previous words were mainly a tease. He asked with some curiosity, "Optimus Prime, have you become Thor? Are you going to Asgard to inherit the throne? Will someone come to pick you up?" Optimus Prime shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I can confirm this is Mjolnir, and I have a feeling that Thor is nearby." "Thor? Is that the original master of this hammer? He's also nearby. Is he abdicating, so he put the hammer here to choose his successor?" Tony made a bold guess. After speaking, he thought of something else and said to Optimus Prime, "Quick, put the hammer down. I'll try to lift it again. I think you must have triggered some mechanism to lift this hammer. Now that it's in a different spot, maybe I can lift it." Tony was still a bit unwilling to give up, believing he could lift the hammer. "Tony, it's no use. After lifting this hammer, I learned some information. This hammer can only be lifted by those who are worthy. I'm sorry, but you are not worthy." Although Optimus Prime said this to Tony, he still placed the hammer on the ground, intending to let Tony try again so that Tony would truly give up. "How can I, Tony Stark, not be worthy? It must be the wrong posture. It was clear that even with a flamboyant new posture, Tony still couldn't lift Mjolnir. How can this be? Tony was still unconvinced. Optimus Prime picked up Mjolnir again and placed it back on the stone pillar where it originally rested. It doesn't belong to me. Although I don't know why I can lift it, its master is still the mythical Thor. We should find him. Let's leave the hammer here for now, no one should be able to take it. Tony gave up his attempts to lift Mjolnir. He asked, how are we going to find that Thor? We don't even know if he's human. Records show that Asgardians and you Earthlings are indistinguishable in appearance, and Thor should be nearby. I can sense him, Optimus Prime said. Coulson was currently distressed by the damage to the base. Although he wouldn't have to pay for the broken equipment, Fury would certainly use this as an excuse to continue to exploit him. The thought made him miserable. After hearing Tony and Optimus Prime's conversation, Coulson seized the opportunity and suggested, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. can help with that. We can access surveillance in the surrounding areas and some housing records, which would be very useful. Tony smiled and said, all right, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still somewhat useful. After a brief conversation, the group left the meteor crater where Mjolnir was located. At this moment, a person dressed as a reindeer appeared next to Mjolnir. He looked somewhat upset. It was Loki. He placed his hand on the hammer's handle, trying many times but failing to lift the hammer. Damn it, why can that Cybertron robot lift the hammer, but I can't? Damn it, damn it. He was somewhat exasperated. Oh, Bambi is about to cry. It's normal, after all, the third princess crying is very normal. A poor child lacking love. The voices of discussion came from behind. Loki sharply turned his head and saw a few guys wearing monocles. He asked warily, who are you? Why can you see me? Hearing this, the few people chattered again. Oh dear, Bambi is looking at us, what should we do? Don't worry, I'll steal his memories of us later. Loki was a bit angry, these guys were ignoring him. Hey, what are you doing? Are you listening to me? As his words fell, the few people in front of him disappeared, and Loki, as if nothing had happened, once again came before Mjolnir, attempting to lift it. Damn it, why can that Cybertron robot lift the hammer, but I can't? Damn it, Loki once again said in exasperation. Bang! A cup was smashed on the ground, and Thor shouted loudly. Another one. Daisy endured the strange looks from the people around them and quickly said to Thor. Hey, Thor, this is the 5th cup you've broken. If it wasn't for your good looks, which enchanted Jane, I would have stopped caring about you a long time ago. After speaking, Daisy turned to the bartender and smiled apologetically. He's not quite right in the head. We'll pay for all the cups at the end. Thor took the beer handed to him by the bartender, drank half of it in one gulp, and said dejectedly. My beloved ran off with someone else. I have nothing left now. Daisy's mouth twitched. She had already imagined a melodramatic love story. The handsome Thor comes home to find his wife with another man, and his wife scoffs, Thor, he's richer than you, and you have nothing but your body. Leave. Unable to accept it, Thor rushed out of his house in the middle of the night, ran wildly on the road, and was eventually hit by their car, causing him some mental issues. All right, it's just a woman. She abandoned you, you can find a new one. I think Jane is pretty good. Daisy directly sold out her mentor. Although she was also eyeing Thor's physique, she wouldn't like a lunatic. Thor was stunned, then became even sadder. You don't understand anything. For 1,000 years, my hammer has been with me for 1,000 years. Today, it suddenly doesn't want me anymore. Bang! Thor downed the drink in his cup and smashed the cup on the ground again. Another one. Thor, this is the 6th one. Don't smash any more, I have to pay for all of these. Daisy was very displeased. Outside the bar, Leon arrived at the door. Looking at the bar in front of him and hearing the noise from inside, he muttered to himself in disbelief. Mr. Star, is Thor really in a place like this? The Asgardians are addicted to alcohol, and Thor Odinson is the worst among them. He is here, Amon's ethereal voice reached Leon's ears. Leon nodded, no longer doubting, and walked into the bar. It was as chaotic as he expected. Avoiding the burly men reeking of alcohol, Leon went to the bar and ordered a beer from the bartender. He drank while observing the situation in the bar. There was nothing special, except for a burly man who kept smashing cups. It seemed he had suffered a severe blow. Doesn't look like Thor at all, he muttered in a low voice. Leon asked Daisy, who was sitting on the right. Beautiful lady, have you noticed anyone strange in the bar? Like a guy who keeps bragging that he's a god. Daisy looked over when she heard him. He was quite handsome, she thought, and then pointed to Thor, who was still drinking, saying, he keeps bragging that he's Thor. He's the strangest person here. Thor's ears twitched, as if he had heard Daisy discussing him. Leon was a bit disbelieving. The man in front of him was clearly an alcoholic, just a bit strong, and had none of the appearance of the mythical Thor. Yes, it's him. He keeps saying he's Thor. I suspect he's mentally unstable because his wife betrayed him. Daisy explained to Leon in a low voice, as if afraid Thor would hear her. Is that so? Leon nodded and said to Daisy again. Do you know him? I'm with the FBI, investigating a mentally unstable lunatic. I suspect that guy is the one. That lunatic often claims to be a god. Leon showed Daisy his FBI identification. He used this when he was a SHIELD agent. Although he was no longer an agent, he hadn't returned any of SHIELD's equipment, including various FBI and CIA IDs, which could all be verified in the system. Daisy's eyes widened, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. She composed herself before continuing. I'm not familiar with him, I only met him yesterday. He crashed into our car, and then he's been acting crazy. I'm just temporarily looking after him, I have nothing to do with him. I've long thought he wasn't normal. Although Daisy clearly had an intention of distancing herself, Leon still understood that the drunkard in front of him was very likely Thor. Thor is an alcoholic, Leon exclaimed in his heart. Relying on his superpowers, Leon wasn't afraid of Thor. He walked straight over and sat beside Thor, wanting to talk to him. At this moment, Thor had just finished a beer, raised his right hand, and was about to smash the glass onto the floor again. Leon's reflexes were still good. Before the glass could hit the ground, he extended his foot, hooked the glass, and lifted it, sending the glass steadily onto the table. Even in his sadness, Thor noticed this Midgardian who was clearly coming for him. He raised his haggard face and asked lifelessly, Midgardian, do you have something for me? The words Leon wanted to ask got stuck in his throat. Is this Thor? Why is he such a mess? So he changed his opening line, hey, buddy, this cup belongs to the bar. It's not a good habit to smash them like that. Thor said spiritlessly, that's how we do it where I'm from. Leon asked suggestively, where you're from, Asgard. Thor instantly perked up and quickly said, you actually know Asgard. Then his expression darkened again, and he said somewhat dejectedly, it's all meaningless now. I've lost my divine power, and even Mjolnir has abandoned me. Abandoned? Leon felt that things were beyond their expectations. It turned out that Thor wasn't looking for an heir, but had lost his divine power. Was this some kind of trial? He decided to get straight to the point, are you Thor Odinson? The light in Thor's eyes intensified a bit. He asked curiously, you know me? Leon smiled, the famous Thor, who doesn't know him? I didn't expect to meet someone who knows me on Midgard. Thor's eyes dimmed a little as he continued. But I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Because I made a mistake, my father stripped me of my divine power and exiled me to the realm of mortals, Midgard, which you call Earth. I am no longer Thor, a new Thor has appeared. Go find the person who wields Mjolnir, he is the new Thor. Upon hearing this, Leon understood something and said to Thor, I know the person who wields Mjolnir. He is also looking for you. That person believes you are the true Thor and wants to return the hammer to you. I also believe that. Thor was moved by the words. He took a deep breath and said, I recognize his character. No wonder he can wield my hammer. I'll go find him now. You know him, right? Take me to him now. The more Thor spoke, the more confident he became, as if sweeping away his decadence and becoming self-assured again. Leon nodded and smiled. Now that's more like Thor. Leon went to the bar and said to the bartender, "Buddy, I'll pay for that blonde strong man's drinks." Daisy watched Leon and Thor leave, chatting and laughing, and breathed a sigh of relief. The lunatic had been taken away by the FBI, and she was safe. "You're Thor." Tony circled Thor a few times. "You don't look like it. You look more like a big oaf who's worked out too much and gone dumb." "Kid Leon, you didn't just pull some actor to fool us, did you?" Thor was a bit displeased at being spoken to like that and retorted, "Little beard, what are you saying? Let's have a duel, and I'll show you that even without my divine power, I, Thor, can still string you up and beat you." With that, Thor was about to step forward and give Tony a good beating. "Thor, calm down. You're here to get your hammer." Leon held Thor back, preventing him from being pinned to the ground by Tony's armor. A clanking and whirring sound came. Thor turned around and saw a red and blue robot with lightning patterns behind him. He realized he didn't even reach its knee. Thor paused, and some memories surfaced in his mind. He remembered his mother telling him about such creatures when he was a child, called, "You are a Cybertronian." Thor remembered that these were the legendary Cybertronians. Unlike the mainstream carbon-based life forms in the universe, Cybertronians are silicon-based. Every Cybertronian currently roaming the universe is a powerful weapon of war. Optimus Prime said, "I am Optimus Prime, Thor Odinson. Your Asgardian race is well known in the universe, especially you, son of Odin." "Haha, of course. We, Asgard, are the strongest in the universe." As if speaking of something he was proud of, Thor began to chuckle foolishly. Leon couldn't help but silently complain in his mind, "I'm afraid I didn't bring back an idiot." As Thor laughed, he grew sad. His mood dropped again as he said, "I am no longer Thor. I feel the power of the storm within your body. You must have lifted Mjolnir." Optimus Prime nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Yes, I lifted your hammer, but I understand its master is not me, but you, Thor Odinson." Thor said, "Optimus Prime, you are a person of noble character. Where is my hammer? I will retrieve it now and become Thor again." Coulson silently walked over and proactively introduced to Thor, "Your Excellency Thor, to look after your hammer, our shield has protected it. It's over there. Follow me, and I'll take you to get it. You people are quite nice." Thor, unaware of the truth, believed Coulson's words. It wasn't that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to protect Mjolnir, it was just that they couldn't move it and were worried about others touching the hammer, so they built a base for research. Following Coulson, Thor arrived inside the meteorite crater in the center of the base. Looking at Mjolnir before him, Thor's body began to tremble, trembling with excitement. "My hammer, I'm taking you home now." Thor walked towards Mjolnir like an obsessed man. Mjolnir also seemed very active, the sky instantly darkened, and faint thunder rumbled. The environmental rendering is good. This hammer is suitable for a movie prop. It could save a lot on special effects. Seeing this scene again, Tony couldn't help but think of some strange things. Thor approached the hammer, Thor grabbed the handle, Thor mustered all his strength, Thor shouted with all his might, Thor's voice gradually faded, Thor knelt on the ground, Thor looked up, Thor cried out in sorrow. No. Thor once again couldn't accept it, his hammer had rejected him. The hammer that had accompanied him for 1,000 years had abandoned him. The weather seemed to be affected by Thor's emotions, and raindrops began to fall, turning into a torrential downpour in a few breaths. "I'm so foolish, truly. I knew Mjolnir had recognized Optimus Prime, but I still held out hope that Mjolnir would acknowledge me, its former master." Thor began to mutter distractedly. Leon whispered, "Has he been hit too hard?" He then mused, "Is this like his wife ran off with another man?" Tony added insult to injury for Thor. Not only that, her new lover doesn't even like her. Their conversation seemed to reach Thor's ears, and the air pressure around Thor dropped even lower. "But we can confirm he is Thor. This rain must be caused by him. When we lifted the hammer, only Optimus Prime caused this situation, and Optimus Prime gained Thor's power." Leon asked, "What do we do with him? He doesn't seem to be recovering his divine power anytime soon." Tony smiled, then let's keep him. It's perfect for gathering intelligence on Asgard. Our shield can provide accommodation. We have plenty of manpower, so handling this is no problem. Coulson quickly volunteered shield for the task. Otherwise, with these powerful beings here, it would be difficult for shield to get involved with Thor and Asgard's affairs. Thor looked at Coulson and said, "Okay, you find us a place to stay too." Damn it. Why can that Cybertronian lift Mjolnir, which even Thor can't lift, and I, the new king of Asgard, couldn't lift it either? Loki raged ineffectually in the heavenly palace's great hall. Mjolnir was a symbol of kingship, and he would not allow anyone other than his father Odin, Thor, and himself to possess it, even though he himself couldn't lift Mjolnir at all. Pacing back and forth, Loki could only think of destroying that Cybertronian. He remembered a weapon in the heavenly palace's treasury, Odin's armor, the Destroyer. Using that, I can definitely destroy that Cybertronian. Thinking this, Loki rushed to the heavenly palace's treasury. After Odin fell into Odin's leap, he temporarily took over the position of God King and could freely use items within the heavenly palace's treasury. Thor, can you explain the concept of the world tree again? Tony asked Thor, turning on the recording function on his wristband. He wanted to save this valuable information. Yes, if you want to hear it, I can talk to you all day. Thor paused, then continued. The World Tree is a special structure in the universe that connects the 9 realms. It also exists physically in each world. The handle of my hammer, Mjolnir, is made from a branch of the World Tree, which is excellent for energy conduction. There are many space-time rifts within the 9 realms. Through them, you Midgardians can also travel between the various worlds. However, these space-time rifts are constantly changing and their locations are difficult to pinpoint, so it's generally impossible to travel between worlds using these rifts. That's why we use the Bifrost Bridge to travel between these worlds. It can connect to the veins of the World Tree, allowing us to travel between the various worlds very conveniently. The 9 realms are Asgard, Vanaheim of the Vanir, Nidavellir of the Dwarves, Alfheim, the home of the Light Elves, Jotunheim of the Frost Giants, Svartalheim of the Dark Elves, Muspelheim of the Fire Giants, Helheim, the realm of the dead, and your mortal world, Midgard. We also call it Middle-earth, but my father mentioned not to underestimate Middle-earth, as there are many powerful beings within it, though I haven't heard of any powerful beings among you Midgardians. These 9 realms do not exist in the same space. Most of them are located in different dimensions, which means you cannot directly travel to our Asgard through space travel. You mentioned dimensional planes. I've heard of that concept, but it's currently just a hypothesis. Are you already using it in Asgard? Tony asked. Thor scratched his head and said, "You mean dimensional space? That's common knowledge, what's so strange about it?" "All right, common knowledge. Then can you explain this common knowledge to me in detail?" Tony finally realized that Asgard's technological level was far superior to Earth's, and he also understood how others felt when he usually showed off his advanced knowledge, though he didn't think it was showing off. Beep beep beep. The bracelet on Tony's right hand suddenly made a sound and flashed continuously. Tony was startled. This was an alarm from the drones he had deployed near the base, indicating danger was approaching. Tony gave up on asking Thor about dimensional space, quickly tapped the bracelet a few times, and then said, "Jarvis, what's wrong outside?" Jarvis's voice came from the bracelet. "Sir, the drone detected a giant metal armor suddenly appearing and approaching the base." Then a projection appeared from the bracelet, displaying the outside scene in front of Tony and Thor. While Tony was still wondering what it was, he heard Thor's exclamation. "Destroyer. How did it appear on Midgard? Is Destroyer its name? Is it from Asgard?" Tony thought it was an Asgardian looking for Thor. Thor's expression was grave as he said, "The Destroyer is my father King's armor. He hasn't used it for many years. In my memory, every time he used it, it was for battle." Tony's face also changed. Odin sending a weapon to Earth like this had very ominous implications. "Thor, tell me about the Destroyer's characteristics." At this time, outside the base, Coulson and his team also noticed the large entity that had appeared near the base. However, because of Tony Stark, he mistook the destroyer for Tony's new armor. Coulson found a megaphone from somewhere and shouted at the destroyer. "Mr. Stark, if you need to store armor, you can come with me. Our base has a dedicated spot." The destroyer didn't react, as if it hadn't heard anything. "Stark didn't hear me." Coulson was a bit confused. "Officer, I advise you to leave there. It's about to attack." A slightly lazy voice came from behind Coulson. Before Coulson understood what was happening, he saw the destroyer's mask split open, and energy gathered on its face. Coulson's eyes widened. He understood what was about to happen and quickly lunged sideways, dodging the destroyer's attack. Where he had been standing, a deep pit was left behind. "Oh, sh*T. This isn't Stark's armor, it's an enemy. Quickly, go get Stark and Optimus Prime." Coulson ran while messaging Tony, asking for backup. "Officer, our attacks failed to penetrate the enemy armor." The agents who tried to retaliate helplessly discovered that their firearms had no effect on the large entity in the distance. "Then go back to the base and get heavy weapons. Hold out until Stark and Optimus Prime arrive as backup." Coulson made what he believed was the most correct decision: find two tall ones to bear the brunt. "Who's looking for me?" An unrestrained voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw Tony, clad in his armor, arriving. "I have to say, Odin's armor isn't as good looking as mine." Tony was very confident in his aesthetic. "Don't worry, Thor told me that this thing can only unleash its power when Odin wears it. Right now, it's just a remote-controlled robot with limited attack power. I can take care of it easily." After speaking, Tony controlled the Iron Man armor to approach the destroyer and said, "Odin God King, I call you God King because of your age, but it's very impolite to casually send weapons to someone else's planet. I advise you to recall this destroyer armor." The destroyer didn't even glance at Tony, silently walking towards the shield. "Base. Jarvis, was I ignored?" "It appears, sir, that you were indeed ignored," Jarvis replied. Jarvis's main body was currently at Stark Industries helping Pepper with affairs. What was on Tony now was just a sub-program. "I'm going to reason with this armor. How can it ignore me, Iron Man? Hey, you big lug, do you hear my voice? Or do you not communicate using sound, but electromagnetic waves? No, that's not right, Thor can understand. Or are you an automated program that can't understand human speech?" Tony circled the destroyer armor, his mouth not idle, continuously chattering about something. Loki's forehead, far away in the heavenly palace, twitched with a popping vein. He was currently controlling the destroyer, and Tony's voice reached his ears, every word. "What a fly." Loki's hand, gripping the eternal spear, tightened slightly. This was the tool he used to control the destroyer. The eternal spear, also known as Gungnir, was the weapon of God King Odin, currently being used by Loki. This was also a crucial reliance for Loki to become the temporary God King. The destroyer armor on Earth received Loki's message, its fist suddenly clenching, and it unleashed a punch at a speed that Tony and his armor could not react to, aiming directly at Tony flying in the air. Tony was still chattering and analyzing, confident that even if the destroyer attacked from this distance, Jarvis would be able to react. Then Tony felt a strong impact, flying back several hundred meters. It was only during his backward flight that Tony heard Jarvis's warning. "Sir, be careful, the opponent is about to attack." "Jarvis, your warning is too late. I'm almost flying back to New York." After tumbling a few times on the ground, Tony finally managed to control the armor, dissipating the force and coming to a stop. Looking at the armor, which was rendered scrap by a single blow from the destroyer, Tony sighed and said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, put aside what you're doing and send me the new armor. We'll blow this destroyer up together." A few seconds after Tony finished speaking, data streams emerged from his bracelet, forming Jarvis's body. Jarvis's body shifted, releasing the Mark VI stored within him. Tony eagerly took off the damaged armor and began to put on the Mark VI. Jarvis warned, "Sir, The Mark 6 has not undergone complete testing yet, there might be issues. Tony pointed at the severely damaged Mark 5 and said, exasperated. Jarvis, do you expect me to fight in this scrapped armor? Jarvis said, Sir, I believe you could choose to leave the fight to me. It's too dangerous for you to personally engage. No, if I don't fight myself, what kind of Iron Man am I? Inside the shield base, Optimus Prime, resting in his truck form, suddenly sensed something and transformed back into his Autobots form, looking towards the destroyer. More Asgardians have arrived. Optimus Prime stood up abruptly and said to Bumblebee, who was nearby, Bumblebee, watch the base, I'm going to check the situation. With a few large strides, Optimus Prime ran out of the base, heading in the direction where the destroyer had appeared. Click, clack, Bumblebee also transformed back into his Autobots form, looking at the running Optimus Prime with some confusion. Not long after Optimus Prime left, Thor came running, panting, and anxiously asked Bumblebee, where is Optimus Prime? He suddenly left, I don't know why. Thor paced anxiously for a few circles and then asked Bumblebee, can you take me there? I have an urgent matter. Bumblebee shook his head and said, sorry, Thor, my mission is to guard the base, I can't take you there. Bumblebee, if you take me there and come back, it won't take up too much of your time. No. Bumblebee refused Thor's request. Thor was very anxious. If it were before, he would have just swung his hammer and gone, but now he could only use his legs. Stubborn Cybertronian. Thor was panting as he ran across the desert, secretly complaining about Bumblebee. Hey, Thor, do you want a ride? A somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Thor looked back and saw Leon, driving a car, pulling up behind him. Son of Jones, you are my good brother from now on. Thor exclaimed in surprise. That's a strange title. Leon felt a bit awkward being called that by Thor. Sitting in the car, Thor asked with some curiosity, Leon, your car is so cool. Leon raised his hand and pressed a few buttons on the car. The car body began to change, the tires retracted, replaced by 4 thrusters. As Leon slightly raised the steering wheel, the thrusters sprayed crimson fire, and the car flew into the air. This reminds me of Pegasus. Haha, this isn't my car, it's Coulson's. It's called Laura, and it's Coulson's beloved car. He usually can't bear to use this flying function, he treasures it very much. When Leon worked with Coulson, he often heard Coulson talk about his precious car. Leon had long wanted to try this flying car, which only appeared in sci-fi movies, but Coulson always refused Leon's attempts, saying that the flying mode caused great damage to Laura. Today, Leon found an opportunity and drove Laura out. Coulson was a bit disappointed. He hadn't expected Iron Man, whom he regarded as a savior, to be swatted away by the armored monster in one encounter. Ah, Tony is back. Jarvis, restrict its movements. Tony and Jarvis came to the destroyer's side, one on the left and one on the right, launching several oddly shaped missiles from behind. The missiles landed on the destroyer, exploding into a cloud of white mist. Then, ice began to rapidly form on the destroyer's body, and its movements started to slow down. Big guy, so fast yet it doesn't even dodge. Tony's triumphant voice came through his armor. The freezing missiles were specially prepared for large enemies, capable of quickly forming ice layers on the enemy's body to restrict their movements. This was a product of his research on how to deal with Cybertronians, and he specifically had Jarvis bring the freezing missiles for this purpose. Jarvis's chest began to deform, and with a humming sound, his chest transformed into a giant muzzle, constantly charging. This was Jarvis's strongest move, concentrating over 60% of his energy into his chest and firing it through a special conversion muzzle. This attack was equivalent to a tomahawk missile. The ice on the destroyer's body began to shatter, but before it could completely break free, it was struck by Jarvis's attack and sent flying backward. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Enemy successfully dealt with. This so-called destroyer is nothing special. Jarvis's body returned to normal, and his mechanical eyes moved, sensing something was wrong. He turned around and swept away into the distance with Tony. Sir, the destroyer has not been dealt with yet. What? Tony hadn't understood what was happening yet when an endless burst of energy erupted from the dust, sending Tony and Jarvis, who were flying in the air, a further distance away. Tony looked into the dust, and then he gasped in shock. What? As the dust dissipated, the destroyer in the center was exposed again. After such a fierce attack from Jarvis just now, there wasn't a single scratch on its metal body. Jarvis then spoke, refuting Tony's idea. Sir, the destroyer's body actually sustained some damage from the previous attack, but it quickly recovered the damage in a way we don't understand, which is why it appears to be unharmed. Tony breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but he was still very worried. The destroyer's defense was so strong. That was the maximum damage Tony and Jarvis could inflict, yet it only left almost invisible damage on the destroyer, and it was rapidly recovering. How could they fight this? Mortals, you have angered a god. A condescending voice came from within the destroyer. It was Loki speaking through the destroyer. It can talk. I thought it was a mute. Tony still didn't forget to be sarcastic. The destroyer's faceplate opened, revealing a magma-like space inside, and then a basketball-sized energy beam shot towards Tony. The attack was too swift. Tony had no time to dodge and could only passively activate a new function of the Mark VI. With a burst of mechanical movement, parts of the armor directly ejected from Tony's body, blocking the path of the energy beam. Then, using the recoil from the ejected armor, Tony's body and the remaining armor bounced away from the attack. Boom! The ejected armor didn't even leave a speck of dust. This move is called Golden Cicada shedding its shell. Tony, who had been launched away, said. The remaining armor on him was significantly lighter and thinner. The Golden Cicada shedding its shell protocol was originally designed to prevent emergencies. It was automatically triggered by the armor and didn't require Tony's control. When the armor system detected an unavoidable attack that the armor itself couldn't defend against, it would trigger the Golden Cicada shedding its shell protocol to save Tony's life. Jarvis flew to Tony's side, his body changing again to envelop Tony's body. Sir, let us be one in mind. Tony couldn't help but complain. Jarvis, what you just said is so embarrassing, it's like a line from a Japan animation. What's it called? Oh, right, it's Tsuchunabyu. Sir, that's not animation, it's anime. I explored some Japan works to better understand what I am. I feel Japan is very advanced in this area. Sir, you can also find inspiration for developing armor from Japan anime. I'm not a child. Currently flying in the air was the fused form of Tony and Jarvis, which Tony called the Mark VI Jarvis upgraded version. It was a form designed for synchronized combat with Jarvis. Ever since Jarvis became a true life form, Tony had a slight aversion to fighting while wearing Jarvis. It was like he was inside Jarvis's body. Well, he was inside Jarvis's body, and Jarvis's image was a male, and Tony didn't want to be inside a male body. Ugly Monster, a second stage transformation is a protagonist standard. In recent days, that kid Leon kept mentioning protagonist in Tony's ear, making Tony remember a few lines. After merging with Jarvis, the Iron Man armor's performance in all aspects greatly improved, and even the energy Jarvis had consumed earlier was replenished. Ugly Monster, it's stage 2 now. The Jarvis armor extended its hands forward, and the armor on its hands began to deform, revealing a shield and a mace. Tony Jarvis arrived in front of the destroyer and smashed its faceplate with the mace. With a loud bang, deep cracks appeared on the destroyer's faceplate. Feeling the attack, Loki controlled the destroyer to throw an iron fist. Thud! With a loud crash, the destroyer's iron fist struck Tony Jarvis's shield, and some of the kinetic energy seemed to disappear out of thin air, only causing Tony Jarvis to retreat a very short distance. What's going on? Loki felt that something was wrong. The destroyer's power should have sent this Iron Man flying, and with the destroyer's defense, it was actually breached by this Iron Man with a mace. Tony said proudly, Ugly Monster, this shield is made of vibranium, and this is all about money. Tony had incorporated a large amount of vibranium into the shield, which could absorb kinetic energy, greatly improving its defensive power. This was also why Tony Jarvis was not sent flying by the destroyer. The mace, on the other hand, was entirely made of adamantium, making it almost indestructible. The money spent on these two pieces of equipment made even a big spender like Tony feel a pang in his heart. That black-hearted merchant Klein actually sold them to me at twice the market price. That's right, Tony's vibranium and adamantium were all acquired from Aemon. There was no other way. Even if Tony could collect an equivalent amount of materials without Amon's channels, it would take an eternity. Mortal, you are too arrogant. The power of a god is beyond your imagination. Loki's somewhat irritated voice came from within the destroyer, followed by an energy blast with no wind-up. Tony Jarvis, who was already prepared, certainly wouldn't be hit by the same move twice and quickly dodged the energy beam by sidestepping. Tony said proudly, "Ugly monster, the same trick won't work on me." 2.5 minutes later, Tony Jarvis was kicked away by the destroyer, rolling dozens of meters on the ground before stopping. The face mask of the Tony Jarvis armor opened, revealing Tony's somewhat pale face. Tony coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the vibranium-infused shield in his hand was deformed. Shit, I should have incorporated vibranium into the entire suit. Never mind, a vibranium chest plate isn't bad either. Tony thought about the price of vibranium and still gave up on the plan of making the entire suit out of vibranium, deciding to make a close-fitting chest plate first, which would have the same effect. "Jarvis, are you alright?" Jarvis's obviously weakened voice replied, "Sir, I'm fine, I just need some time to recover. Let's retreat first." With that, Jarvis controlled the armor to fly up. Just as he accelerated to make his escape, the destroyer directly grabbed Tony Jarvis's leg. "Mortal, you anger a god and then think you can just run." Loki's voice came through the destroyer. Tony's face was a little stiff as he turned back and smiled. "Hey, maybe it's different customs. On Earth, when our clothes are torn, we change into new ones. I'm going to change into new clothes now." Loki heard this and laughed. In Asgard, broken armor is a symbol of honor, there's no need to change. Suddenly, Tony Jarvis, held by the destroyer, became ethereal, transforming into streams of data, and broke free from the destroyer's hand. Haha, I was waiting for Jarvis to dematerialize and escape. Ugly monster, what are you waiting for? As Tony's words fell, the data stream that Tony Jarvis had turned into completely disappeared, leaving only a mobile phone in the destroyer's hand. Datification took time, and direct transfer also required a carrier, which was why Tony had said those words to the destroyer to buy time. Damn it! Loki cursed in a low, annoyed voice. He, the god of mischief, had actually been tricked by a mortal. The destroyer turned its gaze towards the shield. Agents in the distance. While Tony Jarvis was fighting the destroyer, Coulson had already led the shield. Agents to retreat. Coulson could clearly see that Tony was no match for the metal giant, so he had no curiosity whatsoever. He led everyone towards the base, hoping to get help from the remaining agents inside the base. They hadn't brought any heavy weaponry for their investigation. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone was running as if for their lives. No, they were running for their lives. Hoo. Coulson looked back, and his heart, which was hot from strenuous exercise, suddenly turned cold. Iron Man, who should have still been fighting the destroyer, was gone, and the destroyer was rapidly closing the distance between them. Where's Tony Stark? He wasn't killed, was he? Coulson thought of a terrible scenario. The commotion behind him grew louder and louder. Coulson knew the metal giant was approaching them. I should have listened to Leon's advice and asked the director for a leave of absence. I still haven't seen Audrey's cello performance, I really feel bad for her. Coulson's life flashed before his eyes. He gripped the small pistol in his hand, turned sharply, and pulled the trigger at the destroyer. Clink, clink, clink. Without any surprise, the bullets bounced off, causing no hindrance to the destroyer. Coulson closed his eyes, awaiting death. Bang! A horn and a crashing sound came. Coulson opened his eyes and saw a large red and blue truck collide with the destroyer at an extremely high speed, sending the destroyer flying. It was Optimus Prime. He saved Coulson at the critical moment. "Phil Coulson, your spark shines with the light of courage." Optimus Prime transformed back into his Autobot form and praised Coulson. "Phew, I got my life back." Coulson let out a long sigh, almost collapsing to the ground. After greeting Coulson, Optimus Prime turned to look at the destroyer, which was getting up from the ground. "The destroyer armor, but you are not Odin. The destroyer controlled by him couldn't be this weak. Who are you?" Optimus Prime saw at a glance that the destroyer was not being controlled by Odin. He had learned about Asgard's destroyer armor. If Odin were controlling it, it would not have been knocked away by him just now. Being told this by Optimus Prime, Loki, as a frost giant, felt a fire burning in his heart and snorted coldly. "HMPH, lowly Cybertronian, Odin doesn't need to get involved to deal with you." Loki controlled the destroyer to immediately launch an energy blast, but such a move would have no effect on Optimus Prime, who was experienced in combat. Optimus Prime performed a cyber bend to dodge the energy beam, then rushed forward to the destroyer, deploying his equipped energy sword, and slashed at the destroyer. In the distance, Leon and Thor, driving Laura towards them, saw a bright flash that caught their eyes. Fuck. Before Leon could even think, he grabbed Thor, who was still unaware of what was happening, and activated his ability. World Harmony. Leon had never used his ability like this before. Since gaining it, he hadn't encountered any danger. At most, he used it to make his actions more convenient or to show off in front of others. With a thunderous explosion, Laura was hit by the destroyer's energy beam and shattered into pieces. Cough, cough, cough. Leon and Thor, covered in dust and grime, crawled out of the wreckage. Neither of them was seriously injured. What happened? Thor was utterly bewildered. He hadn't figured out what was going on before the car exploded. By Odin, we're incredibly lucky, we're not even injured, just dirty. Thor exclaimed, somewhat emotional. After losing his powers, he had realized how fragile a mortal body was, and they had survived such a violent explosion without a scratch. "I wouldn't say that. I'm about to collapse," Leon complained weakly, drenched in sweat. To survive the destroyer's attack, he had used World Harmony at full power, and now he felt drained. "What's wrong with you? You look so weak," Thor asked in surprise. Leon's face darkened. Just as he was about to correct Thor, a metal shard flew over and pierced Thor's abdomen. "Oh, my kidney." Thor clutched his abdominal wound and let out a pained howl. Leon's eyelid twitched, and he said helplessly, "Thor, the reason we're okay isn't because of your father's protection. It's because I siphoned off your luck for the foreseeable future, making us lucky enough at the moment of the explosion not to be blown to bits. So, from now on, you'll be very unlucky. The bad luck won't be too severe, at most like just now, getting accidentally injured by an attack." Thor didn't quite understand. "It means you need to be careful." "Don't." Leon stopped mid-sentence because a rock, flying from who knows where, hit Thor on the head, knocking him unconscious. "That's a good start." Leon could only say that much. Leon took a few breaths, then got up, grabbed Thor by the collar, and dragged him away from the battlefield of Optimus Prime and the destroyer. Even if each misfortune didn't directly kill Thor, Leon didn't know what would happen if they stayed here. Small injuries accumulating into serious ones, leading to Thor's death, was a possibility. "If Thor dies here, I'll be in big trouble." Leon struggled to drag the unconscious Thor. Suddenly, the watch on his left wrist lit up for no reason, data streams appeared, Jarvis materialized out of thin air, and then his body opened, and Tony walked out. Leon's eyes widened, and he said with some surprise, "Tony Stark, how did you just appear out of thin air?" Tony's face was a bit pale, but he joked as usual. "Kid, you're not worldly enough, are you? This is Stark's latest technology, information transmission." Leon's mouth twitched. What he couldn't stand the most was Tony's smug attitude, so he pouted and said, "You're definitely not here just to show off your technology, are you? Is something wrong?" Tony's expression turned serious, and he said, "Don't you always say you can control luck? Here, take this and steal my injuries." As he spoke, Tony's left hand armor separated, revealing his wrist. Then he took off the spark gauntlet and handed it to Leon. Huh. Leon now had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. He understood every word Tony said, but put together, he couldn't comprehend it. What did "steal the injuries" mean? Tony understood that Leon didn't get it, so he continued. "I know you don't understand. You just need to put on the gauntlet, then use your good luck ability, think about stealing my injuries, and then twist your wrist. That's all. I'll explain the rest after this is over." Leon looked at Tony suspiciously. "All right, I'll try." He put the spark gauntlet on his left hand, and following Tony's instructions, he thought about stealing the injuries and then twisted his wrist. He didn't use the World Harmony ability. Tony didn't expect Leon to succeed on the first try. He had tried it with Ratchet before, and directly stealing injuries was very difficult, succeeding only about once every 7 or 8 attempts. Tony suddenly felt lighter. The injuries he sustained while fighting the destroyer seemed to have healed. He said, somewhat happily, "Your ability is pretty good, kid, you succeeded on the first try. It usually takes at least 7 or 8 times. Leon was bewildered again. What did he do? He just twisted his hand, right? How did Tony's face get so rosy? After his injuries disappeared, Tony felt refreshed. He turned the spark gauntlet back into a watch and put it on. He looked at the unconscious Thor on the ground and asked curiously, "All right, what are you doing? Why is Thor unconscious?" Leon scratched his head, embarrassed. Thor just has bad luck. He got accidentally injured by the distant battle." Just then, a broken tire flew from a distance and hit the prone Thor squarely. The unconscious Thor's eyes snapped open, then he passed out again. Asgardians really have strong physiques, they're resilient. Thor's current injuries were all minor, not fatal. See, his luck is just that bad. Tony's eyes widened, then he understood something. You didn't make his luck this bad, did you? No, this isn't just bad luck. Now Thor is lying on the ground doing nothing and still getting accidentally injured. It's an accident. Let's take Thor to a safer place, it's too dangerous here. Bang! Another unidentified object flew over, but this time Jarvis, who was nearby, detected it in advance and knocked the flying object away. Tony's mouth also began to twitch uncontrollably. The bad luck this kid inflicted was too outrageous. Tony composed himself, walked over to Thor, reached out, pulled the metal shard from Thor's abdomen, and then sprayed some unknown substance on Thor's wound. The spray quickly solidified, forming a spiderweb-like substance that sealed Thor's wound. I'll treat it like this for now. I'll take him to a safe place. Tony grabbed Thor, activated his foot thrusters, and the two flew off, then. Bang! Thor fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. This time, Thor woke up directly and wailed. By Odin, is an enemy attacking me? Tony flew back, still holding a piece of Thor's clothing. He said, somewhat awkwardly, "These clothes are really poor quality." At this moment, everyone noticed something unusual and looked towards the base. Something was flying over. It's Mjolnir, it must have recognized me again. Thor, covered in injuries, was the first to recognize what it was, his hammer. Thor reached out to catch it, but only felt the wind from the hammer flying past. Thor's expression froze again. That direction is Optimus Prime. Is he going to use Mjolnir to fight? Tony was thoughtful. He knew Optimus Prime had arrived after him and was currently fighting the destroyer. Time rewound to when Leon and Thor were struck down by the destroyer's beam. Optimus Prime was locked in fierce combat with the destroyer. The destroyer punched Optimus Prime in the chest, and Optimus Prime, taking advantage of the momentum, kicked out, sending the destroyer flying several meters. Optimus Prime's equipped lightsaber was already damaged. The destroyer's defense was too high, and Optimus Prime's lightsaber had no effect. Other weapons probably won't work either. I heard the destroyer is made entirely of Uru metal, forged by Odin and the gods, making it almost indestructible. But I've already notified Ratchet. I just need to hold it off for a while longer until Ironhide and Pillyhuo arrive. Together, we'll subdue this Odin armor. Optimus Prime mused inwardly. The damage on his chest, inflicted by the destroyer, was rapidly repairing itself. As long as their spark wasn't extinguished, Cybertronians could slowly heal their injuries, and as a leader, his recovery was especially fast. Mjolnir, Mjolnir, Mjolnir. A faint, ethereal voice suddenly echoed in Optimus Prime's ear. Optimus Prime was startled and quickly scanned his surroundings. Besides the menacing destroyer not far away, there was no one else. Optimus Prime thought to himself, who is speaking? But Mjolnir. Optimus Prime extended his right hand, making a grabbing motion in the air, and the lightning patterns on his body began to faintly flicker. Loki, observing Optimus Prime from the destroyer's perspective, was very puzzled. He thought this Cybertronian was playing some trick and didn't dare to approach rashly. Through their brief exchange, Loki had already discovered that this Cybertronian was incredibly strong, not at all on the same level as the Cybertronians he knew who wandered the universe. Even with the destroyer armor, he couldn't take down the opponent. A whooshing sound came, and Loki, controlling the destroyer, felt something was wrong. He looked back to see a familiar hammer whistling through the air. Bang! Mjolnir accurately struck the destroyer's lantern-like head, knocking the destroyer to the ground. Damn it, it's Mjolnir. He can actually use Mjolnir to fight. Loki was furious and impotent. Mjolnir was something he had coveted his entire life, but now it was in the hands of a Cybertronian, whom he considered an inferior race. A surge of jealousy and anger welled up in his heart, and he recklessly commanded the destroyer to unleash its ultimate attack. You lowly Cybertronian, you are not worthy to wield Mjolnir. The destroyer's lantern head opened, beginning to charge up to release an energy beam. A scorching beam of light shot out towards Optimus Prime. If it were the previous Optimus Prime, he would have chosen to rely on his rich combat experience to dodge before the beam was fired, then attack during the destroyer's energy emission cooldown. However, Optimus Prime, now wielding Mjolnir, chose a different method of counterattack. His right arm, holding Mjolnir, pulled back sharply. Electric light appeared on his body. Optimus Prime's body rotated, and with a display of mechanical aesthetics, he threw Mjolnir directly at the energy beam. Endless electric light and the scorching energy beam collided, creating a violent explosion. Loki's vision was obscured by the explosion. When he could see clearly again, Mjolnir smashed directly into the destroyer armor, sending the destroyer flying. Mjolnir flew backward. Optimus Prime, red and blue and crackling with electricity, burst out of the smoke and dust from the explosion, raising his hand to catch the returning Mjolnir. Optimus Prime raised Mjolnir high. The sky instantly darkened, and thick, silvery white lightning descended from the sky, connecting with Mjolnir, then was heavily smashed by Optimus Prime onto the flying destroyer. Thunder, full of destructive power, struck the destroyer armor, causing a violent explosion. When the light dissipated, only a large crater and Mjolnir, flickering with lightning, remained. There was no trace of the destroyer. Where's the destroyer? Even if it was shattered, there should be fragments left. Optimus Prime searched everywhere but found no trace of the destroyer. He had no choice but to give up, assuming that someone from the Heavenly Palace had retrieved the destroyer. He notified Ratchet not to call Ironhide and the others for help. Optimus Prime looked back to see Tony and Leon rushing over, followed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents carrying the injured Thor. After encountering the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Leon used his ability to transfer some luck from the agents to Thor, helping Thor escape his predicament. Tony flew in front of Optimus Prime and asked cautiously, "Optimus Prime, where is the destroyer?" Optimus Prime pulled Mjolnir, which had fallen into the crater, out before saying to Tony, "It's gone. I suspect it was retrieved by someone from the Heavenly Palace. Did you two cause all this? You're truly inhuman." Tony looked around, clicking his tongue in wonder. Thor's eyes, however, were fixed on Mjolnir, which Optimus Prime held in his hand, his head swaying with Mjolnir's movements, looking quite comical. Optimus Prime thought about the details of the battle with the destroyer and said somewhat seriously, The one controlling the destroyer wasn't Odin. If it were Odin, even with Mjolnir's help, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the destroyer. Moreover, the controller was very hostile towards me and very angry about me using Mjolnir. I suspect something is wrong with Odin, and some fellow who wants to seize the throne is trying to take Mjolnir, which is why he sent the destroyer to Earth. Tony rubbed his chin and agreed. That makes some sense. I also felt it wasn't like Odin. That guy was too impolite. But this makes things a bit troublesome. The opponent might attack us again. Let's head back to the base to treat Thor and then ask him about the situation. Alright, let's do that. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement. As everyone left, a figure emerged from the void. Loki, wearing a dark green leather battle suit and a horned helmet. As soon as Loki appeared, he began searching everywhere, even digging into the earth with the eternal spear in his hand. After a while of frantic searching, Loki shouted in exasperation. Where's the destroyer? Where's my big destroyer? It should be here. It turned out Loki had come to Earth to retrieve the destroyer armor. Just now, during the battle between the destroyer and Optimus Prime, the destroyer was struck by destructive thunder, and Loki subsequently lost control of it. Unsettled, Loki personally came to Earth to search, but found nothing. Why is it gone? Loki heavily plunged the eternal spear into the ground, beginning to ponder the destroyer's possible whereabouts. It wasn't those Earthlings who took it. I was observing them just now, they had no chance to take it. Could it be Midgard's sorcerers? I did hear Mother mention that Midgard has a group of sorcerers who are very skilled in space magic, but they have no reason to steal the destroyer, do they? And they wouldn't dare to steal it, this is an item from the Heavenly Palace. Loki silently considered various possibilities in his mind. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded from behind him. Little Bambi, are you looking for this gold destroyer, silver destroyer, or this broken down destroyer? Loki was startled. Someone had appeared silently behind him. He slowly turned around, looking towards the source of the voice. A man wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical magician's robe smiled at Loki. It was Aemon in his classic skin. Aemon adjusted his monocle and said with a chuckle to Loki. Third princess, have you decided which destroyer is yours? Aemon waved his hand, and 3 different destroyers were levitated in front of Loki. The 3 destroyers floated up and down in front of Loki, as if enticing him. Loki subconsciously wanted to say that all 3 were his, and he felt that the person in front of him was very kind and wanted to give him 2 more destroyers. Just as Loki reached out to touch the destroyer in midair, he finally realized something, shook his head violently, quickly retreated a few steps, and said in some horror. They are not mine. Loki secretly swallowed his saliva, his body became very tense. This strange guy in front of him was very dangerous. Just now, the other party had used some unknown means to shake his will, making him easily relax his guard and even create the illusion that the other party was a good person. The most important thing was when the other party had stolen the destroyer. Not bad, your will is quite firm. Aemon praised him, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 different destroyers disappeared. Then he snapped his fingers, and a table and 2 chairs appeared out of thin air, along with a huge parasol, as if the 2 were on vacation. Aemon pointed to the chair on Loki's side and said kindly. Sit, don't be reserved, just treat it as your own home. Loki twitched the corner of his mouth and forced a smile, saying, I suddenly remembered that I still have things to do at home, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. Heimdall, quickly teleport me back. Loki waited for a moment, but there was no reaction. He quickly shouted a few more times. Heimdall, hurry up. Heimdall, are you calling the guardian of the Bifrost Bridge? I think the distance between you is too far, and the signal is not very good. Aemon explained to the flustered Loki. Loki understood something and retorted. You're behind this, you actually cut off my connection with Heimdall. Heimdall can see everything and hear everything. For hundreds of years, Loki had never heard of it. Sit. Aemon gestured for Loki to sit down first. Haha, I remembered again, actually, the matter isn't very important. Loki laughed it off and sat down from his heart. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Loki nodded quickly, not believing it at all. It seems you're still wary of me, that's really troublesome. Aemon pinched his monocle, thought of something, raised his hand and grabbed into the void. An object very familiar to Loki was taken out of the void by Aemon. With this, you should be able to trust me, right? Loki's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Mjolnir. What appeared in Amon's hand was indeed Mjolnir, the Mjolnir, which Aemon had just stolen from Optimus Prime without anyone noticing. Loki was not only shocked that Aemon could take out Mjolnir, but also shocked that the other party could easily lift Mjolnir. How did you do that? Of course, it's because I'm a good person, isn't that obvious? Aemon tossed Mjolnir in his hand, then casually placed it on the table between the two of them, and smiled. You can try. Loki rubbed his hands, grabbed the handle of Mjolnir, and then exerted force. No, it was still useless. Loki still couldn't lift Mjolnir. It seems to be true. The other party must not have lifted Mjolnir because of his kind heart, it was very likely that he lifted it by brute force. The brute force here does not refer to using physical strength. Mjolnir used a decaying neutron star as its material, so it would be impossible to lift it with pure strength. Instead, the other party's strength had to at least reach Odin's level to be able to ignore the spell Odin left on the hammer and lift Mjolnir. This was terrifying. Loki sat down again, somewhat dazed, and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Loki, I heard you are called the god of mischief, and you like pranks." That's very much to my liking. I'll give you a chance, how about becoming my dependents?" Loki burst out laughing and said, "Dependents, you actually want me to be your dependents? Don't you know who I am? Odin's second son, the Prince of Asgard, the god of lies and mischief, the Nine Realms' greatest sorcerer, and now the God King. You actually want me to be your dependents?" Aemon didn't care much and said, "Hey, it's all talk. You, the Nine Realms' greatest sorcerer. A tanky sorcerer. Your mother is more qualified than you. And the person who gave you that title must be a frog in a well, does he know there's a sorcerer supreme on earth? And do you really think you can be a god king just by holding a branch?" The branch Aemon referred to was the eternal spear, Gungnir. It is said that the shaft of the eternal spear was made from the world tree's trunk. Loki's expression stiffened. If it weren't for the high probability of not being able to win, he would have already made a move. This guy in front of him was full of mockery. "Oh, it seems I've hurt your self-esteem a bit, but those titles are really watery." "It's okay, at least the title, God of Lies and Mischief, sounds pretty good. Thank you for the compliment." Loki squeezed out a sentence. "You're welcome, it's just my heartfelt opinion." Seeing Loki's expression on the verge of breaking down, Aemon stopped teasing him. "To get the fish to bite, you need bait." He offered his conditions. "I can let you truly lift Mjolnir." Loki was a bit confused and didn't immediately understand what the guy opposite him meant. Aemon was not in a hurry and slowly explained. "You know better than anyone how you got your current position as God King. Odin's leap will eventually end, and your dream of being God King will also end. Even if you want to legitimately inherit the throne, it's impossible. You should be able to see that Thor's exile is just a trial. When Thor regains his divine power, he will still be the heir to the God King. You will always only be a prince, but I can provide you with the capital to become the God King. The price is just to become my dependents. If you perform well, I can even let you become an angel who serves me in the future." "How will you do it?" Loki asked, implicitly agreeing. The guy in front of him was very powerful, and if he didn't agree, he might not be able to leave here. Moreover, agreeing to become the other party's dependents was not a big deal. Once he escaped and returned to the Heavenly Palace, he had countless ways to get rid of the other party. Loki liked doing things that involved no loss and gained benefits. It's very simple, just don't move around. Aemon stood up, and the table between them silently disappeared. He approached Loki, stopping a few dozen centimeters away. Aemon clasped his palms together, then slowly pulled them apart. Loki could see tiny, dreamlike starlight twinkling between Amon's palms, like countless stars, or as if holding the entire universe. Aemon suddenly spread his arms wide, and the dreamlike starlight rapidly expanded, spilling over the surroundings. Loki felt as if he had entered the universe. Amon's slightly teasing voice rang out, "It might hurt a bit afterward, just bear with it." Loki was about to ask something when he saw the surrounding starlight converging on his body. As it approached, the starlight constantly changed, its appearance slowly transforming from light points into various symbols. Loki saw some of the symbols appear as nested bubbles, some like abstract doors chaotically stacked together, and even more were composed of countless crystal-clear insects embracing each other, forming various abstract patterns. How bizarre and fantastical, Why are they getting closer to me? Loki stared at the surrounding symbols with a hint of obsession, but he quickly felt something was wrong. Those eerie symbols seemed to be moving towards his body. Hey, Just as Loki was about to question it, he felt a sharp pain, which started from his body and slowly spread to his soul. Loki fell to his knees with a thud, and the flesh beneath his skin began to writhe, as if countless insects were squirming beneath it. Loki frantically clawed at himself, trying to tear open his skin and remove the insects, but it was no use. Loki let out a horrific shriek, and transparent insects squeezed out from under his skin, dancing in the air, trying to break free from Loki and return to Aemon. As Loki screamed, the surrounding environment also underwent bizarre changes. The most obvious change was that the creatures in the surrounding desert died for no reason, then strangely rose from their corpses, turning into eerie monsters. Nearby objects disappeared one by one, as if stolen by an invisible thief. Immediately after, Loki's body began to flash uncontrollably, appearing randomly in various places. The only constant was that each time Loki reappeared, Aemon was always by his side. Oh dear, it seems the method of bestowing needs more refinement, there are still significant flaws. Aemon, pinching his monocle, observed the changes occurring on Loki's body, then snapped his fingers, and instantly the bizarre changes on Loki's body returned to normal. Loki's hunched body relaxed, and he slumped to the ground, staring blankly into the distance, as if his soul had been sucked out. Aemon surveyed the surroundings. They had actually arrived in Norway. It seems you care a lot about this place. Aemon smiled. He lightly stamped the ground, and the two instantly returned to the desert in Mexico. The drastic change in environment cleared Loki's eyes a little. He managed to prop himself up and said, trembling, "What did you do to me?" Aemon didn't rush to answer Loki's question. Instead, he looked at the various rampaging monsters around them, snapped his fingers, and all the monsters stiffened, lost their lives, and then dissipated with the wind. Loki's pupils constricted. He completely didn't understand what had just happened. "Of course, I bestowed power upon you. You are too weak," Aemon said, extending his hand as if to help Loki up. "No need, I can get up myself." Loki did not take Amon's hand. He straightened his body and stood up. With the blood of a frost giant, he had already recovered. "It seems my chosen one isn't very appreciative of his master's help." Aemon shook his head. Loki controlled his expression and, with the tone of someone who had been roped into something, said, "What exactly do you want me to do? I don't believe you're just helping me because you like me. Here, take this." Aemon handed Loki a small booklet. Loki took it. It was a booklet full of religious meaning. "The Gospel of Mysteries, what is this? As my chosen one, your long-term mission is, of course, to spread my teachings. Your current task is to secure your position as God King. You already have the authority to lift Mjolnir, and no one, including Odin, will be able to detect anything amiss. I believe with your abilities, it will be very simple to handle. Afterwards, you are to spread my name to all the worlds under Asgard's dominion. I give you half a year. I want to receive the faith from these worlds, understand? This isn't difficult." Loki spoke without thinking, not even considering how to do it. As long as he became the God King, everything could be accomplished. Loki flipped through the booklet Aemon had given him, his mouth twitching slightly. He felt that the contents were all fabricated, claiming he was an awakened ancient existence. He had lived for over 1,000 years and had never heard of an existence called mysteries, in the 9 realms. And the authorities described in the booklet, such as Destiny Beacon, King of Space-Time, and so on, he had never even heard of similar abilities. Loki speculated that the existence before him might be a newly born cosmic deity, otherwise, he couldn't have possibly not heard of him. Loki pondered for a moment, then asked, "What should I call you? Is it Lord of the Mysteries, or Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, or something else?" Aemon thought for a moment, then had a flash of inspiration and said, "You can call me, Fool." Huh. Loki looked bewildered. Where did the title Fool come from? Aemon chuckled, "All right, just kidding, I won't persecute the fool. You can choose a title from my honorific name or authority to call me. I prefer the name, Lord of the Mysteries." Loki took a deep breath, then asked, "How should I contact you, Lord of the Mysteries?" Aemon handed Loki a monocle made of crystal, smiling as he said, "You only need to recite my honorific name, and I will sense it. If you want to make things more interesting, just put on the monocle I gave you. Remember, it's for your right eye." Loki took the monocle, looking at the finely crafted object. Loki felt that something terrible would happen if he put it on. "I understand." Aemon, who understood what Loki was thinking, didn't mind. He picked up Mjolnir and handed it to Loki, saying, "Try it." Loki hesitantly reached out his hand. He could feel that he had gained many magical abilities, but he hadn't tried their specific effects yet. Perhaps he really could lift Mjolnir. As soon as Loki grasped the hammer's handle, Aemon let go. Loki had already prepared himself to receive the weight of Mjolnir, but found that the hammer in his hand was no longer as heavy as usual, as if it were his small dagger that he could easily pick up. "It really works." Loki was very surprised. He had coveted this hammer for hundreds of years, and today his dream finally came true. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Uncontrollable joy surged through him. Loki had never been so happy. Mjolnir also sensed its new master's mood, and arcs of electricity burst from its surface, cloaking Loki in an electric mantle. "Thank you, great Lord of the Mysteries." This was the most sincere thing Loki had said so far. Aemon nodded and said, "Now the highest authority of the hammer is in your hands. Use it well. Cultivate the power I have bestowed upon you, they are more useful than you think. I await your good news." With that, Amon's figure vanished silently. Staring at the spot where Aemon disappeared, Loki murmured, "I still couldn't detect how he did it. He's even stronger than I thought." Looking at the hammer in his hand, the trace of melancholy in Loki's heart also disappeared. He tried to use his newly acquired ability, and starlight appeared before him. A door made of starlight appeared in front of him, and Loki stepped through it. Asgard, at the end of the Bifrost Bridge, is the Bifrost Palace, a circular golden hall where Heimdall is stationed to guard the Bifrost Bridge. He held his hands on Hofund, a longsword that was the key to the Bifrost Bridge and also a powerful divine artifact. Suddenly, Heimdall seemed to hear something. He looked back and saw a radiant Loki. Heimdall frowned, asking in confusion, "Loki, how did you get back?" Loki had been personally sent to Earth by Heimdall, and now Loki had returned to the heavenly palace without his knowledge, which truly surprised him. Loki's expression hardened, and he said displeased, "Ly. Loki. Heimdall, mind your place. I am now the God King." As he spoke, Loki raised the eternal spear in his right hand and tapped it heavily on the golden floor of the palace, while placing Mjolnir, which he held in his left hand, in a conspicuous position. "Yes, God King." Heimdall bowed reluctantly. He had always been loyal to Odin. Although in his heart, Thor, not Loki, was most suitable for the position of God King, he still chose to acknowledge Loki's identity as God King. This is Mjolnir." Heimdall had discovered something extraordinary. Loki had actually lifted Mjolnir. Seeing that Heimdall had finally noticed the key point, Loki couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up. He feigned calmness, as if he had done something trivial, and said, "I went to Midgard this time to retrieve Mjolnir. After all, it is an artifact of our heavenly palace and cannot remain in Midgard indefinitely." Yes, Heimdall expressed his understanding. Loki said to Heimdall meaningfully. Guard your door well, and do not do anything useless. Yes. Heimdall lowered his head. Loki nodded, satisfied, and left. Watching Loki's retreating figure, Heimdall shifted his gaze to Earth and saw Thor in the shield base, lying listlessly on a hospital bed. Heimdall's gaze moved, searching for Mjolnir, the Mjolnir, on Earth. None, not in the meteor crater, not with Optimus Prime, not anywhere on Earth. The Mjolnir in Loki's hand is real. This shouldn't be. He's never been able to lift it before. Thor's situation is a bit bad. I should go notify Sif and Volstagg. At this thought, Heimdall was about to use his divine power to notify Sif, but he suddenly became dazed, completely forgetting his previous thought. He continued to stand in the center of the Frost Palace, hand on Hofend, guarding the Bifrost Bridge. Hey, still trying to secretly tip them off, truly wishful thinking. Loki, hidden in the void, sneered. He had long realized that Heimdall was on Thor's side. He had just used his newly acquired ability to hide in the void and steal Heimdall's ill intentions. Feeling the powerful new ability within him, Loki was filled with confidence. With this powerful ability to deceive the laws of nature, the 9 realms will one day be under my feet. The power Aemon bestowed upon Loki was primarily from the Marauder pathway, which also aligned with Loki's personality. Loki could now use power equivalent to a Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit of the Marauder pathway. A Mentor of Deceit not only possesses the ability to deceive and mislead others, causing enemies to make errors in judgment, but can also deceive natural laws. For example, when the kerosene in a kerosene lamp burns out, the flame extinguishes, but a Mentor of Deceit can deceive the kerosene lamp to continue burning and emitting light. This is a deception of natural laws. When Aemon bestowed the power, he made some modifications to the abilities, deleting the most important ability of the Marauder pathway, parasitism. However, the power Aemon bestowed not only contained abilities from the Marauder pathway but also some abilities from the Apprentice pathway and Seer pathway. Loki's ability to return directly from Earth to Asgard and to hide in the void undetected by Heimdall were both abilities from the Apprentice pathway. Having mastered the uniqueness of 3 pathways for over a decade, Amon's control over the 3 pathways was already very high. For abilities below that of an angel, Aemon could grant others whatever abilities he wished, though whether the recipient could bear it was another matter. If Loki hadn't possessed the physique of a frost giant, he would have mutated into a monster the moment Aemon bestowed the power, and then, unable to bear it, would have turned into a terrifying pile of rotting flesh. What was bestowed was power, not Beyonder characteristic. This meant that if Loki's connection with Aemon was severed, Loki would lose the power bestowed by Aemon due to power loss, but his body and soul, which had been transformed by the power, would not revert to their original state. The transformation was irreversible. As Loki walked, he pondered how to discipline the people in the heavenly palace and make them truly see him as the God King. Loki had self-awareness. He was currently only an acting God King because Odin had fallen into Odin's leap, and many people did not obey him at all. He had to use this time to establish his prestige among them. I'll start by announcing to the heavenly palace that I can lift Mjolnir. Loki thought. Inside the shield base in Mexico, Optimus Prime quietly found Tony and whispered, "Tony, the hammer is gone." The hammer. Tony didn't react immediately, but he quickly understood what hammer Optimus Prime was referring to. He asked in confusion, "You mean that Mjolnir? How could it be gone? No one here can lift it except you, right?" Optimus Prime said, bewildered. "I don't know when it went missing. I only discovered it was gone when Thor came to me, wanting to try lifting the hammer again. I also tried to summon Mjolnir, but there was no response." Tony suspected. Could it have been that previous enemy? Wasn't he very angry that you lifted the hammer? Optimus Prime shook his head. "Impossible, that person cannot lift Mjolnir." Tony's thoughts wandered, starting from who had the ability to lift Mjolnir, and he continued to speculate. Then it can only be Odin. Could it be that the old God King was displeased with you using Mjolnir and took it back? The two of them discussed for a long time without any leads. Finally, Tony offered a suggestion. I'll go find that kid Leon. He's very lucky. Maybe he'll just say a few words and we'll know why the hammer disappeared. Optimus Prime also said, Bumblebee and I will search around the base. While Iron Man and Optimus Prime were in New Mexico with Thor, searching for the hammer, Peter was interning in Professor Connors' laboratory. Curt Connors looked at the data on the projection, unable to contain his joyous surprise. Peter, you are simply my benefactor. Peter stood to the side, also joyfully looking at the data on the projector. However, he still modestly said, You're exaggerating, Professor. I just calculated an equation. Professor Connors laughed heartily. Haha, Peter, are you saying I'm useless? I've been researching that decay algorithm for years without any progress. Thanks to you, this genius, for calculating it for me. I really have to admit that geniuses exist in the world. Now my research has made breakthrough progress, and I believe results will be forthcoming soon. Curt Connors and Peter had a very good relationship, like both teacher and friend. It was common for them to joke around a bit. Professor Connors injected a dose of medicine into a white mouse with a broken leg, and the two patiently observed. Connors opened a new topic. Peter, how are things with Gwen? Haven't you confessed yet? Ah, Professor, we're doing an experiment. Peter said, somewhat speechless. Aren't we waiting for the results? Peter, beautiful love is right in front of you. You must seize it, don't end up like me, Professor, still a bachelor. Professor, didn't you put all your energy into research? Peter asked. Professor Connors touched his empty sleeve and smiled. Peter, we're discussing you and Gwen now, don't drag me into it. How about this, tomorrow you and Gwen come over, and I'll treat you to a big meal to celebrate. Peter said, that sounds great, but Professor, will you be cooking yourself? Do you need my help? My cooking isn't great, but I can definitely be an assistant. Professor Connors said with emotion. Hey, Peter, don't underestimate me. Even with only one hand, it doesn't hinder my cooking skills, Professor. I've been missing an arm for decades, so I'm used to it. Oh, Peter, you should know Otto, right? Actually, Dr. Otto and I have a very good relationship. He once suggested making a bionic arm for me. You know Otto's neural interface device is incredibly powerful. The bionic arm he makes is even more flexible than a real arm. I believe his technology is already worthy of a Nobel Prize, but he's always been engrossed in his artificial sun research and hasn't focused on this technology. Peter asked curiously. Then Professor, why didn't you accept Dr. Otto's bionic arm? Wouldn't a prosthetic more flexible than a normal right arm be very convenient? Professor Connors said with emotion. Peter, you're still young. When you reach my age, you'll understand that everyone has a conviction or a self-righteous pride in their heart. My conviction is to use cross-species genetic technology to restore my arm. It's been decades. If I were younger, I might have accepted Otto's bionic arm, but now, I still want a real arm. I might understand. Professor, have you used other animals in your research? Like spiders, ants, or something? I think if humans had the strength of ants, or the wall-crawling ability of spiders, how amazing that would be. Peter asked calmly. He felt that this cross-species genetic technology might be related to Gwen's mutation. Professor Connors said thoughtfully. Peter, your idea is very good. After the lizard research is successful, we can start a new project, focusing on the insects you mentioned. However, currently, I haven't conducted similar research. To restore my arm, I've always used lizards and no other animals. I see, Peter murmured. Suddenly, his eyes scanned the white mouse inside the transparent glass panel, and he exclaimed. Professor, look, there's a change. Hearing this, Professor Connors quickly looked at the white mouse. At this moment, the white mouse was excitedly jumping around in the glass box. Granulation tissue had grown out of its severed limb and was growing at an exaggerated speed, forming a new front leg. It's a success. Curt Connors was delighted and quickly moved closer to observe carefully. The white mouse had been injected with lizard serum, and if successful, it could acquire the lizard's self-healing ability. Now it seemed the lizard serum was a success. The effect is so strong, the regeneration speed is so fast. Peter also exclaimed. We'll do a few more tests and observe for a few months. If there are no side effects, we can prepare for clinical trials. Haha, Peter, I can already imagine that in a few years, your name, Peter Parker, and my name, Kurt Connors, will appear in biology textbooks. Professor Connors envisioned a beautiful future. Normally, clinical trials would not be possible in a few months, but Professor Connors's experiments investor was Osborn Corporation, which also attached great importance to it, making it possible within a few months. I can already imagine what your right arm will look like after regeneration, Professor. The two of them worked in the laboratory for a while longer, then Peter announced he was leaving. It's already the next day. If I go back any later, Aunt May and Uncle Ben will worry. Professor, I'll be going now. You should also get some rest early. Peter waved goodbye to Professor Connors. Don't forget to bring Gwen tomorrow. I won't forget. Peter left. Professor Connors tidied up the laboratory and was about to rest when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was the person in charge of liaison from Osborn Corporation. The investor in Professor Connors's research was Osborn Corporation. He heard that Norman Osborn's health was not good and that this research was needed to solve it, but he didn't know if it was true. After answering, listening to the information transmitted from the other side, Professor Connors's joyful smile, which had been there due to the breakthrough in the experiment, disappeared. He nodded and said a few words. My experiment has already made groundbreaking progress. In half a month at most, no, in 1 week, I can produce results that will satisfy Mr. Osborn. Interrupting the funding will severely slow down this progress. I hope you won't do that. Okay, then next Tuesday I will bring the results to Mr. Osborn. Beep, 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 the call was disconnected. Professor Connors slumped powerlessly into his chair, staring blankly at the lively white mouse in the glass box. He angrily threw his phone to the ground. Why now? Just give me a few more months, just 2 more months. Osborn's representative had just informed him that the company was withdrawing its investment in his research, citing a long period without progress and the company's loss of patience. Kurt Connors could only promise the other party to produce results in a week to demonstrate that his research was successful, thereby securing funding from Osborn Corporation. Otherwise, he and his research would simply be discarded. Professor Connors vented for a while, then got up and took out several more white mice. He used a scalpel to completely cut off their front legs, then injected each with lizard serum and placed them in different glass boxes. As long as there are no side effects, I will conduct human trials on myself tomorrow. Professor Connors's voice was almost inaudible, as if he was only speaking to himself. Cheers. ×3. At the dining table, Connors, Peter, and Gwen raised their glasses together. Of course, Peter and Gwen were drinking beverages. They were not yet 21 and could not drink alcohol in the US. Kurt Connors looked at Peter and Gwen, and his experimental worries were temporarily suppressed. Gwen, I heard from Peter that your grades are excellent. Have you thought about which university you want to attend? I can write you a letter of recommendation. Don't let my single arm fool you, I still have a good standing in academia. With my letter of recommendation, there's almost no school in the United States you can't get into. Gwen said, Thank you so much, Professor. Aren't you teaching at Empire State University? I plan to go to Empire State University with Peter. Professor Connors said with emotion, Excellent choice. Not only is it where I teach, but it's also my alma mater. So many years have passed in a flash, I truly miss it. After the big meal, Peter and Gwen said goodbye to Professor Connors. Professor, is there anything in the lab you need help with? Before leaving, Peter asked Professor Connors. Professor Connors seemed a bit dazed and waved his hand. No need. The research has entered a stable phase now, and I only need to record experimental data. I can manage by myself. Peter, you should take advantage of the holiday to go out and have fun with Gwen. Don't spend your time in the lab with an old man like me. Professor Connors couldn't possibly let Peter do experiments with him during this period. If Peter came, he would surely stop him on the grounds that, human trials are too dangerous, Professor, you can't be so hasty, and then the experiment couldn't proceed. Okay, Professor, we're leaving. On their way out, Gwen turned to Peter and said, Peter, do you feel like Professor Connors is a bit strange? Peter responded without much thought. Strange. Is it? Maybe he's excited about a major breakthrough in the experiment. I was also very excited last night, almost couldn't sleep. Gwen shook her head, denying it. That's definitely not excitement. Perhaps after his body mutated, his senses were enhanced. I could clearly see Professor Connor's hidden sorrow, and he hid it so well that you didn't notice. Peter scratched his head. He didn't doubt Gwen's feelings, and she had no reason to lie to him about something like this. Professor's experiment just achieved a huge breakthrough, so why would he be sad? Did something go wrong with the experiment, and he sent me away because he was afraid I'd worry? The clever Peter immediately guessed the truth. Gwen also felt that Peter made some sense. She suggested, why don't you, Peter, go to Professor Connor's laboratory to check? Don't let anything really go wrong. We can still make the battle suit together tomorrow. Peter and Gwen had agreed to make Gwen's battle suit and her envisioned web shooters together today. Gwen had already finished the designs and was just waiting to make them. Peter thought for a moment and said, all right, Gwen, you can go back by yourself. I'll go to Professor's laboratory now to check. Okay. Gwen nodded. At this moment, inside Professor Connor's laboratory, Curt Connors looked at the several lively white mice in the glass box. Their severed legs had all regrown, and there were no signs of rejection or side effects. Curt Connors took deep breaths repeatedly, trying to calm himself down. He was hesitating whether or not to use himself for human trials. Even though all the white mouse experiments had been successful, these data were basically useless. They could only give him some psychological comfort. Normally, human trials would take at least over a year, during which too many things needed to be observed and tested, unless there was a widespread epidemic, which might allow for human trials in a short period, but that would be out of necessity. Looking at his empty sleeve in the laboratory, Curt Connors took a deep breath, picked up the serum he had prepared earlier on a nearby table. He couldn't let his many years of effort go to waste. No longer hesitating, Curt Connors injected the serum into his body. Sitting in front of the experimental bench, Curt Connors waited for the serum to take effect. According to his calculations, the serum would take about 10 minutes to take effect, so he just needed to wait patiently. Suddenly, Curt Connors felt a little dizzy. Was he too tired? Did fatigue rush over him as soon as he relaxed? He lay on the experimental bench and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Curt Connors vaguely heard someone calling him. Professor Connors, Professor Connors. Curt Connors opened his eyes and steadied himself. It was Peter calling him. Peter, weren't you with Gwen? Why are you here? Professor, you're still talking about me. Seeing Curt Connors wake up, Peter continued to glare, saying, you actually experimented on yourself, Professor. What were you thinking? We've only done experiments on white mice, and it hasn't even been a full day. You should know how dangerous this is better than I do. Peter, how did you know? Could it be? Curt Connors thought of something and looked at his right arm. Where there should have been an empty sleeve, a clean, baby-like arm had grown. Ha ha ha. It worked. My arm grew back, and the funding won't be cut off. Curt Connors covered his face with his newly grown right hand and laughed, even shedding tears. Professor, stop laughing for now. Although I'm also very happy that your right arm has grown back, how could you conduct human trials so casually? Come with me quickly for a checkup to avoid any hidden dangers. Peter pulled Curt Connors to the side for a checkup. Suddenly, Peter realized something and asked, Professor, what did you mean by funding just now? Curt Connors' smile diminished slightly as he said, those are not problems. The experiment has been successful. I'll go to Osborne Corporation tomorrow, no, today, to tell them the experiment was successful and to get more funding for further experiments. So, it's because Osborn was going to withdraw its investment in you that you, Professor, risked experimenting on yourself. That's not right. Professor, didn't you tell the person in charge that the experiment had already achieved a major breakthrough? They wouldn't possibly withdraw funding unless their brains were filled with water, would they? Peter asked, confused. Kurt Connors said indifferently. Norman Osborn probably couldn't wait any longer. I heard before that Norman Osborn suffered from a difficult-to-treat illness. Now it seems it's true. Osborn Corporation's massive investment in biomedicine also has this reason. Now it seems his body has reached a critical state, but fortunately, our experiment was successful. He had obviously thought about this question before, why Osborn would withdraw funding from his experiment. Now that he was calm, he understood it immediately. Peter wondered, Mr. Osborn, Harry's father. I haven't heard Harry mention it. Harry. Peter, you know Harry Osborn. Kurt Connors somewhat doubted his ears. Harry and I have known each other for a long time. We were desk mates for 2 years, and we had a good relationship, but he went abroad these past few years, so we've lost touch. Kurt Connors felt fate was playing a joke on him. If he had known earlier that Peter and Harry knew each other, he wouldn't have had to risk experimenting on himself. If Peter had just told Harry, the problem would have been solved. Now he had taken the risk, only to be told that it wasn't necessary. What a huge joke. Kurt Connors sighed, fate is truly wonderful. Professor, what are you talking about? Also, Professor, your body temperature is a bit abnormal. Peter continued, somewhat confused. Your body temperature is only 25 degrees Celsius, that's too low. Is it that low? Kurt Connors was also surprised, he didn't feel anything. Could it be because of the lizard serum? The two speculated reasonably. Peter said, Professor, take off your clothes. I'll check your body. Kurt Connors didn't refuse, taking off his white lab coat and then his shirt underneath. Professor, have you been consistently working out? Your physique is surprisingly good. Kurt Connors looked down, seeing firm pectoral muscles and a very defined 8-pack on his abdomen. Peter's somewhat confused voice came again, Professor, do you have any skin conditions? There's a patch of green skin on your back, and it looks like it has a keratin layer similar to scales. Kurt Connors said, skin condition? No, I don't. Then is this a side effect, growing scales like a lizard? Peter picked up a pair of tweezers from the experimental bench, carefully removed a scale from the green keratin layer, and placed it on the experimental bench for study. As Kurt Connors saw the scale in Peter's hand, his brain began to feel hazy, as if something was trying to seize his consciousness. Peter was operating at the experimental bench and didn't notice Kurt Connors' abnormality behind him. He was studying the scale when he suddenly noticed movement from the glass box containing the white mice nearby. The white mice inside were frantically crashing against the glass box, each impact causing the box to shake. Professor, this white mouse seems to have gone crazy. Do you know what's happening? After a while, Peter didn't hear a response. He asked again, Professor, are you listening? A strange growling sound also came from behind him. Peter finally sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around, only to see a green claw lunging at him. Gwen suddenly felt a pang in her chest. Her spider sense had activated. She, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sprang up, clutching her chest and saying, Peter. Gwen didn't hesitate, she flipped over to the window, opened it, and jumped out, then she leapt between buildings, heading towards Professor Connor's lab. Her spider sense told her Peter was in trouble. After so many days of having her powers, Gwen was already familiar with this ability she named Spider Sense. Not only could it give her an early warning when danger approached, but it could also give her a vague feeling when something bad was about to happen, like what people often call the sixth sense. Peter, you have to be okay. Darkness, boundless darkness. Peter Parker's consciousness drifted in this endless darkness, seemingly without end. A voice, neither fully human nor inhuman, echoed in Peter Parker's consciousness. Congratulations, you're about to die. Peter, whose consciousness was muddled, couldn't help but retort upon hearing this. What's so congratulatory about dying? Are you an envoy from hell, here to meet your quota with me? The voice continued. You are only in a state of suspended animation right now. If you delay any longer, you will truly die. Peter Parker's muddled consciousness instantly cleared. Who would want to die? Can you save me? But I remember my chest was pierced by a claw, so I should be beyond saving, right? Also, who are you? And where is this? He focused his mind and looked in the direction of the voice, finally seeing what was making the sound. It was a very strange little person, only as tall as an adult's forearm, with thick grease paint on its face, drawn into a Joker's makeup. It wore a top hat, a suit, and had a pair of pure white wings on its back, like an angel with a very strange art style. Peter felt the figure looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. This is your mind island. Because you're about to die, that's why it's so dark here. As for whether I can save you, I wouldn't just come to chat with you because I saw you were about to die, would I? As for who I am, you can call me Clown Angel. After Peter confirmed that this mysterious fellow was here to save him, he couldn't control his emotions and excitedly said, Clown Angel, what do we do? I mean, I want to come back to life quickly, I don't want to die. It's simple. All you need to do is transfer your injury and then make your consciousness clear. But before that, you need something else. As Clown Angel spoke, he waved his hand, and several cards and a belt appeared before Peter. Choose one from these. Peter looked at the cards and asked in confusion. What are these? Only 3 of the cards had patterns on them, the rest were blank. They can grant you superhuman strength. These 3 are basic cards. With the belt, you can transform into a powerful Kamen Rider. You can currently only choose one of the 3 as your basic card, the remaining blank cards you'll need to collect and activate yourself. What? You spoke too fast, I didn't understand. What cards, belts, Kamen Rider? Someone who didn't know might think this mysterious fellow calling himself Clown Angel was telling him some childish story only kids would believe. You don't need to understand. You just need to draw a card, and then you can live. Okay. Peter looked at the 3 cards with patterns. When he saw the content on the first card, his eyes widened. He was very familiar with the person on it, which was why he felt Clown Angel's attire looked so familiar. The person on the card was none other than Moretti from Marvel Clash, wearing a gentleman's suit, a top hat, and standing smiling in the center of the card, a very respectable gentleman. Below it was a line of text, Seer. Peter shifted his gaze to the second card. This time, he didn't recognize the person. It was a man wearing a yellow bowler hat, gold-rimmed glasses, a beard, and a trench coat. Below it was another line of text, Great Detective. He looked at the last card. It showed a man wearing a silk top hat, a black trench coat, glasses, black gloves, and holding a revolver, with a stern and wild expression. The text below was, Great Adventurer. What is all this? Peter wondered in his heart. He remembered some cartoons he watched as a child and tentatively asked. These cards aren't summon cards, are they? Like, the kind where you shout and the character on it comes out. Clown Angel shook his head. No, these cards grant you the abilities of the corresponding character when you use them. They will serve as your basic card, and subsequent abilities will be added on top of this. Oh, Peter understood. He looked at the 3 cards again, thinking about which one to choose. Since it's choosing initial abilities, I definitely need to pick the strongest. Among these, the Seer seems like a charlatan, and the Great Detective doesn't seem to have much ability. Is it to make my thinking stronger? This Great Adventurer, though, looks very strong, but his face is a bit scary. After much deliberation, Peter Parker reached for the 3rd card, the Great Adventurer card. He felt this one was the strongest. Seeing Peter choose the card, Clown Angel waved his hand, and the other cards disappeared. The belt also flew to Peter's waist on its own. All right, you've chosen your basic card. Now, return to the real world and continue fighting. If you have trouble, just call my name in your mind. Before Peter understood what was happening, he felt this dark dimension begin to collapse, and Clown Angel also disappeared. At this moment, in the lab, Gwen was frantically treating Peter's wound. Peter's chest now had a fist-sized hole, and blood was freely flowing out, staining the floor red. Gwen had arrived in the lab 2 minutes ago. When she got there, the lab was already a mess. Expensive instruments were scattered everywhere, clearly destroyed violently by an unknown person. Peter lay motionless in front of the experimental table, no longer breathing. "Don't die, don't die." Tears mixed with Peter's blood as they flowed down. Gwen had never been so distraught, but Peter Parker was clearly dead. Amon's business card, which Peter had in his pocket, suddenly flew out on its own. It transformed in the air, somehow turning into a character card and a belt. The belt flew to Peter's waist on its own, and the card followed, inserting itself into the belt. Music began to play from somewhere unknown, and Peter's body began to glow, floating into the air. Amidst the powerful BGM, Peter's chest wound first disappeared, then his clothes burst open with a bang, and pieces of a plastic-like trench coat pieced themselves onto Peter's body. Clown Angel's voice, neither fully human nor inhuman, rang out, "Kamen Rider Great Adventurer Form Transformation Complete." Peter also opened his eyes at this moment, and then he saw Gwen pounce into his arms, hugging him tightly. Burying her head in Peter's chest, Gwen excitedly said, "It's great, Peter, you're not dead. You had such a big hole in your chest, I thought you were already." Peter's slightly pained voice rang out, "Gwen, let go of me quickly, I can't breathe." Hearing Peter's strained voice, Gwen quickly released her embrace. She had been too excited just now and forgotten how strong she was. If it had been the old Peter, he would have had to wait for Clown Angel to save him again. "Ah, I'm alive again." Peter moved his shoulders and chest, which Gwen had squeezed painfully. Seeing that Peter was fine, Gwen asked the question she was most concerned about. "Peter, what happened to you? Why did you have a hole in your chest just now? And what's your situation now?" Peter looked at the trench coat he was wearing. It was more like armor than a trench coat, it just looked like it was on a different layer than everyone else. "I was doing an experiment with Professor Connors, and then..." As Peter spoke, he finally remembered why he had almost died just now. He said anxiously, "I was pierced through the chest by a green claw. Gwen, did you see a green lizard man? About this tall. He is Professor Connors." As Peter spoke, he raised his hand and gestured in the air to indicate the green lizard man's height. "Lizard man. Professor Connors. I didn't see such a big lizard. Tell me more clearly, my mind is a bit confused right now." "You said Professor Connors turned into a big lizard. How could a living person turn into a lizard?" Peter instinctively reached to scratch his head, but his hand touched a top hat instead. What a strange outfit. Peter searched on the lab bench and showed Gwen a white mouse that had been constantly bumping against its glass cage. "You see, just like this white mouse, Professor injected an incomplete serum similar to his, and thus turned into a big lizard, and a bit irritable." Gwen looked at the white mouse in the glass cage. No, what was in the cage no longer looked like a white mouse, but rather a green, lizard-like creature. Gwen looked at Peter with a strange expression and asked, "You call this a white mouse?" Peter pondered for a moment before explaining to Gwen. "As you can see, Professor also turned into this, just much larger in size. You should remember that I'm assisting Professor Connors, and what we're researching is cross-species gene transfer technology, which can give the abilities of other animals to other animals. Professor transplanted lizard genes into himself to regenerate his severed right arm, but the experiment was not perfected. His right arm recovered, but Professor seems to have lost his mind. I understand a little now. What's going on with you?" Gwen continued to ask. Peter suppressed the urge to scratch his head, placed the glass cage back on the lab bench, and said to Gwen, "Actually, I'm not quite sure either. A very strange little person saved me, and then gave me this ability. I haven't figured out how to use it yet." Peter thought for a moment and then said to Gwen again, "We should find Professor first. His current state is too bad, and he will cause a lot of destruction outside." Gwen nodded and said, "Since the lizard man Professor turned into is so big, he should leave a lot of traces. Perhaps we can follow the traces to find him. Then let's look for him like that first." Peter finished speaking and looked at the door that had been broken by immense force. A few minutes later, Peter and Gwen arrived at a manhole cover. Peter observed the surroundings and said helplessly, "The traces stop here. Professor must have gone into the sewer, which makes it a bit difficult." New York's drainage system, built in the 17th century, is intricate. Finding a lizard man there, while not quite like finding a needle in a haystack, is certainly not simple. Peter sighed, "I wish I had chosen the seer card back then. Maybe I could have used its special ability to find Professor Connors directly." "Peter, what are you saying?" Gwen asked curiously. "Nothing, it's related to my current state and hard to explain right now." At this moment, Clown Angel's inhuman voice sounded from Peter's waist. "Foolish Peter Parker, your current state is also capable of divination, you just don't know how to use it." Actually, what Clown Angel didn't tell Peter was that the abilities of those three character cards were the same, the only difference was their appearance after transformation. Peter was surprised and said, "This card can also tell fortunes. What's the difference from that seer?" "Never mind, none of that matters. Clown Angel, how do I perform divination? I still don't know how to use the ability you gave me." Clown Angel's voice sounded again. "On the left side of your belt, there's a card holder. Inside are the skills you can use. To use a skill, take out the card and put it into the card slot in the middle of your belt." Peter reached to his waist and indeed felt a card box. He unskillfully pulled out several cards, the first of which was the divination card. The divination card had many ability introductions, all various divination methods: tarot divination, poker divination, pendulum divination, staff divination, astrology, and all sorts of other divination methods. So many divination methods. Peter didn't rush to use this divination card but looked at the abilities of the other cards. He planned to first understand what abilities he had after transforming, so that he wouldn't encounter problems that could be solved with special abilities later but not know he had them, which would be too ridiculous. He found that only 8 of the cards he pulled out had content, the rest were blank. "Do I need to collect abilities myself?" Peter remembered what the little angel had told him. He saw that the second card was open black lens bracket fire jump close black lens bracket, an ability that allowed him to flash between flames within a certain range, gaining immunity to fire during this time. The next one was open black lens bracket fire manipulation close black lens bracket, an ability to control fire, which seemed to be usable in conjunction with open black lens bracket fire jump close black lens bracket. Peter thought about the abilities of the two cards. He could use open black lens bracket fire jump close black lens bracket while using open black lens bracket fire manipulation close black lens bracket, manipulating the fire to where he wanted to go and then flashing there. He looked at the next card, which was open black lens bracket wound transfer close black lens bracket. After use, it could transfer wounds to other locations or other objects. "Is this why I woke up to find my clothes exploded? Clown Angel must have used this ability to transfer the wound on my chest to my clothes, and then the clothes exploded." The fifth card was open black lens bracket paper man substitute close black lens bracket, an ability to use a pre-prepared paper man to take damage for himself. It seemed to have some other uses, but Peter couldn't see them yet, that part was blurred on the card. However, this ability had to be used in advance, it would be useless if used after taking damage. Peter already knew that his belt had 3 ability card slots. To use a card ability, the corresponding card had to be inserted into a slot, meaning Peter could use a maximum of 3 abilities simultaneously. The open black lens bracket paper man substitute close black lens bracket card needed to be inserted in advance to be used. The 6th card was open black lens bracket air bullet close black lens bracket, a very simple ability that could fire air bullets, with a maximum power close to a sniper rifle bullet. Peter muttered to himself, "Since it's going to occupy one of my card slots, why don't I just carry a pistol on me?" That way I could free up a card slot. The seventh was open black lens bracket faceless close black lens bracket, an ability to change one's appearance into a person of not too different a size, and even change the clothes after transformation. With this ability, I can save money on buying clothes. Peter's thoughts were always very strange. Not thinking about strange content anymore, Peter looked at the last card with content. The last card was the open black lens bracket spiritual thread close black lens bracket. Its ability was to see everyone's spiritual thread and manipulate these spiritual threads. Those whose spiritual threads were manipulated would transform into puppets, truly dying, and finally be controlled like puppets. What an evil ability! Peter gasped, contributing to global warming. Evil, what? Gwen asked curiously. Peter didn't hide it from Gwen and showed her the card. Oh, I was talking about the ability on this card. Gwen squinted at the card, but after a long time, she couldn't make sense of it. She asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? This is just a blank card, there's nothing on it." Peter brought the card closer to his eyes and looked again. "Aren't there words on it?" Gwen leaned her head over again, rubbed her eyes, but still couldn't see the words on the card. "Still nothing, it's blank." Peter scratched his top hat, saying with some uncertainty, "Could it be that only I, the master, can see the words on the card?" "Perhaps," Gwen said indifferently. She didn't want to think too much about Peter's strange new abilities, they were just too weird. "Let me try the ability of this open black lens bracket spiritual thread close black lens bracket card first." Peter couldn't suppress his curiosity. He wanted to try this ability he had never heard of first. He could imagine other abilities like paper doppelgangers and fire jumps, but he couldn't imagine the spiritual thread. As the little angel said, Peter put away the other cards first, then awkwardly inserted the card into the belt's card slot. After the card entered the slot, the belt lit up briefly, then went silent. Nothing happened. Could the content on the card be fake? Seeing no change, Peter muttered to himself, then he heard Gwen's question. "What are you saying, Peter? Your voice is too low, I didn't hear you clearly." Hearing this, Peter looked up at Gwen, still using that helpless tone. "I feel like this card is useless. Nothing happened after I inserted it." Mid-sentence, Peter's words stopped. He saw that, at some point, threads, somewhere between illusory and real, had appeared on Gwen's body. They seemed to extend from Gwen's soul upwards into the infinite. After a moment of stun, Peter realized that those illusory threads must be the spiritual threads mentioned on the card. He hadn't expected them to appear in such a magical and dreamlike way. He subconsciously followed a feeling, an urge to touch those threads, and then, in Peter's vision, one of Gwen's spiritual threads moved. Whoosh! Gwen's entire body was on alert. Her spider sense was going crazy, constantly warning her, like a cat with its fur bristling. Driven by instinct, Gwen performed several difficult backflips, jumping over 10 meters and pressing her body against the alley wall before stopping. Only then did her spider sense stop its warnings. "Peter, what were you trying to do just now? I felt like I almost died." Hearing Gwen's question, Peter was momentarily stunned. He finally realized what he had just done. The open black lens bracket spiritual thread close black lens bracket card clearly stated that once the spiritual thread was completely controlled, that person would truly die. "I was impulsive just now. I just wanted to try the ability and ignored the consequences. I'm very sorry, Gwen." Peter felt extremely guilty. Gwen narrowed her eyes and observed Peter for a while. Her spider sense was no longer warning her. She got down from the wall. "All right, seeing your sincere apology, I won't hold it against you for now." Peter, who had been anxiously watching Gwen's reaction, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gwen wasn't angry. He suddenly noticed that spiritual threads were not only floating from Gwen in the alley, but also several spiritual threads were floating from the dark corners, and they felt easier to control than Gwen's spiritual threads. "Are these the cockroaches and rats in the alley?" Peter tried to control the spiritual threads belonging to the animals in the dark alley. It was surprisingly simple. In just a few seconds, Peter felt his consciousness connect to a strange thing. He moved an unfamiliar body somewhat unskillfully, and Peter finally knew what he was controlling. A rat. Through the rat's perspective, he saw himself in strange attire and Gwen beside him, looking at him in confusion. So this is what it feels like to look at people from a rat's perspective. We're like terrifying giants. Peter controlled the puppet rat to take a few steps, leaving the darkness and appearing in front of him and Gwen. He wanted to greet Gwen with the rat's body, but he felt his head start to throb, and his control over the rat began to weaken. There was nothing he could do but give up control of the rat. The rat's body, abandoned by the spiritual thread, instantly stiffened and then collapsed to the ground with a thud, like a true puppet. Huh, how did this rat die? The commotion Peter caused with the rat obviously caught Gwen's attention. Hey, Peter, why do you look so pale? Gwen, who was observing the rat, saw that Peter didn't respond. She turned her head and saw that Peter's face had turned very pale, and his body was swaying, about to fall. Seeing this, Gwen quickly reached out to support Peter, catching him before he could fall to the ground. Then Gwen heard a sound from Peter's strange belt. Warning, excessive spiritual consumption. Transformation will be forcibly cancelled. Peter, enduring a headache, hadn't understood what was happening when he felt the powerful strength in his body disappear, and his transformation was cancelled. He once again reverted to his scrawny Peter Parker self. From Gwen's perspective, Peter's cool outfit, which could be used for a movie, suddenly vanished, leaving him only in his original tattered clothes, barely covering his important parts, preventing Peter from running naked. Peter, what happened to you again? Gwen felt that Peter was truly ill-fated. Peter clutched his head and explained weakly. My head hurts a bit. It seems I've run out of my skill mana bar. That ability called open black lens bracket spiritual thread close black lens bracket consumes a bit too much. After the transformation was cancelled, Peter understood. When he used the belt to transform, he would continuously consume something called spirituality. According to Peter's own understanding, spirituality was a kind of power that everyone possessed, related to mental sanity. Transformation would bring an improvement in physical fitness and agility, but the consumed spirituality was very little, and recovery was sufficient to balance the consumption. However, using skill cards was different, they consumed a lot of spirituality. Peter hadn't tried other skills yet, but the open black lens bracket spiritual thread close black lens bracket skill was definitely a major consumer of spirituality. He had only controlled the rat a few times, and his spirituality was almost depleted, forcing him to exit the transformation. Gwen, can you lend me your jacket? I can't go find Professor Connors for now. I need some time to recover before I can transform again, and then I can perform the divination. Now, I should find a place to rest. Going out like this doesn't seem very good. Peter said with some embarrassment. I think you look pretty good going out like that. Gwen stroked her chin, teasing. Don't joke, Gwen. Peter, draped in Gwen's jacket, cautiously followed her, occasionally using her body to shield himself from the glances of passers-by. Peter, somewhat embarrassed, said to Gwen. Gwen, slow down. I look like a homeless man right now, it's not good if people see me. Gwen didn't hide her amusement, saying, Peter, you're walking too slowly. It's just that your clothes are a bit torn, isn't this style common on the street? Peter didn't speak, only lowered his head further, following Gwen. Gwen and Peter were neighbors, and their home wasn't far from here. They reached their destination about 15 minutes later. Gwen said to Peter, let's go to my room. George is still at the police station, and Helen should be volunteering at an orphanage in Queens. No one will disturb us. Okay. Peter's mind was already a mess, his thoughts almost stagnant. He felt like he was about to collapse directly onto the street any moment. Upon reaching Gwen's room, Peter flopped onto the bed with a thud and fell silent. Is he in such bad shape? Gwen murmured, ignoring the sleeping Peter. She picked up a radio on the cabinet. She had modified it to listen to the New York Police Department's internal frequency, allowing her to know what was happening in New York. Perhaps Professor Connors, transformed into a monster, will escape and cause chaos. This way, I can quickly learn about his movements. After tuning the radio to the New York Police Department's frequency, Gwen placed it on the table, listening to the news coming from it and staring blankly at the sleeping Peter. A groggy Peter heard someone calling him, "Peter, Peter, wake up, something's happening." Huh. Peter opened his eyes in confusion and saw Gwen shaking his body. "What's wrong, Gwen? Listen for yourself." Gwen brought the radio to Peter's ear, signaling him to listen carefully. "Command Center, this is 9527, emergency call. Unknown creature spotted, requesting immediate backup. Location is north side of Manhattan Bridge, target description is a green lizard humanoid creature, approximately 2 meters tall, currently escaping from Osborne Tower, has caused injuries to several citizens." Hearing the voice from the radio, Peter's sleepiness immediately vanished. Is this the New York Police Department's internal channel? That green lizard must be the professor. Why would he attack Osborne Tower? Gwen said, "I don't know, but we should find Professor Connors before he gets caught." "Right, we have to find the professor first. If the police catch him, the professor is finished." Peter looked down at his tattered clothes and somewhat awkwardly said to Gwen, "Gwen, can you find me some clothes?" Gwen, with an "I knew it" expression, picked up a set of clothes from a nearby chair and handed them to Peter. "I got these from your room while you were sleeping. I knew you'd need them." "Gwen, you're so reliable." Peter took the clothes, ripped off the rags on his body, and quickly put them on. "How do we get there? It's not close to Osborne Tower from here, and even a taxi seems too late." "We'll take my father's car. He usually drives the police car, and his own car is always parked in the garage. I've driven it a few times, my skills are pretty good." The two went to the garage. Gwen fumbled through the shelves and pulled out a key. Director George habitually kept his car keys on a shelf in the garage. Gwen started the car and called Peter to get in. "Hurry, Peter." And so, Director George's beloved car was secretly driven away by Gwen and Peter. Just as Peter and Gwen were rushing towards Osborne Tower, Professor Connors, who had transformed into a lizard man, had already shaken off the police and returned to a hidden sewer. He set up the specialized equipment he had snatched from Osborne Tower and assembled it with the devices he had collected earlier. He intended to produce a large amount of lizard serum. A new personality, a mad and extreme one, had emerged within Kurt Connors after transforming into a lizard man. This extreme personality believed his lizard man form was a superior species and wanted to turn all humans into lizard men to achieve evolution. So he began searching for equipment everywhere. Originally, he should have returned to his own laboratory to retrieve the equipment, but Kurt Connors' primary personality resisted fiercely. He believed he had killed Peter Parker, and his guilt prevented him from returning to his laboratory, which is why the lizard personality went to Osborne Tower to steal experimental equipment. "It will be ready soon, it will be ready soon. I will bring evolution to all humanity. I am the god of the new world." The lizard professor began to fantasize about a beautiful future, constantly uttering words like, evolution, God, and new world. Screech. The harsh sound of tires rubbing against the pavement didn't attract anyone's attention. Outside Osborne Tower, it was chaos, and no one would notice a perfectly ordinary car, even if it was the New York Police Department director's car. "Gwen, it seems we're still too late. We can't even see the professor's shadow." "It seems so, but we can find out what happened. I know that police officer, he's my father's subordinate. Come on, let's go ask about the situation." "Hi, Uncle Chris, what happened here? So many police officers are out." The police officer named Chris was startled, feeling the voice was somewhat familiar. He looked closely and realized it was the director's daughter. "It's Gwen. Why are you here?" "I was out with a friend, heard a lot of noise over here, so I came to check it out." Gwen tugged at Peter, indicating she was out with a friend. Detective Chris said, "This must be Peter Parker, I've heard Director George mention him." "Hello, Detective Chris, I'm Peter Parker." Peter greeted him. Uncle Chris, you still haven't said what happened here. Hearing Gwen bring it up again, Detective Chris finally said. Well, a few tens of minutes ago, a green monster broke into Osborn Tower, caused a lot of damage inside for a while, and seemed to have taken a lot of equipment. By the time we received the alarm and arrived, the monster had already fled. Your father is leading a search for that green monster. Gwen, I'm telling you, many people suspect that monster is a product of Osborn's biological experiments, and I agree. Otherwise, how could there be such a large humanoid lizard? Gwen and Peter nodded, indicating they agreed with Detective Chris's opinion. Then Gwen asked again, Uncle Chris, what equipment was stolen? For a biological company like Osborn, that equipment must be very expensive, right? Detective Chris shook his head and said, I wouldn't know. I'm just a police officer, I don't understand that high-tech stuff. Gwen and Peter exchanged glances, then said goodbye to Detective Chris and moved aside. Peter, why do you think Professor Connors risked stealing that equipment? Too little information to deduce, but I have a bad feeling about it. It would be best if we could go in and see what equipment was lost. Peter felt the situation wasn't very good. Peter looked at the violently damaged entrance of Osborn Tower, which was guarded by police and some men in black. Everyone entering had to show identification, so they probably couldn't go in directly. What should we do? Peter habitually scratched his head, feeling much more comfortable this time without a strange hat blocking him. Suddenly, he thought of his belt, and an idea formed in his head. He took out the Great Adventurer card, flipped up his coat, and inserted the card into his belt. Kamen Rider Great Adventurer form transform. Powerful music blared again, and Peter was once again dressed in his Great Adventurer outfit, with a top hat reappearing on his head. What kind of BGM is this? Peter couldn't control his urge to complain, the transformation sound effect was too comical. Peter and Gwen hid in a deserted spot, watching the personnel exiting Osborn Tower. After a while, a man holding a phone, who appeared to be a manager, walked out of the tower. Seeing his chance, Peter pulled a card from his waist, the faceless card. This was his second time using the card, and Peter skillfully inserted it into his belt. Peter felt as if many people appeared before his eyes, all of whom he felt familiar with. Some he even knew, like Gwen, Aunt May, Inspector Chris, etc. Others he had only met a few times, like the manager who had just left. Seeing this, Peter understood how to use the faceless card. After using it, everyone he had ever seen would appear in his mind, allowing him to recall with incredible accuracy the appearance and temperament of each person, and then change his own appearance to achieve an almost perfect disguise. Recalling the appearance, clothing, and demeanor of the manager from earlier, Peter's appearance began to change. Gwen stood by, watching Peter transform from his familiar self into a strange middle-aged man, even his temperament was different from before. Gwen looked at Peter, who had undergone a live transformation, with a mix of surprise and uncertainty, and asked, Peter, is this also one of your abilities? On the way, Peter had told her about the special abilities of the belt, but she hadn't expected it to be capable of something to this extent, as if he had become a different person. Peter explained to Gwen, yes, I'm currently using the faceless card. I've transformed into that manager who just came out. Now I'll use his identity to sneak in. He checked his status and found that his spiritual power consumption was very low, only significantly consumed during the transformation, and then it was the same as his normal state. Indeed, the spiritual thread skill consumed a lot, while the faceless skill consumed very little. Wish me luck. Without hesitation, Peter, wearing the manager's face, walked past the black-clad men at the entrance. He walked in without stopping, very naturally, and the black-clad men didn't stop him. They recognized that the person entering was the manager who had just left. They just wondered what he had been doing outside to return so quickly. Entering Osborn Tower without any incident, Peter looked around and headed towards the area where various experimental equipment was stored, which also showed clear signs of damage. Peter had once interned at Osborn Corporation and was very familiar with its layout. He quickly followed the route from memory to the experimental area, which was utterly destroyed. Osborn's staff wanted to clean up the damaged laboratories but were stopped by men in black. Several SHIELD agents in black suits were recording data beside the destroyed equipment. Who are these men in black? Why did they look so much like the agents in the movies? Did Professor Connor's turning into a lizard monster attract all those secret organizations? Peter thought to himself, then called out to a passing staff member who was holding a folder and tallying something, appearing to be responsible for assessing the damage. What equipment has been lost? The staff member, seeing it was the manager, handed the folder to Peter and said, "Manager Baker, we lost, during the attack by the green monster, and the canary device from the exhibition area was also taken by the monster." Peter looked at the equipment listed in the folder, while also remembering everything the staff member said. His memory was already good, and it seemed even better after transforming. "All right, I understand. You go about your business." Peter sent the staff member away and pondered Professor Connor's objective. The equipment he took were all commonly used biological experimental devices, but it was strange that he also took the canary device, which was meant to deal with major diseases. Taking biological experimental equipment was understandable. The professor might want to turn himself back into a normal human, but the canary device was very strange. Could it be? Peter thought of a rather ominous possibility. Professor Connors wanted to use the canary device to turn everyone in the city into lizard people. He didn't know why he had such a conjecture, but an intuition in his mind told him that this was the truth. This time, things are really serious. Peter thought, a bad feeling in his gut. He quickly walked towards the exit, leaving Osborn Tower in a hurry under the puzzled gaze of the SHIELD agents. It seems the people at Osborn Corporation are very busy. Are you stating the obvious? It would be strange if the company wasn't busy after being damaged like this by a monster. The black-suited agents chatted leisurely. Peter ignored the big flaw in his disguise, quickly found Gwen, transformed back into himself, and told Gwen his speculation. Gwen was also very shocked after understanding what Peter was saying. "Peter, what you're saying is too terrifying. Professor Connors shouldn't do something like that, should he? I can't say why I think this, but my intuition tells me so." This also seems to be an ability gained after transforming, and based on the existing clues, that scenario is very possible. Peter felt that this was an ability brought by the transformation, just like fortune-telling. Divination, right, I can use the divination card to divine what the professor is going to do. Peter thought of his ability. Once bitten, twice shy, he smoothly took out the divination card and inserted it into his belt. A light screen appeared in front of him, displaying many divination methods, all of which he had learned from the card before. However, many divination methods were grayed out and unusable. Why can't I use any of these astrology or tarot divinations? Clown Angel spoke up again to remind Peter. Because divination skills are different from other abilities, they require sufficient divination knowledge to use. So you can only use relatively simple divination methods, like pendulum dowsing. As for astrology, you don't even need to think about it, an illiterate person can't be a seer. Why did you throw in an insult? Then I just won't use those unusable divination methods, but I don't know how to use the other usable divination methods either. Peter was still confused. Clown Angel continued. The remaining divination methods are all very simple to learn. Even a child can grasp them quickly. Aren't you looking for the lizard man's whereabouts? Just use dream divination, it's the most suitable method. You just need to repeat what you want to divine a few times, then enter a dream, and you'll dream of the content you want. I trust you're not so stupid as to not understand this. Sounds simple. Peter mumbled, then began to try dream divination. He softly repeated what he wanted to know. Kurt Connors's objective, Kurt Connors's objective. He repeated it many times before realizing a problem. How do I enter a dream? Hey, how do I enter a dream? Even if I close my eyes and try to sleep now, I won't fall asleep quickly. Clown Angel's ominous voice rang out. You could faint. If that person in front of you punches you, wouldn't you fall asleep? Peter's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What a strange way to enter a dream, by being knocked out. He found that after transforming, his control over his muscles became very strong, allowing him to perfectly control his facial expressions. His body's flexibility and coordination also greatly improved, making him a prime candidate for a con artist. Peter said, "Not entirely sure, let me ask you, can I enter a dream just by passing out? What if I just fall unconscious and don't dream? You're looking down on me. If I say you can enter a dream by passing out, then you definitely can," Clown Angel declared confidently. "If it weren't for the emergency, I wouldn't believe what you're saying." Peter muttered to himself, then gritted his teeth and said to Gwen, "Gwen, let's go back to the car first. I need your help with something." Under Gwen's puzzled gaze, Peter led her back to the car, and she heard Peter stammering to her. "Gwen, can you knock me out?" Huh. Gwen suspected Peter had lost his mind. Was it a side effect of the transformation? A normal person wouldn't. "Gwen, don't misunderstand. I'm mentally fine. It's for a divination. To perform dream divination, I must enter a dream, but I can't fall asleep quickly on my own, so I need your help to knock me out." Gwen didn't agree immediately, she was still skeptical. It was very strange to use one's ability to knock oneself out. Seeing Gwen still hesitant, Peter thought for a moment and took out a card, explaining to Gwen. "This is the Open Black Lens Bracket Wound Transfer Close Black Lens Bracket card. Its ability is to transfer wounds to other parts or objects. Even if you injure me, I can use this to transfer the wound, so don't worry about me." After speaking, Peter inserted the Open Black Lens Bracket Wound Transfer Close Black Lens Bracket into his belt. Seeing this, Gwen's worries lessened, but she still hesitated, saying, "I'm not very confident about knocking you out. My strength has increased a lot recently, which means my control over my power isn't very good. Normally, I just need to hold back, but adjusting the force to just the right amount to knock you out is a bit difficult. It might take a few tries. It's okay, as long as you can knock me out. Don't worry about getting hurt." Peter forced a smile. Although it was a forced smile, Gwen didn't see any forcedness due to his precise control over his facial muscles, only calmness. Seeing this, Gwen agreed, "Then let's try." "Okay, knock me out after I finish chanting the incantation." After instructing her, Peter began to softly chant the divination content again. "Professor Connors's purpose, Professor Connors's purpose." After finishing, Peter signaled Gwen with his eyes that he was ready. Gwen took a deep breath, raised her hand, made a fist, and, controlling her strength, swung it towards Peter's head. In Peter's somewhat terrified eyes, the punch landed squarely on his top hat. Amidst a shower of golden stars, Peter only felt dizzy and didn't pass out. Peter steadied himself and said, "Gwen, you're not strong enough. Try again." "Peter, you seem to have become more resistant to punches." Gwen felt that Peter's feel was good. "Is that so? Hee hee." Peter couldn't quite smile. Gwen said eagerly, "Hurry up and chant it again." "I'll try again." Peter's eye twitched, and he continued to chant the divination content. "Professor Connors's purpose, Professor Connors's purpose." Gwen used even more force to hit Peter's top hat. Peter fell backward onto the seat, but he didn't pass out. Peter's bad premonition grew stronger. "Let's try again." Peter seemed to see excitement on Gwen's face. Bang! Bang! Finally, on the fourth try, Peter successfully passed out. In his unconscious state, Peter vaguely seemed to see many things. Suddenly, his consciousness arrived in a street, and his awareness became clear. "I'm still dreaming. Is this the legendary lucid dream?" Peter looked around the street he was in within the dream. It looked familiar, like Fulton Street in Brooklyn. Was something going to happen here? Suddenly, a green mist floated into the sky above the street. The mist emanated from a tall building, spreading incredibly fast. In a few breaths, it enveloped Fulton Street and began to spread further. As Peter watched, a man not far from him inhaled the green mist. In just a few dozen seconds, he fell to his knees, scratching all over his body, and then transformed into a green lizard man. Peter's face showed shock. He realized that not only that man, but anyone on that street who inhaled the green mist would turn into a green lizard man in less than a minute. This. Peter suddenly woke up, his breathing very rapid. Gwen looked at Peter, whose face was full of panic, clearly having dreamt of something bad, and asked with concern. What did you dream about? Was it very bad? Peter said urgently, we need help. Yes, go to Marvel Clash and find Mr. Aemon. He will definitely believe what I say. I just divined that a terrifying green mist appeared on Fulton Street in Brooklyn, and anyone who inhales the mist will turn into a lizard man. What did you say? Is Professor Connors really crazy? He wants to turn an entire block of people into lizard monsters. Gwen was shocked. Peter stated an even worse possibility, it's not just Fulton Street. With the Canary device's help, Professor Connors has the ability to spread the lizard formula throughout all of Brooklyn, or even all of New York. How did the professor become a villain who wants to destroy the world? Gwen didn't know what to say anymore. Hurry, Gwen, let's go to the Marvel Clash building. The superheroes there can definitely solve this problem. Peter urged the distracted Gwen. Oh, right. Starting the car, the two quickly headed towards the Marvel Clash building. Director Chris looked at the departing car with some confusion. That's the director's car, isn't it? Did he lend it to Gwen? Because they were both in Manhattan, the two companies were not too far apart. Peter and Gwen quickly arrived at the Marvel Clash building. How did that strange mirror end up in the lobby? Peter noticed that Rhodes, the magic mirror, had been moved to the lobby wall, but he didn't think much of it. The two went to the front desk and asked the staff. Excuse me, is Mr. Aemon here? We have something very important to tell him. The front desk clerk, wearing a monocle, looked at the two of them and said with a smile. Oh, it's Mr. Peter Parker and Miss Gwen Stacy. That fellow Aemon isn't here. You can leave a message if you have anything, and he'll know. Peter and Gwen exchanged glances, surprised that this front desk clerk still remembered them, but the tone was a bit strange. What employee addresses their boss like that? Peter thought for a moment about who else they knew there. He asked. Then we're looking for Mr. Klein. Is he here? The monocled front desk clerk pointed to an elevator and said, looking for Klein. Just take that private elevator up. You should know his office. Okay, thank you. After thanking him, the two took the elevator to Klein's office floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, they heard a familiar voice. Peter, you're using your Kamen Rider belt quite well. Upon seeing the gentleman in the top hat, Peter and Gwen's tense hearts relaxed considerably. Hearing the gentleman's question, Peter was taken aback and asked, you know about the Kamen Rider belt? After inviting them into his office, Mr. Klein smiled and said, of course I know about the Kamen Rider belt. That's a product of our company. Currently, there's only one, and you're using it. The belt is your company's product. That's truly astonishing. Peter clearly hadn't expected the mysterious belt to be a Marvel Clash product. After a brief moment of shock, Peter quickly recovered and got down to business with Mr. Klein. Mr. Moretti, I have something important to tell you. Go ahead, I'm listening, Mr. Klein said calmly, sitting in his boss's chair, listening to Peter speak. So Peter quickly recounted the key points of Professor Connors' situation. I know what I'm saying sounds a bit far-fetched, but please believe me, we don't have much time. After listening to Peter's account, Mr. Klein nodded and said with a more serious tone, it is indeed a big problem. I will send people to assist you in solving it. Huh, you just believe it. Don't you need to confirm what I've said? Peter was somewhat surprised that the other party believed him without any doubt. Haha, since you've used the Kamen Rider belt, you should have seen those 3 basic character cards. Have you forgotten that I'm also a seer? Mr. Klein explained with a smile to Peter. Oh, I guess so. Peter remembered the 3 character cards. The first one had Mr. Moretti's image on it. Mr. Klein smiled at the two and said, all right, you two go outside. Support is already waiting there. When did you notify the others? I didn't see anyone. In their confusion, Peter and Gwen walked out of the office and saw 3 people waiting outside. One of them wore a monocle and had a camera on his shoulder, clearly a Marvel Clash specialty, a battlefield reporter. The other two were a beautiful blonde girl and a dark-haired older sister, clearly the superheroes providing support this time. Gwen had an impression of Liana. Her lightsaber was very striking during the fight against Abomination in Harlem. Liana introduced herself first. "Are you the ones I'm here to support? My name is Ileana Rasputin, codenamed Magic, and she is my assistant, Artemis." Peter Parker, codename, well, Kamen Rider. Peter thought for a moment and decided to use Kamen Rider as his codename. Gwen Stacy, Spider-Man. Gwen had clearly already thought of her hero name. Liana said, "Tell me what's going on." So Peter repeated the information he had given Mr. Klein to Liana. Understanding what was about to happen, Liana asked, "All right, I understand the situation. Without further ado, tell me where the event is going to happen, and we'll go there now." Peter answered Liana's question. "The location is Fulton Street in Brooklyn. I don't know the more precise location." Taking a tablet from Artemis, Liana looked on the map and found the location of Fulton Street. "Good, then follow me." She nodded, extended her right hand to the side, then drew it down, and a magical spatial rift appeared in midair. She then stepped through first. How amazing! Is this the legendary spatial teleportation? Following her into the spatial rift, the group instantly arrived on the rooftop of a building on Fulton Street. Peter exclaimed, "This ability must save a lot on travel expenses. If you went to deliver takeout, you'd definitely become a legend in the takeout industry." Gwen also exclaimed. These two, Liana was a bit speechless. No. She keenly noticed that the color of the air in the distance was somewhat strange. It was green. She directly interrupted Peter and Gwen, who were still exclaiming. "Hey, stop exclaiming. Is this green mist the poisonous mist you mentioned that turns people into lizardmen?" "Green mist? Has it started already?" Peter and Gwen looked up at the sky, and sure enough, green mist was drifting from a tall building in the distance, spreading very quickly. Peter quickly said to Liana, "This is bad, we need to quickly stop the mist from spreading. Ordinary people will turn into lizardmen within half a minute of inhaling it. Then you two wear these." Aemon, the cameraman who had been acting as an NPC, handed over 3 gas masks. Aemon, the cameraman, showed 2 rows of white teeth and said, "Produced by Marvel Clash, it must be a quality product." Peter and Gwen took the gas masks in surprise and put them on their faces. At this point, Peter noticed a problem. "You and she don't need to wear them." The she referred to Artemis. Aemon, the cameraman, said, "Don't mind me, I'm only responsible for recording. As for her, she needs it even less." Liana explained. "Artemis is a Cybertronian, she doesn't need a gas mask." As Liana finished speaking, Artemis, who had been following behind her, began to transform, taking on a mechanical appearance. "She's a Cybertronian." Peter and Gwen knew about Cybertronians. They were aware of the Decepticons' rampage in Manhattan a few months ago, and they had all seen Optimus Prime's statement at the press conference. "Follow me." Liana again opened a spatial rift, taking the group to the building from which the green mist was emanating. By this time, many people downstairs had already turned into green lizard men, going mad, destroying things, and harming citizens who hadn't transformed yet. "This is a bit tricky." She turned to Peter and Gwen and said, "You two go up and destroy the device that's continuously spraying the mist. I'll control the situation down here." "Okay." Without hesitation, Peter and Gwen agreed. Since she said it, she must have confidence. For now, destroying the canary device was more important. Seeing Peter and Gwen go upstairs, Liana said to Artemis, "You control those lizardmen for now. Don't kill them, maybe they can still change back. I'll handle the mist." With that, Liana spread her arms, her eyes gathered with magic, becoming deep, and her hair floated up. The sky instantly turned gloomy, a strong wind picked up, accompanied by falling raindrops. Under Liana's control, the green mist was all blown together, and with the sudden heavy rain, the mist was completely washed away. The citizens on the street who had turned into lizardmen after inhaling the green mist had their limbs cleanly severed by Artemis and piled together. One could see new limbs slowly growing from their wounds. Wow, what strong vitality! Liana was surprised by the recovery ability of these mutated lizardmen. This regeneration ability is even stronger than Wolverine's. She only knew that Wolverine's regeneration ability was strong, but she wasn't sure if he could regrow severed limbs. Slicing off the limbs of a fully regenerated lizardman that lunged at her, Liana frowned as she looked at the many lizardmen slowly getting back up, and grasped the key pendant hanging around her neck. With a push of her palm forward, the space around the lizardmen began to warp eerily, and then they all vanished from this world. The ability Open Black Lens Bracket Spatial Concealment Close Black Lens Bracket, which Liana currently wielded with such intensity, could also be called Open Black Lens Bracket Spatial Cage Close Black Lens Bracket. This was the strongest binding ability she could use with the key necklace. This ability could twist a spatial area, cut it into two parts, and conceal one of them. To escape from the hidden space, one could only do so through specific methods, making it very effective for controlling these lizardmen. Artemis, throw all the humans who turn into lizardmen into this space from now on. I'll go upstairs and see how they're doing. Yes, miss. Artemis continuously severed the limbs of newly mutated lizardmen and threw them into the Open Black Lens Bracket Spatial Concealment Close Black Lens Bracket generated by Liana. Meanwhile, Peter and Gwen, while Liana and Artemis were dealing with the mist outside, were climbing stairs. This was a building under construction, with no elevator installed, and they hadn't seen anyone else after entering. Professor Connors should be on the top floor. Let's hurry up, destroy the device, and get the professor under control, then the matter will be resolved. They had just climbed to the 6th floor of the building when a black-green figure lunged at them. Fortunately, Gwen noticed in time and pulled Peter back. Peter, a bit agitated, said, "Professor Connors, is that you?" "Peter, this isn't Professor Connors. Look at the shredded clothes on him, those are clearly security guard uniforms. It must be a lizardman that Professor Connors transformed using the serum." Peter had been too excited just now. After hearing what Gwen said, he calmed down and also noticed the problem. "Then let's subdue this lizardman. We don't have time to drag this out." After saying that, Peter removed the Open Black Lens Bracket Faceless Close Black Lens Bracket card he was using, took out Open Black Lens Bracket Spiritual Thread Close Black Lens Bracket, Open Black Lens Bracket Air Bullet Close Black Lens Bracket, and Open Black Lens Bracket Fire Manipulation Close Black Lens Bracket, and skillfully inserted them into his belt's card slots. He raised his right hand, shaped it like a gun, and made a shooting sound. Bang! An invisible air bullet was fired, with the power equivalent to a large-caliber handgun. The right leg of the lunging security guard lizardman was hit, and he fell with a thud onto the stairs. "I'm quite strong, aren't I?" Peter was very pleased with the belt's abilities. He hadn't used the full power of the Open Black Lens Bracket Air Bullet Close Black Lens Bracket just now, as the security guard was an innocent bystander, and subduing him was enough. The security guard lizardman struggled for a few moments on the ground, then his broken right leg successfully regenerated, and he lunged at the two again. This isn't scientific. How can he recover so fast? Peter couldn't believe it. He knew that the recovery ability after being mutated by the lizard serum was incredibly exaggerated, otherwise, Professor Connor's arm wouldn't have grown back so quickly. But recovering at a visible rate was just too ridiculous. "Gwen, you hold him off first, I'll control him with spiritual thread." Peter thought for a moment and decided to use Open Black Lens Bracket Spiritual Thread Close Black Lens Bracket. However, he wasn't trying to turn the lizardman in front of him into a puppet, but rather to stiffen his body and then control him. This was an ability he discovered when trying to use Open Black Lens Bracket Spiritual Thread Close Black Lens Bracket. Before successful puppetization, the target's thoughts and body would become sluggish and stiff, which was a very effective control method. "Okay." Gwen agreed, casually grabbing a railing on the nearby stairs, and with a forceful tug, the railing was torn off directly, to be used as a weapon. Seeing this, Peter's eyelids twitched. He felt that Gwen alone could probably handle this lizardman without his help. While Gwen used a dog-fighting tactic to provoke the security guard lizardman, keeping him occupied, Peter concentrated on controlling the security guard lizardman's spiritual thread. After 2 seconds of starting to control, Gwen felt the large green figure in front of her begin to stiffen, moving as if in slow motion. Seeing this, Gwen also relaxed. She pulled several steel bars from the stairs, went behind the security guard lizardman, and used the steel bars to bind all 4 limbs of the security guard lizardman. Done. Gwen clapped her hands. She felt that the lizardman was much easier to deal with than the yellowish-brown monster at Broadway that day. The two went up a few more floors, and another lizardman attacked. It wasn't Professor Connors, but a lizardman he had mutated with the serum. Peter and Gwen used the same method, subduing the lizardman by repeating the process. They went up a few more floors, and it was another lizardman. They repeated the process again. A few more floors up, another lizardman. They repeated the process again. A few more floors up, another lizardman, and Peter finally couldn't help but say, "Are we playing a level-based game? Professor Connors must be the final boss. Why are there so many small monsters?" "You're right, I feel the same way." Gwen expressed strong agreement. Finally, after Peter and Gwen fought their way through, they arrived at the floor where the canary device was located. As soon as they entered, their eyes widened, not because of the floor full of lizardmen, but because magic. "How did you get here? Weren't you dealing with the mist downstairs?" Liana pulled her lightsaber out of the canary device, kicked the unconscious Professor Connors in his lizardman state on the ground, and said speechlessly, "Were you two on a date in the building? You're so slow. After I controlled the mist downstairs, I came to this floor, knocked down this lizardman in a white coat, and destroyed this humidifier by the way." Ha ha. Peter and Gwen chuckled awkwardly. They didn't want to be so slow either. "How should we deal with him? This lizardman should be the culprit, right?" Liana kicked the unconscious lizard professor again. "I can formulate a serum that can restore all the people who turned into lizard monsters back to normal, but it will take time." "Okay, then let's go back to Marvel Clash first. Someone will clean up the mess. We have a partnership with the New York Police Department." Liana nodded, explained briefly, and then took the group and many lizardmen back to Marvel Clash. Magic and her sidekicks dealt with the lizard monster rampaging through Fulton Street in Brooklyn. The heroes of Marvel Clash saved New York once again. The Daily Planet reported this. "Here's the contract, take a look." Klein Moretti, wearing a top hat, pushed 2 contracts towards Peter and Gwen. The two opened the contracts and were quite surprised by the contents. "The benefits are so good. There are no work hour requirements, it's volunteer work, and the base salary is $5,000 per week. Plus, the bonus is multiplicative, it doubles for every incident participated in. The bonus doubling refers to the number of superhero actions participated in within a month. One action is $100,000, and each subsequent one doubles." Klein smiled. "Of course. Superhero work is inherently voluntary, we won't force anyone. A high salary is also quite normal. There won't be any hidden traps in this, will there?" Peter thought to himself, a bit slyly. "There won't be any traps, rest assured on that point. You can also have a lawyer examine this contract," Klein said with a smile, as if he had heard Peter's thoughts. Peter felt a bit awkward. He felt as if Klein had indeed heard his thoughts. Gwen said, "No need for a lawyer. I know a bit about this area, and this contract has no issues." Seeing no problems, Peter and Gwen signed the contracts. After putting the contracts away, Klein said very gentlemanly, "Excellent, welcome Kamen Rider and Spider-Man to Marvel Clash. Someone will take you to familiarize yourselves with the company later. Also, it would be best if you could come next Wednesday, there will be a press conference specifically for superheroes like you." "No problem, we'll be there." At this moment, Peter asked, "How are the citizens who turned into lizard men? If there are difficulties with treatment, I can help. After all, I also participated in the research of the lizard serum." You don't need to worry about that. We have the most excellent experts in the biological field. Professor Connors has also regained his sanity, and things can be brought to a perfect close very soon, Klein said, assuring Peter not to worry. Inside the Marvel Clash laboratory, two middle-aged men were conversing. Bruce Banner said, "Kurt, your interspecies genetic inheritance technology is truly amazing, but how could you be so impatient as to conduct human experiments on yourself? Thankfully, things didn't reach the worst point, and there's still room for recovery." Kurt Connors looked a bit helpless, he sighed. Osborn was going to withdraw funding at the time. To continue my research, I had no choice but to do that. Now that things are this way, I can only try to remedy them. It's also thanks to Peter and Marvel Clash, otherwise, I'd be in prison right now. At this point, Professor Connors looked at the reverse engineering they were both working on. Sometimes, I have to admit that there are super geniuses in the world like you, Bruce, who can complete reverse research so quickly and perfect my research. A genius who was still wanted by the military and on the run for so many years. It's also thanks to Marvel Clash that I can be protected. Recalling the difficult days of the past few years, Bruce Banner almost shed tears. The two middle-aged men began to lament their fates. Leon, you have the best relationship with Thor. Thor's time on Earth is entrusted to you. You must take good care of our alien prince. Recalling Tony Stark's arrangements, Leon muttered to himself, your villa is so big, why don't you take care of Thor yourself? You've dealt with more than one or two aliens anyway. Back to reality, Leon said to the curious Thor. Thor, you'll stay in this room. I'll tidy it up for you, and then we'll go buy some daily necessities. Thor was quite moved. Good brother, once I regain my divine power, I'll take you to the heavenly palace to enjoy yourself properly. It's a deal then. Thor, what's your heavenly palace like? Is it like what's written in Norse mythology? Leon pulled out a copy of Norse mythology from somewhere and showed it to Thor. These are all things you Midgardians imagined. The real heavenly palace is much grander than what's written here. Thor flipped through the book and then closed it, indicating that the heavenly palace was even more impressive. Outside 177A Bleecker Street, Aemon found a random spot to sit, ordered some food, and waited. It was very lively here, with vendors and pedestrians filling the entire street. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a bald man in a yellow robe sat down opposite him. Mr. Aemon, what brings you here for breakfast? The tofu pudding here is excellent. Would the Sorcerer Supreme like a serving? Haha, Mr. Aemon, you jest. Since this eatery is yours, of course it's excellent. The vendors on Bleecker Street 177A all stopped what they were doing, uniformly took out monocles from their pockets, wiped them with handkerchiefs, and then put them back. However, this strange behavior did not cause panic among the passers-by, because the passers-by also took out monocles, wiped them, and put them back. Sorcerer Supreme, please don't mind. I just feel that the sanctum is too important, so I sent some people to protect it. Aemon scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding into his mouth and continued. And didn't the Sorcerer Supreme call for me? One of my avatars disappeared here without reason, and only the Sorcerer Supreme should be capable of that. Ancient One looked innocent. There's nothing I could do. I couldn't find your location, so I could only inform you through your avatar. All right, I came to you this time because I need your help. Ancient One paused and asked. Do you know the old gods? Aemon raised an eyebrow. The old gods who were almost wiped out by autumn. Isn't Oshtor of Vishanti one of the surviving old gods? Ancient One spoke. Yes, it is them. Although they were almost annihilated by the God-Eaters, their residual divine power still remains on Earth. The authority of these divine powers is extremely high, even I cannot deal with them. I can only seal them to delay their eruption. Aemon said uncertainly. You mean these divine powers are about to erupt? Yes, I think you should be able to sense it. Although these divine powers cannot affect you, whether human society can survive is uncertain. Shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by you, the Sorcerer Supreme? Why are you looking for me? Ancient One smiled bitterly. I am just a mortal, only surviving to this day by borrowing darkness power from Dormammu. I no longer have the strength to suppress those divine powers. You want me to solve it, but I won't do something that's thankless." Aemon indicated that the reward needed to be sincere enough. Ancient One took out her bargaining chip. "Haven't you always wanted the Eye of Agamotto? As long as you help solve this, the Time Stone can be entrusted to your keeping." Aemon felt that Ancient One might truly be unable to solve it, so he said, "So much sincerity. It seems you really can't do it anymore, even bringing out the Sorcerer Supreme's token. In that case, tell me about these divine powers." Ancient One smiled. "All right. The divine power of the old gods is sealed in a different dimension attached to the real world, originally sealed by the Trinity of Vishanti. Since then, every Sorcerer Supreme has reinforced the seal. It has been 10 years since I last reinforced the seal." The Ancient One said this, then pulled out a teapot from somewhere, poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and continued. "Some of the old god's divine power will leak around the seal, causing various strange phenomena. Therefore, over a long history, it was also discovered by ordinary humans. They believed those were ancient gods, and that if the gods became displeased, their divine power would erupt and destroy the world. This is actually their misunderstanding. Those few eruptions of divine power were caused by not reinforcing the seal in time. But because of this, the surviving humans became even more convinced of their conjectures. Based on their observations of the patterns of divine power eruptions, they deduced the patterns of the gods, awakening. They would perform sacrifices during the divine power eruptions to appease the gods and avoid destruction. This story sounds a bit familiar." Aemon picked up the Ancient One's teapot and poured himself a cup. "Where is the seal located?" The Ancient One said, "The Adirondack Mountains Forest Reserve. The reserve there was established by the government to prevent too many people from coming into contact with the sealed place." New York again. This really is a good place. Aemon sighed, then continued. "I will take care of this. Oh, and the Eye of Agamotto, just leave it to you, Kamar Taj. I only want the Time Stone." After saying this, Aemon silently disappeared. The Ancient One stood up, looked around, and seeing everyone on the street greeting her, she sighed helplessly. Alas! Inside the different ballroom, Leon, Thor, Jane, and Daisy were drinking. Because he was responsible for looking after Thor on Earth, Leon was currently on paid leave with public funds. He had heard that this was a store opened by his boss, and it wasn't his style to pass up a good deal, so he brought Thor here to have some fun. As for Jane and Daisy, they specifically sought him out. Back in New Mexico, Jane heard Daisy say that Thor had been taken away by an FBI agent. At the time, Jane felt something was amiss, so with her full initiative, she found the SHIELD outpost. Using her identity as a doctor of astrophysics, Jane convinced Agent Coulson by offering to help SHIELD research the effects left by the Bifrost Bridge. Thus, she re-established contact with Thor and learned that Thor was indeed the god of thunder, but had lost his divine power. When Thor came to New York, Jane followed him back to New York, while Dr. Selvig was taken away by SHIELD personnel for secret research. FBI agent, when did you become a Marvel-class superhero? Daisy asked Leon with a hint of teasing. She still remembered how Leon had used a fake FBI identity to trick her and take Thor away, which had caused her to be mocked by Jane for a long time. Leon, hearing this, said indifferently, "Daisy, you don't know this, but besides being a Marvel-class superhero, I'm also a SHIELD agent, an FBI agent, a CIA agent, and also." As Leon spoke, he magically pulled out 5 or 6 identification cards from his pocket. Daisy and Jane both widened their eyes. These must all be fake. After a while, Daisy asked again, "You big liar, aren't you a superhero? So what's your superpower?" Hearing this, Leon became energetic. He asked the bartender for a deck of playing cards, took them out, and handed them to Daisy. "I'll name a card, and then you randomly pick one out." Daisy checked the deck of cards, found nothing unusual, and shuffled them, saying, "What a strange ability." Seeing Daisy finish shuffling, Leon casually named one, 3 of hearts. Daisy then took a card from the top of the deck, flipped it over, and saw. It really is the 3 of hearts. Daisy found it fun, so she said to Leon, "You name another card, and I'll draw again." Then it's the 3 of clubs. Leon casually named another card. This time Jane drew. She had been chatting with Thor just now, and hearing the commotion from Daisy's side, she found it interesting and drew a card. It really is the 3 of clubs. Daisy flipped over all the cards, and there were still no problems. "I know," Daisy said with a tone of having discovered the truth. "Your superpower is card gambling, just like that slick-backed guy in God of Gamblers." Leon found it a bit amusing and explained, "My ability is to control luck. I can make people lucky or unlucky, it's not card gambling." "Then wouldn't you become a real god of gamblers if you became a gambler?" Daisy's train of thought had been going off track since earlier. Being a gambler isn't as interesting as being a superhero. "Good wine, another glass." After shouting, Thor smashed his wine glass to the ground. Again, Daisy covered her face. The sound of the glass breaking didn't carry. Leon looked and saw that the bartender with a monocle had caught the glass Thor threw. "A very unique way to drink, but guests, please don't break glasses, it will disturb other guests." Jane smiled apologetically, "Sorry, my friend's hometown customs are a bit strange, he can't adjust to them immediately." The bartender said, "Your friend is from out of town, huh?" "Coincidentally, our bar offers a travel activity. The location is the Adirondack Mountains Forest Reserve. Our bar will cover the expenses during the trip. You only need to take some photos during the trip. It's a rare opportunity, would you like to try it?" Daisy and Jane exchanged glances, then looked at Leon. They could go. Jane went to New Mexico to research special astronomical phenomena, which had now concluded, and she even overachieved with Thor's help. Daisy was following Jane for credits and had no other plans. The only one who might have a problem was Leon, because he was currently looking after the Asgardian prince stranded on Earth, and might not agree to such a trip. "Such a good thing, of course, we have to try." Again, Leon was not one to pass up a good deal. He then asked, "How will the travel expenses be given to us?" The bartender pulled out a card, handed it to Leon, and said with a smile, "Just swipe this card. No limit on the amount." "That's generous." Leon took the card and began to think about how to plan the trip. "Two beautiful ladies and Your Highness Thor, we're going to travel to Adirondack. Do you have anything you need to prepare?" As he spoke, Leon shook the card in his hand. "If all the money can come from this card, I'd like to buy a new astronomical telescope. The cosmos should be even more magnificent in the reserve." Jane began to fantasize about watching the cosmos with Thor, and then Thor pointing out what all the constellations and stars were called in Asgard. Just thinking about it felt very romantic. "Let's buy camping gear, like tents, barbecue grills, and such. Our RV is still in New Mexico, so we need to buy some new travel supplies." Daisy, on the other hand, was thinking about how to make the trip more comfortable. The next day, Leon drove Thor, Jane, and Daisy towards the Adirondack Mountains Forest Reserve. The Adirondack Mountains are about 467 kilometers from New York City. Under Leon's driving, they encountered no traffic jams or accidents and arrived at their destination just after noon. P.S. Recommending a new book, Marvel Reaper. Starting with Summoning Makima. You can find it by clicking on the author's page. Seeing that it was already past noon, Leon suggested to the 3 people in the car, "There's a restaurant ahead, and it's lunchtime. How about we eat something here before we set off?" They had now reached the border of the Adirondack Mountains, and there was still some distance to their destination, so they needed to eat something first. "Great." Daisy, in the passenger seat, agreed. Her stomach was also rumbling. As for Thor and Jane, Daisy saw the two chatting animatedly in the rearview mirror and suddenly didn't feel so hungry anymore. Then she secretly glanced at Leon and felt that it wasn't so bad after all. Leon was very much to her liking. After parking the car outside the restaurant, the 4 walked in. There were no other people inside, only a middle-aged man, who was clearly the owner. While serving the food, the owner asked them, "Are you guests here to visit the Adirondack Mountains? Of course, it's not like we're here to cut down trees." Leon joked, "This is a protected area, be careful with tree cutting." The owner also made a joke, then he continued, "Meeting is fate. Since you are here to visit, I have a place to recommend." The owner returned to the counter, took out a map, and showed it to them. "I have a cabin in the forest. It was built many years ago, and I haven't lived there since. I can lend it to you for a few days. You just need to help me take care of the cabin. You know I can't leave this restaurant." Leon looked at the marked location on the map, which was very close to their destination. After a brief thought, he smiled and said, "All right, boss is really generous." The owner also handed Leon a set of keys. "You can return them to me when you leave." The owner went back to the front desk to close his eyes and rest. Thor then said, "You Midgard people are so warm-hearted." Daisy, meanwhile, whispered, "Don't you feel like things are too coincidental, as if someone arranged it for us?" Leon was unconcerned, waving his hand and smiling, "Isn't it normal for us to be so lucky? Don't even look at who's here, let's take a picture." Leon attributed all the coincidences they had encountered during this time to his world harmony ability at work, unknowingly increasing his luck. That's true. Daisy felt that Leon made sense. His ability was quite mysterious and could influence a person's luck. Casually catching the cup Thor threw to the ground, Leon said, "All right, let's go check out the owner's cabin." In a secret base unknown to the four, there were numerous administrative personnel in suits and scientific researchers in white coats. The large screen in the base was showing Leon and the three others. "Supervisor, the target has already moved towards the mission location. According to calculations, they will reach the cabin by 3 in the afternoon." "Very good. When they arrive at the cabin, do not perform the ritual yet. Wait until dark to begin." The supervisor was a pot-bellied middle-aged man, with a receding hairline that had already formed a Mediterranean shape. "These 4 sacrifices are much better than the ones you found before. The sleeping god will surely be very satisfied." The subordinate next to him immediately flattered, "It's still your good eye, supervisor." As for why they suddenly changed the original 5 people to Leon's group, and even the number of people from 5 to 4, they did not know, nor would they think about it. This base was secretly built by the government. Their mission was to select suitable candidates within a cycle and sacrifice them to the god through a special ritual, to keep the god dormant. This was already an unknown number of times their organization had performed the ritual. "Continue to monitor them, don't let anything go wrong," the supervisor said to a staff member guarding the monitor. "Yes, supervisor." In a location no one would notice, Aemon sat quietly in an executive chair, looking at the data in his hand with great interest. This was data compiled by the organization over many years, which stated that the sleeping place of the god, the place where divine power was sealed, would evolve various monsters from fantasy. These monsters could not be eliminated and would revive the next day after being killed. Their organization, therefore, had to arrange 5 prepared sacrifices to be killed by the monsters in a playful manner, following a specific order. Aemon clicked his tongue, "What an absurd ritual. The environment here is so good." Daisy poked her head out of the car window, taking a deep breath of the forest air. What the 4 didn't notice was that on the road they had come from, a huge energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking all their retreat routes. "It's very good." Leon glanced at the map in his hand. "We're almost there, the cabin is just ahead. It looks so old, and it has a horror movie feel to it." Leon parked the car, took a photo of the cabin, and commented on its eerie appearance. "Leon, you brought fishing rods." Daisy saw the fishing rods Leon had prepared when she was taking things out of the trunk. "Of course. I'm a fishing master, the fish are practically fighting to bite my hook." Speaking of his strength, Leon was very proud. He originally liked fishing but often came home empty-handed, but now it was different. With his luck increased, fish would bite as soon as he cast his line. "That's great. I remember the map marked a river nearby. Let's go fishing later, and we can even swim there. Daisy suggested. She had specifically brought a swimsuit, hoping to find an opportunity to charm the handsome Leon. Swimming. Thor, hearing the keyword, exclaimed excitedly. No one understands swimming better than me. I am the best swimmer in Asgard. Thor had completely emerged from the sadness of losing his hammer and divine power. Hearing about swimming, he was overjoyed and wanted to go directly to the river. In the evening, Leon set up a barbecue grill to cook fish. The buckets next to him were filled with the large fish he had caught that afternoon, 2 full buckets. Daisy was helping him with the barbecue, while Thor and Jane were setting up a telescope nearby to observe the cosmos, though in their eyes, each other's figures clearly occupied more space than the cosmos. Suddenly, there was a rustle in the bushes. Leon keenly turned his head, staring at the bushes. Daisy also heard the sound and, frightened, hid behind Leon. It's not a wild bear, is it? Don't be afraid, with me here, even a polar bear won't hurt you. Why a polar bear? Daisy asked, puzzled. Leon explained. I heard polar bears are the largest land carnivores. I guess so. Daisy didn't know much about it. Leon said nothing more, but instead went to the bushes, pushed aside the grass, and saw no living creature. Maybe it was a rabbit, and I found this. Leon showed Daisy an ancient-looking notebook he had found in the grass. Daisy was a little confused. How is there a notebook in the grass? Did the owner lose it? Leon, meanwhile, said, perhaps it records treasure. Is this a shopping list? But the names on it are so strange. Leon flipped through the contents of the notebook, which were all names of strange items, such as gnome statue, chainsaw, plush toy, satanic Bible, and so on. Let me see. Daisy took the notebook into her hands, curiously looking at its contents. These are all game items, right? They feel very similar to some exploration games. Do you think it could be a clue left by the restaurant owner, just waiting for us to explore? I remember the cabin seems to have an underground room, and there should be these things inside. Huh, how is that possible? This is just a notebook recording strange items. You've watched too many movies, haven't you? Leon did not agree with Daisy's guess. You're right, this isn't an amusement park. Daisy was a bit disappointed. Leon tossed the notebook aside and continued grilling his fish. Inside the base underground, the supervisor was very puzzled. He asked the technical staff beside him. Why did they easily throw away the item? Without that notebook, how will the next sacrifice continue? The technical staff operated on the instrument for a while before explaining. It's like this, because the wind direction suddenly changed, the hallucinogenic gas we released was dispersed before it could reach them. Supervisor, do we need to release the hallucinogenic gas again? The supervisor pinched his sun temple and said to the technical staff. No need. Let it rain near the cabin, so they will have no choice but to hide inside. Then, release the hallucinogenic gas. Understood.